Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. To spoon. To spoon. You from Vonjema, Maryland, to spoon. To spoon. If you eat kepa, gradually, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. To spoon. You wanna get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you about today?
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Yes, what you about today?
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba. Skiddy-biddy-biddy-da-ba-do.
Spoon TV. Spoon entertainment. On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon radio station. Spoon television.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon.
Okay, folks, welcome to another edition of the program Spoon Talk on Spoon Radio, that's Spoon Network, across all of our radio stations and online services. We'd like to say welcome to the program tonight. We are live on Fabric 101.1 FM, Spoon 107.5 FM, Super 95.5 FM, and we're also live on Spoon TV, Fabric TV, Super TV. We're live on YouTube at Spoon Talk. My name is Aaron Kuban. I'm your tonight's edition's coordinator. That's the sound coordinator for tonight's edition of the program. I'd like to say welcome to all of you. Those of you joining us for the very first time, I'd like to say to you that you've joined the biggest thing that takes place on radio and online in our country. And so we are here tonight. The panelists will later join in on the program this evening, and then we will obviously coordinate this edition of the program. There are lots of fascinating issues to talk about tonight, and you just can't afford to miss this edition of the program. So we'd like to welcome all of our regular followers um, that usually follow the program, and it is a pleasure to be here tonight, serving you from this studio here in Congo Town. Welcome to the program, and let me say thanks to all of you for joining us. As usual, in the start of the program, we begin by taking your calls on some of the trending national issues or some of those issues that are burning, your mind and you want to talk about them. Those critical national issues that you may want to speak about. We'll open up the lines very, very shortly and have you putting in your calls to speak to duty bearers, individuals who are clouded with responsibility to make some changes as you may so desire. And so, once again, the name is Aaron Kuban, and I'm here tonight on this edition of the program. Thanks for joining us. Let me now announce the numbers to call on the program tonight. The numbers are 07777 That's a 07777 or 055510175. You can call us and be live on the program this evening, live from Spoon House in Congo Town. Let's take this person here. Hello, welcome.
Good evening, Aaron.
Good evening, my brother. Thanks for joining us. Let's hear you.
All right, my name is Josiah Small from Winfrey, Congo Peace Island Bell.
Okay.
Aaron, my concern I got to do with the site you said that took place in my county, Bong County. Very sorry to heavy heart and grieving with them. Said, let me say, I send my condolence to the bereaved family, those of our family brothers and sisters that lost their life in that incident. I was just listening to the news, and the representative was confirming that they just carry another body that they buried just. So I don't know. These things should serve warning to us, many of us. We are seeing these things because they want to happy. We got to learn lesson for it. And not only that, we ask the government, those are the authority for sensitizations. So please carry on the awareness when it comes to these things and what have you. Because for the incident happening over 50%, close to 50%, because Mama on dead buried about 30% last night, and this evening they buried some people. So you should know close to 50 human beings that lost their life over there, including pregnant women. So I beg those of us that have seen the incident and hearing they cannot understand you, like brothers be real, alike. Let us please learn lesson from these things. Let us be careful with our own lives. Let us take context. Let us be conscious of these things. Let the regulatory authority carry awareness after this particular thing, so that we can be aware of the danger when it comes to this gas tanker thing. Thank you very much. That's my view tonight.
Thank you very much, my brother. Hello, welcome.
Yeah, my name is Melvin Tulu. I'm calling from Louisiana, Colorado.
You said last name?
I have two concerns that I just want to talk a little about it. My first concern has to do with the way motorcycle are being treated in Nigeria when it comes to the killing of those guys who their stuff. And they chop motorcycle very early in the morning. Every day they taking motorcycle and motorbike from them. I've already been thinking how to come to school to discuss it. And my second concern has to do with the tragedy that took place in Bong County, total time.
Yeah, total time.
Yeah. I mean, it's very sad for our country because we are not even planting this country for 50% to die. This time, it is very serious. It is worrisome. We need to pray for the people, the family. They are taking and we need to pray for them and also contribute to them. So I would love for someone to invite to allow me to come to the studio so we can talk about the serious motorbike in Nigeria. It is very alarming now.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. It is alarming.
Thank you. Thank you all so much. Thank you. Let me take this person here. Hello, welcome.
Yeah,
Thanks for joining
my
us.
name is Felipe. I'm calling from TSA Road. And to the people caller, when it comes to the issue of the motorcycle, me are talking about motorcycle too. And early in the morning when people are the girls are the criminal are getting too much chatting people for their own motorcycle, you see, why can be because of how you call it, group of people getting up for the big then like they receive that because sometimes you suffer for your money for 4 to 5 months and somebody can take it very easy like that. It's not good. So we and Lami now we are trying to bring those phones so that we will discuss about it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Or maybe when Mr. Dwalu comes with the other team, we can start up with that. Let me take this person here. Hello, welcome. Okay, that person doesn't seem to be ready. You have a lot of terrible feedback. So let's take another person here. Welcome.
Hello.
Hello, welcome.
Okay, I'm Abel. I'm calling from Peter and Cotton.
Quiet, Abel.
Yeah, my concern about the cleaning area in the city. If the poor can clean the city next, you see on the street. I beg you, I want to talk to the county government and they try to put people on the street. If you see anybody also going there, let them arrest them. They carry them, they play the city out there for the police go there to them and they arrest.
You said they see anyone who died?
They can get it to the Togo there. They get it fixed out, they can put on the street. So they had to arrest the Togo, they carry the Togo, they play, you take care for. The person who did it there, they want to arrest that person too.
Okay.
Because, yeah, the poor the city there, so they put down the street. That's my concern.
Thank you all so much. Those of you just joining, the numbers to call are 0777 771075 or 0555 101075. You can call us and be live on the very first segment of the program. As you know, we open up the lines to hear from you on your concerns and some of those critical national issues that are on your mind that you want to put forth. Let's take this person here. Good evening, welcome. Okay. Good evening, welcome. Let's hear you. Hello? Hello? You're not coming good, coming broken, so we will take another person here. Hello?
Hello?
Hello, welcome.
How's the evening?
I'm fine, thank you. Hope you are also okay.
I'm Joseph F. Malu calling from Members United.
Quiet, Malu.
I'm very grateful to God for the country and also for the citizen of Liberia, as well as full family. Thank you for the effort. My concern has to do with the citizens of the country. More especially, I am discussing tonight pertaining the health workers. The health workers, they are trying their possible best. Even though no medicine, the government can actually afford to give to the facility. But yet and say the health workers trying their possible best, killing their time, working day, night, but no money. Can you imagine? This season, Christmas season, we can't get our money. The money we try by all means. Like just now, the people talking about 20%. November, no money. December, no money. It is so good that the rescue family came to rescue us. Let them try by their weak way so that they can help the health sector. So that the nurses can laugh. Even some people graduated but no job. We are doing part-time job, selling medicine in a bucket. And that was not their aim to go to school, so then they start selling in bucket or be a helper to someone. We are appealing to the incoming government, Mr. Bragai, so that we can help the health sector, so that people can laugh, so that they can help their family, so that the poverty rate can reduce. Thank you very much for your effort. I know you're helping the nation, and it's going across the board, across the country. Your information that you're saying, everybody getting it. We are some of the struggle of this rescue mission members. We've been carrying those messages from day one up to now. Even if we don't get effect, but our demand into met and it happened. Thank you so much for the effort.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you as well for putting through your point. Good point there as it relates to the health sector of the country. This person, hello, welcome. No?
Thank you so much.
Your line is so bad. And so this thing is an old age thing. When you call on the radio, just before you get through, lower your receiver, cut it off.
Hello.
You will still hear yourself through the phone. Let's take this person. Welcome.
It is Aaron.
This is Aaron.
Okay, but Aaron, Kivan, let me see, going to
I
you
get
think
it.
what kind of the fellow that call you like on Friday, I think Saturday from the previous office.
Hello? Hello?
I said, what the fellow that call you from the previous office is the contact.
But your tone is going low. I don't know what's going on. Are you hearing me loud? Oh, we lost you. Hello? It seems like you have a challenge. Let me see if I can do this adjustment to bring you back on. Hello? Hello? You live? Go ahead. Oh my God. Hello? Hello, you're alive. Go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Stella Bobo. I'm calling from Friendland Community.
Okay.
What on my mind is I want to tell the president that we are the speed to the mayor to pay of process 5 months not to pay.
City mayor?
Yeah, the tell the city mayor to pay up.
Oh, Peaceville.
Yeah, 5 months not to pay.
5 months you have not taken pay.
Yeah.
Wow. All right.
All right.
Let me take another person here. Hello? Hello, welcome.
Oh, here, the public defender calling from District 4, Musa County.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to use this time to plead with every Liberian in and out of Liberia to please work with our incoming president, Jose Imam Bouaké, in making sure that we forge ahead as a country. Whether you are opposition, imposition, whether you let the Kisi people or not, the fact of the matter here is our common denominator, which is Mama Liberia. Let us all try hard to protect the peace so that we can succeed as Liberia. Number 2, I'm calling on the resident of District number 4, Musa County, to please pledge their unwavering support to Honorable Michael M. Thomas in making sure that District 4 reach to the apogee of development. We should be the number 1 to reach up there because the number of people we have in District number 4, we are the largest in terms of our population. So we want to succeed, and for us to succeed, we need everybody on board. Before I leave, let me tell you thank you and the bossman of Spoon FM and person of sponsor of the Spoon for the hard work you put out doing. God bless you people in the abundance. Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you all so much for putting through your point. And let's take this person. Hello, welcome. Hello? Hello, are you there? Seems like the orange line is not going through. But let's take this person. Hello, welcome.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, you are live. Go ahead.
I'm Jonah Waikoemo. I'm kind of asking the incoming president to audit this past government.
Okay. Okay. I think it went clear and your message has gone across. The government needs to be audited. Good evening, welcome.
Yeah, good evening. How are you, brother?
I'm fine, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for the topic on our discussion, but my concern have to do with the fellow who just called at the
Kingsville City Corporation have not paid them for 5 months.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I just started to tell him he must really bear patience. And he just forget because we got like 29 days. Yeah. To 10 power. Okay.
But the man areas now, the man need it.
Hello?
I say it is areas now, he need them. So that's why he raising the issue. Because
yeah,
it's gonna come upon the government.
The reason why he need to hold a peace, if the government, under President Weah leadership, can't pay the embassy rentage in Brussels, tell me, you think that the government will be able to civil in country easily? But what I want to call on the president to do for us, with the kind of tragic accident that took place in Total Town, with the number of people, lives that have lost in country, I think the deaths are gone almost or plus. Let the president come up and say something that will bring at least ease to the mind of the people who are bereaved over there. Because there's a serious thing that happened in country, but we're not hearing nothing from the president.
There was a statement from the president. I said he want you to speak now, but there was a statement from the executive mansion.
The executive mansion have come up with something, right?
Yeah, they released a statement. Okay. Let's see if we can get someone from this orange line. Hello, welcome.
Hello.
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 I can do better, right?
Yeah, you much better. Now. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Like I said, my name is Mohammed M. Kanetinos. From 2016, but I'm a member of the Rescue Mission Party for the defense team. I'm the first that called you the last time from the people from the song. I don't know what you want there.
No, there was some conflicting information that we can talk about on the radio now that made me to not go there. So I'm gonna get to you. Just call me tomorrow. Then we can. I will actually explain to you why I did not go there.
All right, I will call you. But my concern today, I have you have to deal with the issue with Mayor Johnson from the outgoing government and even the outgoing assistant minister from agriculture or I call it. I think we say this card and their statement really they can bring and then they can make the Rescue Mission Party to be in power with them. Not at all. They are listening to them. The people then they said that they are even their jubilee from the CDC would not give credence to the incoming government. In fact, they will not be there to recognize their jubilee. Will not be there to recognize the changing government. And I just decided to lie because when President Riyad won the election in 2017, the Unity Party, the Jubilee, the SRB, all of the group, they welcome the decision by by GMB to for the election of President Riyad at that time. Then why they coming on now? This card is very much they are frustrated. Okay, so they frustrated with them and they will let on the air. Otherwise, statement one they will not go down well with a political leader because these are what the card that made President we have to be frustrated with them. At the end, they can then come out to them say, what kind of thing that will make them to feel frustrated because that 6 plus 6, that 12 years frustration in the shooting very much.
Okay. Thank you all so much for having
us.
Tomorrow
I will try to be your call tomorrow for the talk.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all so much for having us here on the program. We have roughly about 5 minutes to go on this segment of the program. So let's take this person here. Hello, welcome.
Hello?
Just switch off your receiver, please. I don't want to cut you.
I did.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm Napoleon calling from Yukutan. The last time I suggested that the incoming government should start paying the people, the workers, and maybe in the private sector, 2 weeks pay so as to start boosting the economy. Because nowadays we having a computer age, and nothing will stop you from paying people every 2 weeks. If somebody is making $100 for a month, you share it in 2 weeks, $50 the first 15 days, and the other one you pay on the 30. I think they will have to boost the economy because nowadays the people ain't get money, so they should introduce that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's your point. Thank you all so much. The reason I smile is that some of these private institutions, they depend on vendors that have to credit sometimes, and then they have to generate those money before they can pay. So the time the money comes in, it's not like as easy as you see it like. But that's your point, and I think it's worth taking, and the duty bearers are listening. Um, let's take another person here. Hello.
Good evening. Yeah, good evening.
Good evening, my brother.
Yeah, this is Edmund A. Garnet, and I call from Togo.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, my brother, why I'm calling on President-elect Honorable Walker, that whosoever he will elect as a city mayor of PZ, they should come up with a strong money concerning garbage disposal on the street. They should come up with a strong money that anyone come according to the street. Where it is, you send Zoko, you swear you say you take this road, they come to your house, you go there and you find a person, and then the government should build a place Oscar muscle. Oscar, you want to be counted to keep the guys and then to be able to produce something, and they will not just be passing around the street throwing there. Really in a central place, they build somewhere Oscar of the county, one of those low far guys there. Keep the guys there producing chairs for students, producing armchairs for students, benches. Instead of just sitting down inside doing again, so you put them outside, they come out in the community without seeing bad habits and start doing evil in the community again. So according to the who's going to be a city mayor, that president coming was so many who's going to so good. That should be arrested and the so should be taking all of the counties for rehabilitation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all so much for having us here on the program. Even we already see that Richardson is here, but we have 2 more minutes to take your calls, and so we will take this next person here. Hello, welcome.
Hello.
Hello, welcome.
Yeah. I'm calling from Kingsville, Road. This is Samuel.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm calling to buttress the guy who just left the line concerning the city mayor issue. That's a serious problem on the Pueblo Road here. I said the guy here. The community dwellers, they take the guy and they put it in the drainage. So the person who is going to be the city mayor should have a robust and support the communities as a hard zone. Let the community be treated as a hard zone where they find garbage in the drainages. They should find them. They should find them because the community people are the ones taking the garbage in the drainages and some give it to the schools. So I'm calling on the president-elect Joseph Parker so that when he becomes president.
Oh wow. So the last question will go to Richardson. Go ahead, let's hear you.
Yeah, this is Shai calling from Duko, Monrovia.
Okay, go ahead.
My condolence for the people of millions people of Toronto. I'm the last year the incident took place. They're calling my name. Even getting always online, always home. So, at the grace of God, I'll be going down there this coming weekend. My sympathy, everybody, I want to thank my mom for the emotion. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you all so much for having us here. Dr. Richardson would like to end up on that on the core segment. What's on the mind of our many listeners? I think this is important because we get to hear a lot of things that we do not really talk about regularly on the radio. But good evening and welcome. Come on in.
Aaron, hello. How you doing? I see you for a long time.
Yeah, sometimes I'm in the back when you come, but I'm always here on Thursday.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's
Yeah, always here on Thursday, and some days that some of my colleagues cannot be here, I feel in sometimes, feel in sometimes for
Oh,
this. Yeah.
okay, but it's good
But
to
once,
see you.
yeah, like usually when you come like this, you see me, but yeah,
Yeah, and then sometimes I've been coming late. Dwalo been coming. I'm sure he's gonna come in soon. But anyway, it's good to hear what Liberians have to say. I actually was listening in the background when the callers were calling in. I actually think it's so important to have them voice their opinion on the radio. They can call and give feedback to the people in government, or just share their sympathy with other Liberians, as we all are in mourning with the people of Bong County. So I actually like that segment of the show, and I'm glad that you guys, um, allow people the opportunity to just. So today it's going to be busy. The rest of the panelists, they're coming. They're on their way. I got text with almost everybody. We're talking in the chat room, and so of course it's going to be a spirited conversation. There's so many things on the agenda today. I'm going to keep those things for Stanton to actually bring up, because he has all the information that we need to know today.
yeah.
People, people will be,
That is burger.
yeah, Brooke got everything. So people will be calling in. He's very excited. He's always very excited when it's an opportunity to share with Liberian people, so they can be well informed about the decisions that they are going to be making for moving Liberia forward. So that's one thing that I know is everything politics. If you want to know the talk, you better just go through the politics. You know anything about anything else. you Yeah, you get all be joking. You the social worker, I not social worker, I'm a team social worker. You the people, you're the one human services. Me, I hear politics, so you have to your human services work for me. So yeah, we're gonna wait for him. We're gonna wait for Dwalu, who always he has a lot of great ideas, that he contributes to the show. Prince Maxwell will give us some update on what's going on in Brussels. We talked about this yesterday. We started to have this conversation about the closing of the embassy in Brussels. Yes, can you imagine,
Very
Aaron?
bad.
Very bad. Doesn't represent Liberia well at all. Not at all. Um, and then so they're going to expand on that. And mommy brought an interesting conversation yesterday that we didn't even go about expanding on. And yesterday actually I was in and out of the show because I came in early to do the show on immigrating to Canada, and so I kind of left and had to attend to some other things. But mommy talked about the office of the first lady, and I hope he will be able to repeat himself today so that people can really understand what he was talking about. He is asking that this incoming government make the office of the first lady the property of Liberia. I actually think that's a good move. He said that that office has been utilized to make money for the first lady, and I believe he said he included the vice president, if I remember reading or hearing him correctly. And so he said, so when they are leaving, if it is legalized that that office is the property of Liberia, they'll be able to account to the Liberian people. They'll be able to tell us that this is what I came in with. These are the projects that I did. This is what I contributed to the Liberian people. So when I'm leaving, yeah, your property here. This is what I'm leaving. But as it is right now, we're giving the first lady some money. When
Yeah, in
she,
the budget.
yeah, yeah, in the budget. So when she pack her leave right now, that who going out? I think the first time we even giving first lady money in the budget. So, but
Well,
who?
the person that will give you all the money now will be questioned. And if there is any, yes,
Yeah, well, you're
they
right. You're
because
right.
the thing about it, making that office institutionalized in that office, we now
Mhm,
always have a male president. We saw a post-war Liberia, we had a female president for 12 years.
mhm.
And if we have office of the first lady institutionalized, then what happens in the case when we have a female as the president of the country? So
We have
If the
office of
president
the
comes,
spouse.
yeah, maybe something like that. But if the president comes to power and decides to maybe set a separate office for for the first lady or maybe her husband,
Mm-hmm.
and decides to divert funds towards that person,
Mm-hmm.
that person who diverts the money should be the one to be questioned. And if that is legal, what did the person do with the money? Because you that gave the money to the person, you should have been the one making sure that it was spent for the requisite purpose for which it was given to them.
That's a good
So
yeah.
that's a very long and wide discussion that could be held. But in the case of the outgoing first lady, if there is any discrepancy, that will be on her husband, who establish an office for her, and whatever money she spent there,
Mm-hmm.
he will have to account for the money. Yes,
Yes.
he needs
Yeah.
to account for them.
And so I hope that Mame sort of clarifies what I'm saying, because I'm just kind of giving a brief summary of what his thoughts were. But you're right. So we can make it gender free and say office of the spouse. So that if it's we saw like you writing post Liberia, if there's a female president, if the spouse, if there's a male president that we just elected, it's the spouse of the male president. But so this money, the office of the spouse, the money not yet coming from the president. I think Mama's argument was they're using the office to collect money from all over the world. If these people
Oh,
did not, if these people did not sit in our office to say, I'm calling you from the office of the spouse, could you please make donation to my little school or my factory or whatever I'm building? People around the world will not even know who the first lady is or the first gentleman is. So he's saying that once it's institutionalized, then this person will be able to account. Where did you didn't just get the money from the hospital? Where did you use our money? You used that office to get money from other places. Where did you get it from? You see? So yes, the husband should be liable if he specifically put money in a budget for her. But at the same time, these days anybody should keep their ear open to know where money coming from, because you'll be implicated. That high low like bro looking now. You'll be implicated if you just sit out there and say, "Oh, I was just taking orders. I was just taking instructions." I don't know if it's gonna sit well. Or I was just taking money. They just created the office for me, so I just came to work.
mhm.
I don't know if that's gonna work well in the new Liberia that we're seeing now. So yeah,
Yeah,
everybody gotta keep their eyes open. So I think that's what he was saying. But I really like that. We didn't get a chance to expand on that because we're busy talking about, the presidential appointment uh, to the justice, the Ministry of Justice. So there's a lot on the book.
the
Anything,
Supreme.
Aaron? Huh?
You're talking about the Supreme Court, right? The the,
Yes,
the
yes,
Justice Minister being nominated as
correct. Yes.
associate justice to the Supreme Court. His communication was read today on the floor. I mean, the communication from the president,
Hmm.
as it relates to his nomination, even though
Mhm,
it was already on the program last night, but it
mhm.
was officially read in session uh, today by the Secretary of the Senate, and he was also spotted today again in the
Oh,
compound of the
in a
Library.
compound where?
Yeah, in the Capitol building. He was seeing the Capitol building, the Justice Minister. I don't
Oh,
know whether it was on different purpose because we know that.
lobbying already?
Yeah, he already started lobbying. Lobbying legislatively is something that is called for. So people will do it.
Gonna need a confirmation of the people in our legislature,
Sorry?
right? He's gonna need the confirmation of
Yeah,
the
and the hearing is gonna begin. We're hearing that the hearing is gonna begin tomorrow.
yeah.
The
You know,
confirmation hearing.
that 7G track you're on there. Oh.
Yeah, it's expected that this will be the fastest
That's 7G.
confirmation or rejection. Let's not be thinking that he might not be rejected and it may just be all confirmation. If he's rejected, it's going to be the fastest. If he's accepted, it's going to be the fastest. Yeah, so I know that by Friday, and then by Tuesday, a report might be on the floor.
Wow.
Monday is holiday. Tuesday, the Senate is going to resume for sitting as part of the 10 days extended session. But Tuesday the report might be on the floor based on how the hearing may go on Friday, and then for voting, and from the and he might just be either rejected or nominated. But based on past, events and what we've seen here,
Mm-hmm.
let's see how it turns out. Because the legislature, we have people, the Senate, especially for the Senate, we have people who are already leaving. So many things can play out. Like I talk about lobbying, we
Mm-hmm.
have people who are already leaving the Senate, and
Mm-hmm.
they are sitting now until January 15th, uh, before they will leave the legislature for the new senators to take seat. They have the right to vote. They're going to be voting,
Hmm.
and you have a new government coming up in the fold. The government sees this as a means for President Weah to be exercising his power at the time he's already leaving. So many people, they're looking at the issue of legality, which is right. Yes, it's legal, but they also look at it from
It's prudent.
say motive and why is it his stake enough? What makes this a national emergency? That the associate justice should be nominated. There haven't been any confirmed report from on this on the aspect of the entire government as to the health status of
Mhm.
Justice Namwe, confirming what the executive mansion said, whether this was all a game to lure the Senate into confirming, another person, because that is a tenure position, and the
Yeah.
legislature passing that law should
Mm-hmm.
be one of the protectors of that law too as well, making sure that it is in the constitution that that person can retire at certain age. So if
Mm-hmm.
it's not proven, if there is no proof that this man is ill, what will be informing the president's nomination? Or he's incapacitated, what informed the president's decision to, because it could be possible that the president could come out anytime and just say the other person is ill, so I put in the other person, and everyone just go by it, yeah. And so what's the backing, what's the proof to show that this man is ill and he's incapacitated, or he does not have the ability to serve in that position for which another person has been nominated? These are all questions, and I know these things will come up during the confirmation hearing.
Oh, well, this is gonna come on Spoon tonight. Yeah,
Yeah.
your pepper salt, whatever, won't break out.
Yeah.
Will not leave it. Yeah, you're not leave anything unturned. So it's gonna come out tonight. But you raised some really great questions, Aaron. You raised some really great questions. How do we know that Justice Nanwe is ill? What kind of documentations, what kind of conversations were held? The Liberian people are unaware. From what I'm hearing from you, it just seems so abrupt. All of this just happened within the last 2 days, if I'm correct. The last day, we were thinking about in one direction. Actually, people were celebrating the return of JMB to the country, and we're talking about the transitional team, and then bam, we get this appointment on our head.
Mm.
So yeah, but you raised some really good questions. Is he going to be confirmed or not confirmed? What what are the motives for the president who recently put out an announcement that people should stop appointing and hiring and you know, uh, signing checks and all of those things he did. I remember reading an announcement as such. Uh, so now, all of a sudden, we see that he now making an appointment. Guarantee, like you said, it is his right to do that because is the president of Liberia. But what triggered that? What contributed to that is the question that all of us are asking. Did Justice Nama call him 12 o'clock one day on his side and say, "My man, I can't make it. I won't
I
make
can
it. I can't make it."
I get love for the position, but I
Love
get
for this position, but I can't make it.
yeah.
So you gotta do something. So you gotta renege on your note that you wrote to the Liberian people, asking nobody to hire or appoint or use money that exceed a certain amount. So you gotta renege on that. You gotta go back on that. So then maybe the president will kind of say, "Well, I gotta do something. I'm still the president. I gotta appoint somebody." And did the president say, "Well, let me get my good friend here, Musa Dean, who has been serving me all these for almost 5 years, whatever term the president been around for, and put in there. Now the question too is, where did Musa Dean come from to be? Was he the only candidate? Were there other people that was on the list? What qualifies Musa Dean compared to other people in the country? Those are all things that we need to tease out. I went back and was doing some, just wondering who Musa Dean was as a person. I don't know, Aaron, if you wanted to add anything so far. Did you, I know that he did graduate from the University of Liberia with a degree in political science. That we know that. We know that he went to Columbia University in the United States. It's a very prestigious school. That's where he got his master in his LLM, with according to what I read, a specialty in international law. We know that there was another degree he got in telecommunication at a university in England, and I'll find at Bilbrook College. He got a degree in telecommunication management in 1989. So I'm just giving us some background history of Musa Dean. And then, of course, he did work. Interestingly, I think if we want to know some of his contributions to Liberia or to ask questions about those things, I was surprised to learn that he was CEO of the National Oil Company. I don't. Yes, he worked at the National Oil Company. He also worked at Sherman and Sherman Law Firm, which is the Bonnie Sherman Law Firm. He
Yeah,
worked.
Fanny Chama is the one chairing the committee that's going to be conducting the hearing.
Hey, there we go. Thank you for putting one and two together. So then he also worked as a professor of law. I believe, I don't know, I think it was an adjunct position. I don't think it was a full-time position. And of course, he worked at the Liberian Telecommunication Corporation, LTC. So those are things, people can track back to see, how, in what way did he contribute to our country.
And his most recent job before going to government as Justice Minister was at the National Elections Commission as a hearing officer.
Oh boy.
Yeah, he was one of those that was at the National Elections Commission as one of the hearing officers there during the case when Charles Bronski, Liberty Party, and the Unity Party went into that case, challenging the 2017 elections result. Musa Dean was there defending the National Elections Commission as one of the lawyers. And so when the current Labor Minister, Charles Gibson, was nominated,
that's correct,
as a Justice Minister, his nomination sparked serious controversy in the country. And then President Weah reviewed that nomination and then picked Musa Dean as a replacer of Charles Gibson as
correct.
Justice Minister. There where it all started from until today we are where we are.
Yes, thank you for adding that. I did read that. And I thought it was interesting. So it's funny, if you go on the internet right now, Musa Dean has outlined every single accomplishment. I don't remember seeing that he has contributed to. It's so long. I copied and pasted, and if we have to discuss it, it's interesting. That I think it's a good thing that people can say this is what I did. But I also think if you're just going to say, well, I wrote a paper, that's as an accomplishment, or if you're just going to say, I show up to class. If I just say I show up to class as a professor, as an accomplishment, that's not an accomplishment. It's expected that I would do that. So I think that needs to be teased out. One of the things he took pride in was he said he introduced the plea bargaining process to the legal, the law in Liberia. I don't know what he meant by that. So maybe somebody can explain it when he calls in. He can explain what he meant by introducing the plea bargaining process. He can expand on that. He also he actually has supervision over the national police. He has supervision over immigration. He has supervision over fire service as the Minister of Justice. These are some of the agencies he has supervision over. He has supervision over the Drug Enforcement Agency. He has supervision over NSA, which is the security agency. He has supervision over the prison system. He has supervision over the, other intelligence agency in the country, and he serves as the chair for the Joint Security. So that's a huge responsibility he had. He had as the Minister of Justice. This was a very huge responsibility. The question is, what relationship did he have with people in the LNP? You know, how did he impact immigration as the person who was the oversight supervisor? Fire services in Liberia just had a major fire incident in the country. You know, were there any plea to bring in ambulance from his part? How did he work those things out? You know, how did he connect with other places, other colleagues of his to increase money for fire services in the country? Because it's not the, I remember Rennie Hospital went on fire not long ago, and we're talking about disaster and fire management. Do you remember the Rennie Hospital in Kakata? I don't know if you remember.
Yeah.
Yes, it went on fire.
Rennie.
Yes. All right, yes. And so how did he impact the we just lost the major drug case, remember? The drug case that the Liberian government lost. That was a major case. He actually was supervising that agency. You know, the prison system, there's been a lot of complaint about the prison system that is, you know, outdated, is overcrowded. People are not treated humanely. Recently, we heard that some people were just released from the prison system, perhaps given clemency, and we didn't know the process in which they were given clemency, although it's the president's prerogative or his rights um, to give people clemency. But you know, we didn't know anything about the one. I think it was 101 person that was released, but we didn't
Yeah,
know.
101 person.
Yes, we only knew maybe Samaka and the other people who were connected to him, but besides that, we had no idea um, who were released. And Musa Dean has supervision over that area as well. I think the Liberian people should have known at least who were released, what the process that it went in recommending the people who were released to the president or to the president. I'm sure the president didn't come and say, "Oh, I'm releasing these people." I'm sure he and Musa Dean must have had a conversation because Musa Dean has supervision over the prison system. So somebody brought the list to Musa Dean. Musa Dean took a look at it and said, "Let me see what these people." I would have said, "Okay, let me see what these people are in prison for. Why are they in prison? Blah 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 blah. Did they? How much? You know, what the status? Did they serve the term? You know, how old are they? How?" My key thing that will make me make a recommendation of their release is: are they a danger to the society? Are they a danger to Liberia? If we release these people here, are they likely? What's the likelihood? Because although we don't have a crystal ball in front of us, but what's the likelihood that they're going to commit crime that will endanger the lives of Liberians? So that's going to be a key question that I think I would take days to ponder upon before making any recommendation. So you know, Musa Dean can come. He's a regular caller on Spoon, and so he can come and explain anything. You know, he can come and talk to us. You can ask him questions. I'm sure when Stanton comes, or when the rest of the panel, join us, he can come in and explain himself. But I mean, anybody who knows me, you know, I like asking questions like, "What did you do for Liberia?" You know, I let Janet asking questions, "What have you done for me lately?" So, what have you done for Liberia lately? I've been asking the question, you know, all the time. So, because you know, if you did your past behavior is the best predictor of your future behavior. You know, in my world, when I used to work in psychiatric hospitals, and we're going there, and one of the ways that I would determine if I needed to put someone under 24-hour supervision if they were suicidal, I will go and read a chart. If this person past behavior consisted of being suicidal, killing themselves, they attempted, all right, I will put that chart near to my heart to make sure that I order like 24-hour supervision for that person, because it is clear that their past behavior suggests to me that they are likely to commit suicide. If I had another patient on the unit who say, "Oh, I want to kill myself," but then I look in the chart, there was no history, they have no access to weapon, supportive family, they're not as hopeless. Those are the things that we used to assess anyway. They're not hopeless and stuff. I will probably put that on further down my list and put the person who has committed suicide before up on my list. So that's why I always ask, what have you done for me lately? Because I'm looking at how your past performance, okay, is impacting your future behavior right now. So let me welcome Mr. Dwalu. Mr. Dwalu, welcome to the show. It's good to have you here. I was keeping the flow down for you to come in. We have Aaron here. We're just having this conversation to the rest of the panelists coming. So I'm going to turn it over to you briefly.
Yeah, welcome to our people. Dr. Francis, a pleasure as always to see you. Our brother Aaron, Kubon.
Mr. Dwalu, welcome, sir.
How's it
going? Last week you were talking about a lady who was trying to prevent a mob violence.
Yes.
Yeah, Richard.
And Richard. I was want to reach out to her.
Okay.
I've been trying to get, give you a contact, but there's only medium we have to speak. So
okay.
That's why I decided.
So what I would do is after the show, I'll reach out to you. Like I said, I'll be in the country. I want to meet her in person. Because despite what anybody may think, she actually helped save a Liberian life, and she made the country a little better. The mob justice team, we talk about it all the time, and Richard did a great job. I know she had to go through a lot to be able to do that, but all got to do that. I know it's easier to say, the man at Zogo, let's get rid of him. Sometimes I'm not Zogo. If I don't let that other friends in, I put road behind, people start beating up for free. We don't want that kind of society. The police station should work for a reason. Now, I'm not naive, though, Aaron. I understand sometimes if Dwalu steals and you can't Dwalu to the police station, I pay small money, I go home, it can anger anybody. The reason why we come here every day, 3-4 hours, and sit down and talk, because we just want Liberia to be a little better. For a little system, for regulations, for enforcement, for proper budget allocations in the right places, because the only way we can improve the society, we can't just take Dr. Francine in a country where the typical person makes 600, will get Dr. Francine 15,000 United States dollars. My brother, doctors, medical doctor in the country, you don't make that kind of money.
Nope.
You gotta have your private practice. The typical medical doctor make between 190 and 200,000. People yesterday, doctors, why you make no, they don't wear a lot.
You have to have a lot of experience too.
Yes. You gotta be a
Peter, dude.
Making 10,000, 8,000.
Yeah, I'm a generalist. Look, let me tell you something, Aaron. Do you know what it takes to make $10,000 a month, even in a developed location? For you to understand this, okay, let me understand it. In Massachusetts here, it's one of the most expensive states and higher earning states in America. The average household, that means man there, pa there, the average household income is around $87,000 per year. That's 2 people working for the whole year. That's average. Now, people may weigh more, people may less. That's average. That's 2 people working. Now, in the most developed country in the world, where the average person living to age 80 years old, 75, 80 years old. In Liberia, the typical person will live to 55, 60 years old if they're lucky. But throughout their life, it's a poor quality of life. The average person in Liberia, when you see somebody walking in the street at $600 US, they're living on average. In that same country, you look at one man from government money getting $15,000 US. US senators don't make that kind of money. And the USA got $14 trillion economy. Our economy is around $3 billion. It's nothing. Most states in this country have a budget, an economy north of, 600, 700 billion. They don't pay the people that kind of money. And we just complicit with this. But you and Dr. Francine, I was driving, rushing to come here. You guys were talking about the guys that are leaving the possible confirmation for the Minister Musa Dean. Let me say this. Most of the legislators that are leaving, they will see this as last chopping. And they will just think, say, you know what, wrong? I'm leaving. Like, put info for me, but I don't care. I just want to speak to those 11 people directly. I want to say this to them. Our people used to get someone saying, they say when you make your bed, you will lay down inside. Just because you're leaving, it don't necessarily mean you're leaving Liberia. Now, I know some of you will leave the country because you don't want to experience the very policies that you have implemented in the country. I know you will leave the country, but you still have relatives in the country. If you chakla behind you, that chaklaness will also equally affect you to some extent. You still hold a responsibility. You saw an oath for 9 years to serve the people of the Republic of Liberia. If your service is cut short because you were not re-elected, and maybe perhaps the Americans are watching this, I want you guys to understand it. Pay to play, people have gotten sanctioned for pay to play. If you allow yourselves to be bribed by President Weah so you can push Musa Dean through, the confirmation of a Supreme Court justice is a very serious matter. It's almost as serious as the presidency. You must vet this president to his core. It's not about qualification or what schools you went to or how much you've served. Character is actually part of the vetting process. I want you guys to take that into totality. Don't just say, you know what, wrong? Musa Dean will go there, he will protect me, he will do that. Musa Dean will not protect you. Musa Dean is the same animal that lives in that swamp that is Liberia, that dirty poo-poo swamp. He's eating. I want you guys to understand that. Musa Dean is not going to protect President Weah's interest. Musa Dean is going to protect Musa Dean's interest. I think this is an appeal. We'll first appeal to you. Wait until after the inauguration. Let these new senators have a say in who goes to the Supreme Court. Musa Dean is in no hurry to go there. Everybody can see this, that there's a strategic move on the part of President Weah to still have something hanging over President Boykai. We can't have this. Dr. Francine, let me recognize some of my people in the meantime.
Yes, please do that.
We're here.
Can I just I saw Charlene LIB want to give you a happy shout out to you. Thank you for recognizing.
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead.
Let's hear the Charlene. Stephen S. Morris, how you doing? Theresa Fatoma, how you doing? Welcome to the show. Tawia Toet. Welcome, Pearl Campbell. How are you doing, Pearl? Just love that name. Zeus Carter, George Shelton. It's a Siafa. Something just went away. I'm sorry I said something again. Samara, welcome to the show. Amos Carr, Makalu's son. Wade Thompson, Anthony Jala, Musa Musonic Kamara, Moses Voka. How are you doing? Jay Carter, Antoinette Watterson, William Sayer, Gabriel Adebimba, how are you doing? E-Man Johnson, Jake During, Jared Dubley out of Springfield, Massachusetts, Bayo Awane, Cornelius Hunter, Charles UJ Bayou, John K. Wright, Conan Gator, how you doing? Precious Guama, are you? I see Maxwell Johnson, I see Stone White, I see Ben Colette, I see my brother Wehan Tushan. How you doing? How's everything out there? I see David Prince Blessed. May Tapla. How we doing? Matthew Clotty. Siata Herman. Vicky Wei. I see Lee Danso. I see Margaret Early. I see Rach Gross. How are you? Emmanuel Coleman. Ophelia and William. Baker Rancy. MacArthur Tia. Cole Wudu Lotona. I see D-Man Johnson. I see Orlando Giddings. Yawala Jala, my own girl. I owe you a bottle of style. Yawala. Siata Herman. Philip Molly. Yes, Dr. Francine. I recognize the women. I see Joshua Yancey. I see my brother, Dr. Larry Kennedy. Sam Batikwa. How are you doing? I see Magalo. I see Apostle Mom. I see Martin K. and Cully Peking. I see Nancy Bala, Bobby Toe, Josephine Marlin, political Cooper passed away. How are you? Somebody named in Arabic. I cannot read that. Jefferson Arnold Siafa, Emmanuel Jesse, Byron G. Taylor, Bendo Dix. I see Gofi Salayami Asata. I see Edward Sai Kuimalu. How are you doing? Siafa Balanli, Couple went back very fast. Everybody, man, welcome to the show. Let's talk Liberia. D-Man Johnson, I think I recognize you. Chichi Cully, Sam Willis here. I see Gapu Dei, Peyu Swa. How you doing? I say Proud, Sam Zo, my brother Zo. How you doing? Mainstein Boyer, Daiku, Grandpa Do Mobile Jr., Kalu Locky, Vani Sonny, Leo Masaque, Princess Top, is it Top Hat? Yes. Everybody, man. Let's talk Liberia. Dr. Francine, I know we got a listing today on the docket, but before those guys come in, I want to talk about something that I also saw on Facebook again, and just a little social issue before the people. Hey, very Horace, how you doing, man? People were talking about. I saw a girl. How do I put this thing? She said, "You know what, wrong? I don't leave my ex-boyfriends because it's also a window for me to always go back to them. They can always help me. But going forward, if I find somebody okay, I can go with them. But my ex-boyfriend, I don't leave them. I can still go that E on them, E on me."
What you said?
Okay, I don't leave my ex-boyfriends.
No, you said that she can E on them and
she can
E
still
on
go by the E on her, she E on them.
Okay.
Yeah. So I was just listening to their life here and going, nah, and she looked about 23, 24 years old. Another woman. How is that good for her?
So this is how I see it, Dwalu, and I'm speaking honestly.
Yeah.
Whenever you feel like you can eat on somebody and somebody can eat on you, you are giving that person some leverage over you. Okay. When you say I can't leave that person, you are giving that person leverage over you. And when you give someone leverage over you, they have control over what they can do to you. And as a young person that is full of potential, you don't need to do all of that. You can depend on your friends, yourself, your support system. You can leave old boyfriend. You can sever ties with old boyfriend, especially if they're not good for you. That's why you left them, because there was something that was not working out in a relationship. So I don't know. I mean, and
Let me help
yeah.
you. Hey, Francis Amo, apologies, man, if I see anything else. What she was trying to say, because it seems in the street fry. I think my brother Scafa said he did see that. It's street fry, asking her, what she was trying to say is, I can move forward. In Liberia, we have this saying, "Old fire trying hard to catch." Thank you so much, Samuel. It ain't hard to catch, but this is a very bad thing for the individual, especially if you're right, Dr. Francine, the person still has something over you. And when you go forward, you are not fully moving forward.
Nope.
You have so many tentacles remaining behind. And my thing is, look, if you commit, I'm going to say to the young people, if you want to grow socially, if you want to grow politically and economically, you have to cling on to one woman. I can be joking, say I want to do woman. I don't even get patient for that thing. You treat it as a man or as
get gray hair quick.
Yeah, not just a gray hair, because clinging on to one person. I know nowadays in this age, people say, "Oh, you might get this multiple." It's not. It's just nothing. It's just nothing new that they're going to offer you. It's just going to be an additional burden. So, young people, you have to cling on to one person to grow economically, to grow a decent family. So when you have tentacles in the rear, what you were saying is, I am not growing because somebody is literally stagnating my progress, and I'm allowing that. That's how I understood it.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Somebody got leverage over you. They're holding you where they can make decisions over how you move forward. Yeah. What are you waving us for?
No, I know why you're singing this here.
Yeah, singing sweet song.
Oh no, I say I suck on fries. You gotta get into this line. You got that friends. That's another thing. Liberia, not America, that ain't Europe. Can you mute for 1 second?
Yeah.
Why every day I'm on mute?
We hear noise.
Every day I'm on mute, man.
That's something in your office that interfering with the transmission.
Yeah.
That's the friends. You told them one because they were by. They hear it with my mom, but my mom is so.
Mute me, I beg you. I think
No, I'm not meeting today. I beg you. I'm not meeting you. I beg you.
Francine, you will have a typical girl in Liberia, and all the things she's wearing is $3,000 in a country. I mean, I'm not saying they're lying because I cannot verify this, but I see it, and she said, "Okay, my hair, I did it for $240. My nails were $45. This cell phone is $600, but I give. I almost spoil people marriage, but when I'm talking, my necklace. So the entire outfit will be like $1,600 or even $900. This is a country where, and for me, I just love the social issues. I love them, and I just look and say they're lying or like true they're talking. So my people, you're helping. You think they're lying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I saw that too. I actually,
this isn't working for me. Come on, they're lying.
Yeah, I saw that. So like Black Purple, maybe they can. Then I see that show before on Facebook. Maybe they can tell us. But the thing about it is, we talk about living above your means, well, and people will not progress if you live above your means. Yeah, and if you in Liberia, you know, wearing all of those fancy things or whatever, you don't have a job or you don't have a steady income. Hi, Maxwell, how are you doing today? It is suggesting to me that you are living to please the people. You're not living.
Yeah, but why would anybody want to live to distort their own personal reality? What does that serve the person? Let me give you an example. When I'm in Liberia, they wear t-shirt, my short trousers, and maybe an African sandals. It doesn't, unless I'm going to somewhere proper. And people will, because my intent is be as simple as possible because it makes me comfortable. But then in Liberia, I see the opposite where young girls will say, "Oh, yeah, my haircut too." I mean, even if they're lying, but what's the need and what message are they trying to send to be lying like that, Prince? Have you seen the street fights, for example?
Yeah, I mean, I've been following this social conversation for a while now.
Yeah,
it's a delicate conversation. First and foremost, let me say it's a delicate conversation.
Stop it.
You know, it's delicate in the sense that you have to look at it from many perspectives. For me, I'm going to go with the psychological perspective. There is most people right now, since we're talking about women now, in terms of relationship, right? Relationship, including men, most are basically on survival mode. Most of the relationships are basically survival mode relationship, which is how can I get into a relationship to survive? And I was listening to Dr. Chinwe when she was talking about the delegation of one's own right in a relationship. That's what happened. So it becomes transactional. I gave you the opportunity to do whatever you want to do with me, and you gave me what I want back in return. So for example, if I want a job, I want a house, I want financial safety and everything else, you get to do whatever you want with me. I delegate that right to you to get back what I need in order to survive.
Prince,
but as long as these individuals, whether men or women, once they climb that ladder, they exceed that perspective, that mindset, they reclaim their independence. They no longer want to deal with those other individuals anymore. But Dwalu, I heard what you said again on another side of the subject, where a lady or a guy has a relationship, and then they are using that relationship as a reoccurring event. They go because like a cycle. That is a trauma. They are attracted to the trauma of that relationship, and they cannot break free of that trauma. Dr. Chinwe here knows more about that. So it is that trauma that, or a childhood trauma that they grew up with, that person seemed to provide for them, that they are so psychologically attached to, that to them is normal. So there can be many reasons for those things.
Yeah, but Dr. Prince, I want to go to Prince. Prince, you mentioned something that is crucially important here. When relationship become transactional, how does that affect both parties, especially the woman? How does that affect them in the long term, especially?
Well, it affects her from an interest perspective. You know clearly that my interest in this relationship is short term, right? So everything, there is no long term settle discussion. So you can hear this in relationships nowadays. You cannot hear the word "I want to settle." It's demonized now. The word "settle" used to be contentment, where when you enter a relationship and the relationship reaches a perspective where it plateau, you become content in the relationship because you've invested a lot into that relationship and it's cemented, right? People are not even doing that anymore because everything is for the short term. So that interest is short term based. If I get it, I have to move on. So you will never hear in a conversation or something long term, a family oriented discussion. I want to build a family with you because there are certain, you are married. There are certain conversation. We are married. Let me be honest with that. There are certain tone of the conversation when you're having certain key words, certain key discussions when you're having. You know fully well this person is with me for the long term. But the moment I'm present for the short term, those things will not be brought to the table. They will be cut short or they will be completely neglected. So you then know. So that's my point.
But Dr. Francie, I don't know if you ever heard about Kevin Samuels. He passed away. He was big in the States. He spoke on religion. If the day you got time, Google it.
Oh yes, it's I think is that the African American man who was talking about African American women.
Yes, and the relationship
My
issue.
daughter introduced me to him.
Oh, Kevin Samuels is the godfather. I love the guy. Listen to him.
He was very straight up. I didn't really.
He was brutally honest.
Yes.
But I'm going to say this. I'm going to find a euphemistic way to say this. And Dr. Francis, you're brilliant enough to be able to pick it up and have to explain it into the detail. He was interviewing a young woman. She was approximately 32 years old. And her argument was, no man can please her anymore because she's been with so many men, it become a blur. So he came up with this phrase, he called it vaginal confusion, right? So the point he was trying to get at is, because you made yourself, your interaction with the opposite sex so transactional, like the Prince put it, to the point where now you cannot be comfortable with one person because you don't know how to, not that you don't want to. Did you follow the conversation?
Yeah.
Because, okay, a person's body, especially the receiver, in many instances, which is the woman, it is not fair. It's a double standard, but you cannot make yourself, because every time a woman goes to the man, there is an emotional attachment. There's an emotional attachment. So if you stretch the emotion so much to the point where it's become confused, it discourages you or it prevents you from having a healthy relationship because you don't know how. How can we tell our young women that?
And I think it's possible that some women internalize that confusion so that they won't make an effort. They won't experience, love without transactions. Okay, they won't experience the ability to communicate with other people, so their relationship will be limited on that transactional level because they have internalized that confusion and internalize the message that they tell themselves. I can't experience any kind of close relationship without anybody because I'm incapable. Okay, but they never experienced it, never tried. They don't know what it feels like, and they have seen relationship again to be only a physical matter. And we know that it's not. We know relationship goes beyond that because yes, I bet all of us who's listening here, the first time you met somebody that you like, you experience it, you got a butterfly in your stomach, you got that giggle, you excited. And that's all part of relationship. But as you work together and you stay longer in a relationship, those things are there, but they become a little bit dormant and other important things pop up, like communicating with the person, admiring the scars that's from childbirth, planning, financial planning, lifetime goals. You get into the place where I'm going to be empty nesters. My husband, I sitting there talking about, what are we going to do when the kids leave their house? Or, those kind of things they become romantic, interestingly, or perhaps just even sitting down and just cuddling. It does not have to be about physical issues as much anymore. And the body has a way of telling you that as well, And so that 32-year-old, you may think my life is going to be focused with physical interaction with people Therefore, that's where my confusion is. I feel bad for that person because as she grows age-wise, it's going to be interesting. But again, trauma as sprint start, and then we can deep down and go to that trauma level. There's some trauma I'm hearing as well, Dwala, but I will save that for another day.
Well, Satan, welcome to the show. I'm going to give the show over to you guys. I do understand there is money in Liberia. I'm not saying there is no money in Liberia, but when we talk about money in Liberia, I want it to be around 90% of the population that can eat 3 times a day and meet their basic necessities. If you have 5% of the population, most of whom work in government, there is no money in the country, so to speak. So your concept of money is not government official taking monies that belong to a hospital. He comes to your community, chat to the bar there and say, the man are B-boy. He's not B-boy, he's a thief. He's a rogue. Stanton, welcome to the show. I'm going to give it over to you, brother.
Thank you.
Welcome, Stanton.
How you doing, Mr. Maxwell?
Before you can jump on me, say, oh, man, you work on me.
No, man, I just, I'm not into this too much, plenty sweet talking. When these people have their own family problems, they come on the show. This is a therapist section. This is not a therapeutic intervention about social entanglement, engagement, and relationship building program. No, this is the Spoon Talk, where we come and discuss issues affecting the country. If somebody have marital problem, go and call Mr. Dwalu. Like we saw Mr. Dwalu today on Leo Napoleon show, and they were discussing the issue. That's fine. Go to the 2 a.m. session, and they will counsel you. We are not here to talk about empty net program, and you owe. The children leave the house, they leave the house. I'm not saying that the rich is in O. I'm not saying ABO. I'm just saying when the children have to leave the house, they leave the house. You're gonna keep them forever. Oh, listen. Dwalu have a twins and a beautiful daughter. The 2 gentlemen, the taller than him, they keep him bushy hair like Dwalu. We got a picture with Shoei. And but if they're ready to leave, they leave. Dwalu will be the most happiest man. Glenn Jr., start laughing. I'm talking to you. Yeah, man. Glenny, anytime we get on the show to talk, people are talking about how somebody going to get married, how they will bless this. No. Listen, leave the people.
This is what makes spoon.
Let's talk politics. That's what I can do. When you're finished talking your own agenda way, because you know what? Listen, all I'm saying, the best thing here is Spoon Talk. This is not the 9 p.m., the 10 p.m., going to bed, social love event. Then it plays love music. Baby, when I met you, it was peace unknown. I just when the tank get on. There was moments so high. So we here for that thing.
Oh, you singing love song now?
Love song.
Don't mind let all of that. You see how you bring it.
La vla.
No, listen. I keep it real. The only thing Dwalu and he bunk, how you call it, bomb mines, where he went from, and that the richest thing they didn't do on this show, because that Dwalu and his bomb mine sister-in-law, the only thing they didn't do, they didn't play the love song. So before we go to the program, let's play the love song. Then go back to the 80s and the 90s love song.
But President, we are singing a love song. Play one of President. We are love songs.
No. President, my man.
We are saying love song.
Yeah.
The thing is that everybody come to hear what's going on. We'll be speaking to the Associate Justice Joseph Nangwe, whether he retired, whether he resigned. We'll be placing a call to him. People come to hear the issue about Brussels, what's going on with the embassy. They are towing all the passport in the briefcases, meeting people at the restaurant and cafe. Let's talk about this issue. Let's talk about Musa Dean. How many senators waiting to confirm him? Let's talk about that issue. Let's talk about the people that got burned. Let's talk about something that is trending. I'm not here to sing love song, you make me. Oh, baby, I love your way every day. If you want to do that thing, come back 1 o'clock in the morning when Mr. and Mistress, or he or she, or he or he, or she going to bed. Then come back and we'll listen to you. So, listen to the one. Listen to the one. Just briefly listen to it. This is why they want you guys to listen to. This is why I cannot, in good heaven. Listen,
You ready now? You go to bed now. You go to bed. Now why you want people to listen to? I mean, keep that thing when we're going to bed. When men become man and woman become woman, keep that thing. Or men become man and woman. Whatever your category is. This is the Spoon Talk. Don't put us in Celine Dion. Don't put us in Celine Dion. Let's have some real talk.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, come on, man. Come on. I gotta play one more. I just gotta play one more because I'm frustrated.
You don't enjoy it here now more than us because you're playing.
People calling me. People calling me and saying they're saying, well, what you see in Mr. Dwalu doing? If it's not somebody in a relationship, it's somebody breaking up. We pass that. Wait for 1 a.m., 12 midnight when the children go to bed.
You will not be here.
No, I don't have to be here when the children go to bed. It's like I'm myself. I'm watching my Netflix. I was so happy. And, you know, I watch a nice Netflix movie. It's raining. You hear the rain sound, clack, 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 clack. You know, and you know, your wife is in the bed. You're just, you know, hug each other. And, you know, and talking about the pursuit of happiness. No, man. Now, when you play this kind of song, listen to this.
Yeah, no,
I'm not copyright to the music. Hey, that's why you want us to play, right? Yeah.
Potato green, 4 plus potato green.
Hey, come on, man. Don't do this to us.
The man.
Welcome to the Spoon Talk.
Let's talk Liberia, y'all.
Yeah, we make love. We don't talk love.
Mm.
Any man that can't talk love, he's not a man. He got to make love.
Mm.
He got to add. He got to put his hand, his mind, his body, his soul into it.
The man preaching now. The man guy is Pastor Chi on his neck tonight. The man guy is Pastor Chi on his neck tonight.
I know. love is beautiful. It's a beautiful thing.
Oh my God.
Where you from prophecy? Where you from prophecy? Where you from speaking in tongue? Where there is no love, it's vanity. And you know, and that's what people need to understand. But this is the Spoon Talk. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us. Welcome your brother and your sister. Come on, let's have a great day. We got to make this thing right. Darius Dillon is saying there is no schedule plan for confirmation tomorrow. And he posted that on his page. So we just got to correct the information circling around. There's a confirmation schedule tomorrow. The senator of Musa County, Abraham Darius Dillon, has posted and said there is no schedule confirmation for Musa Dean tomorrow. They are still talking. They are still working. And when there's a schedule, we will tell you. But welcome to Spoon Talk. My sister, Seata Freeman, Gaswa Manawan, Cleopatra, Madia Clark, Apostle, Dr. Espa Walker. Let's welcome Joe Wilson, James Jada. Let's welcome my dear brother, Mr. Dwaru, and the people. Dr. Francine Chinwe Richardson, the Honorable Ambassador himself, the man from Foreign Service, Prince Maxwell. Let's welcome Mohammed that will be joining us, the former Deputy Minister Eugene Lamin Fagon, that of, how you call him, Ed Remy Gray. Our brother Fadiga is not too well, but he's been very, very fine. He's picking up. Sister Fatima, she's doing fine likewise. She's picking up. We'll be having a wonderful program today. Every one of you want to say thank you for joining us. The first thing on this agenda, something serious is happening. When you talk about the associate justice, did he resign? Was it an early retirement? I told you, from my end, I will be placing a call to him. We want to hear him. We asked for the document, his letter to the president and the Supreme Court. We're going to share it with you guys. Because this is the Spoon Talk. And then you can decide. I talk my own, they talk their own, and the Liberian people decide. So welcome to the Spoon Talk. You can join us on Spoon FM, Support FM, Fabric FM, and all of our relays. We want to say it again. We are just starting 5 o'clock on the dot, 10 p.m. in La I dare anyone get try. The only network giving you the information right now in the country. Any other thing you listen to, just turn it down. Listen to Spoon, listen to Super, and listen to Fabric. We are the biggest, and we'll remain the biggest. May God bless you. May God keep you. We have a wonderful, beautiful program today. First on the agenda, my brother, let me start with you, Mr. Duadu. This issue about, I know we'll be placing a call to him, but the issue about Frank Musa Dean, do you think he has to vote? Real quick, let's do our intro. We'll be talking about Frank Musa Dean and the letter to the president of the Supreme Court from the Associate Justice. We'll be placing a call to him. We're also going to be discussing the very important issue on the table right now. I want to add one more there because I just got this information. I want to add this one there. Maybe it will help if we have time. If not, thank you very much, Jadon. I passed the message. If not, then we can move on. But I'd like to add our conversation for today. The embassy in Europe, Brussels, they shut it down. We get all the document for 6,400 euro. They shut down the Liberian embassy. Yeah, I say, I got a document for 6,000. Hey man, don't call me, man. No, don't call me. For 6,400 euro. If you do the math and the conversion, you will find only for 7,100. Liberia under President George Manawia couldn't pay 7,100 and they closed the embassy down. But they sold the land, and we got a picture of the land. We got a video of the land. They sold the land for 300,000, but they couldn't pay 7,100 US. Euro money at 6,400. Can you imagine? Well, come on. You know, when we come to this thing, we tell the people, they say, I want you to understand because I will share the information with you. For 6,400 euro, they closed the Liberian embassy down. So everybody that worked to the Liberian embassy, wait for me, let me show you something.
And watch Nathan out there.
And I have the picture. If you want your passport, it's right here. It's in the briefcases, it's in the suitcases. You can meet them. You can meet them at a cafe or the restaurant or Burger King or McDonald's to go get your passport. I'm not kidding you.
Wow.
I'm saying facts. I'm going to share with you documents that they are traveling with because they shut down the Liberian embassy in Europe, Brussels. You can see them with their briefcases. Duadu, you want your paper? Come meet me to McDonald's. I will give it to you.
I get my echo.
But let's have a show, guys. It's a serious issue. Let's talk, Duadu. Your intro.
Yeah, look, Senator Denon, welcome to the show. My sister Yvonne, we welcome you always, man. Siata Tembe, love having you on, girl. But I would say this, man, Stanton, we know over the last 6 years, our country has been nothing but child's play. Not just in Brussels, but all across the globe.
I didn't put the TV on. The TV came on by itself.
Yeah, you probably sit in the remote, my man. Mute yourself. You probably sit in the remote.
I wish, sir.
So we know over the last 6 years, everything about that real foreign mission has been a play. Nothing has been taken seriously. Our most respected mission in Europe is all gone. The land is gone. We're talking about confirmation at home when nothing is working. Since my biggest thing for my intro today is President Weah has not officially spoken about a fire in Total, and that disturbs me. Okay, he has not released anything. He has not come up formally. I know he's been doing this for the last 6 years. It doesn't matter what tragedy happens in the country, from the mine in Nima County when that happened to deaths across the country. President Weah doesn't speak to these issues. He's not going to speak to the fire, especially now that he is lost. What have we become? That question, we got to answer it. I will let Prince come in. Maybe he got a better insight than I do. So,
well, I mean, good evening to our audience. Yeah, hope you guys are doing okay. Hope you all and your family are okay after the Christmas and getting you guys prepared for the new year. It's unfortunate that we have to be bringing you guys this news because as you all know, we love our country. But let me just start by saying that the embassy, the issue that is taking place in our foreign service and at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is sad. It's very sad because millions of dollars have been spent to reform the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and millions of dollars have been poured in to our foreign service over the years so as to have a better approach to re-engage in the international community. And we're seeing that those efforts that were made are falling apart like a house of cards at the moment. This goes to the deep-rooted decade of rottenness that we now have in our country that we need to fix. The chicken is now coming home to roost. So as a result of that, we are going to feel all of those things that we overlook. Diplomacy is expensive. Protecting your sovereignty is expensive. That's what makes a nation. That's what makes Liberia a nation. And we cannot turn our back on that. We cannot turn our backs to what is happening within the Foreign Service, and we cannot turn our backs to what is happening at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I'm grateful that Dr. Kone and the rest of the group that are coming in who have tremendous experience on this issue are now looking at ways to address those deep-seated issues that we have. The second part is the Associate Justice that we'll be talking to today. For me, it is his right. It is his fundamental right to resign. I have no qualm with that. I don't see any problem with the Associate Justice of Namwe that I have high respect for. He has the right to step aside and give the next generation the chance to take on the mantle of justice in Liberia. What I do have a problem with is the way in which President Weah has harnessed this opportunity and the intent behind it, and the way in which he has decided to wield that constitutional power that the Constitution has granted his presidency. That I have a problem with. I also have a fundamental problem with Honorable Musa Dean. I think each and every Liberian should have a problem with him even accepting that nomination. I think it speaks to a lot of things that the Weah administration is trying to sweep under the rug to make such an appointment. If you look at Musa Dean's portfolio in the Republic of Liberia in terms of governance, he is at the pinnacle of decision-making in Liberia. And here we are trying to push him into an immunity position when we need accountability in the Republic of Liberia at this moment going forward. What the message that is being said to Liberian people right now in such a way is that we don't care about accountability. So as the result of that, those that need to be accountable to Liberian people and going forward, we need to put them in places where Liberian people will not be able to get accountability. And I have a problem with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Francis. I'm going to come to you, but I want to make this, guys, when I say president, we are addressing the country. I'm not talking about some publication on the executive mansion website. I want the president to come out, speak about it, take some questions from the press, like a proper president will, showing concern for the population. That's what I mean, not some publication. Dr. Francis.
Yeah, Dwalu, I'm actually happy that you bring up these social issues, despite I think Stanton is sometimes joking when he comes on the show because he really wants to talk politics. I believe that there is an interrelationship between our social issues and politics, especially when we start the conversation talking about how much does it cost to wear this and that, all of those things somehow affect our economy, and also how we see men and women in the culture, their status, their identity is also affect Liberia as a whole, our identity as Liberians. So thank you for bringing those topics up. I'm sure Stanton is playing around, although I know he tends to be very, very focused on politics, which is okay as well. I want to actually say that I miss Jemima Woollacoli. I see her commenting here. I also miss Fatima. Fatima, I wish you well. I hope that you feel better. Miss Woollacoli, I'm looking forward to seeing you come back. I got used to having both of you here with me. So it makes a difference when you guys are here in the way that I feel. Um, and I also want to just say today's topic, the appointment or should I say, the nomination of Musa Dean, it's going to be something that we're going to tease out. I believe that's really interesting that President Weah, after sending a notification out there, asking people not to make any new appointments, asking people not to hire anybody, asking people not to spend any significant amount of money after a certain threshold, would today come and make a nomination. He may argue that it's urgent. Justice Name resigned, so he had to do this. That's something that we can play around with. Is it really urgent? That's the question that we have to ask. I mean, are there other underlying motives that Prince suggested that he's making this appointment? Does he want to say, and Prince, I'm going to steal your word a little bit. Is he sending a message like, I have the government, I still have the government. You may be elected. The people may have elected you, but I still have the government. Is that what he's trying to say? Or I will not leave this out. Is this Unity Party suggestion? Do they want Musa Dean? So these are all questions that are playing around in my head. Lastly, this embassy stuff concerns me, Prince Maxwell and Dwalu. I believe that I read in our chat room that there's another situation that is on the rise
in Sweden.
In Sweden, oh
yes, I have researched the information. Yep.
And we'll be discussing that today. But Liberians, just buckle up because there are things happening in Europe with our embassy, with our buildings. These buildings have been, and I can say that because I have some connections with the diplomatic code. These buildings have been in the possession of Liberia for a long time. This is not today's story. And so these buildings are being sold for nothing, and then we are struggling to pay rent. This doesn't add up to me at all. That's how unpatriotic whoever did that is very unpatriotic. So that's what I would say. Stenton, I'm going to circle back to you.
You coming through, Stenton, or are you having some difficulties? There you go.
You guys can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
We can hear you now.
Go ahead.
You guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, you're sticking a little bit, but you're good.
No, my internet is. Let me work on the internet.
Yeah, okay. And guys, if you're in the back, we are hearing that the radio stations are off. If you guys want to check in, let us know to make sure the radio stations are back on. We appreciate it. But Prince, you come in and tell us a little bit about the foreign mission in Sweden, etc.
Well, the foreign mission in Sweden, according to the information I've gathered, was, the archive of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs can prove this, right?
Yeah, we go.
Okay. Okay, great.
I hope the archive of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs can prove this. According to information I've been gathered, Liberia had a diplomatic mission in Sweden in 2004. It was opened in 2004. And I do have Liberians living in Sweden getting in contact with me and informing me that the building does exist. And that right now the building is in a very deplorable condition. That the building was sold, but the Swedish government, on behalf of Liberia, took the building back. Now, I do not have any concrete information because I tried to find the address of where the embassy could have been located. According to the information that I gathered from my research, the two diplomatic enclave that the embassy could have possibly been at. And then I reached out to a few individuals in Sweden, and they pointed out it's true. There was a diplomatic mission for Liberia in Sweden. The building was sold. The Swedish government reclaimed the building on behalf of Liberia. The building is there. someone from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs who has direct information about this will have to come up and clarify that information. And that Liberia needs to pay attention because the building is right now in a very deplorable condition.
And Masri, let me come back to you because I'm curious today. I'm pretty sure most people in the audience are also curious about it. Liberia's building in a country belongs to the Republic of Liberia, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay.
It's a sovereign property.
Can Dr. Francine, as an ambassador to Sweden, unilaterally sell that building? How is that possible?
No, it's not possible. It should never. There are many for any. I mean, for my learning of foreign relations as it pertains to missions, right? There are many loopholes that you have to go through, loops that you have to go through in order to even think about that. Now, you have the president, you have the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, you have the Senate Committee on Foreign Relations. Before an embassy is bought, it's placed in a budget, and that has to go to the Senate the Senate Committee on Foreign Relations for approval of where that embassy will be located and everything else. There are lots and lots of diplomatic communication that is done. I think the most important person who will give you full knowledge, because he's my higher ranking officer, will be the former Deputy Minister Elias Shonian. He's very versed in this area because his responsibility was to be responsible for all foreign missions as Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs. So he understands the protocol as it pertains to the opening of foreign missions, the location of foreign mission, and the processes that go into buying a foreign mission. He understands that 100%.
Okay, but then Prince, so is it fair to say it is impossible to sell one of our buildings abroad without home approval in that process?
It's impossible. It's impossible.
So whoever sold our so-called land in Brussels had to get the approval from Morovia.
Absolutely.
So so there's a tracking mechanism there. So
yes,
the fact that somebody say, "Oh, Mawani did sign the paper," it's not just Mawani. It has to come from the Foreign Ministry, even as high to the Senate Committee on Foreign Affairs has to approve that process.
It has to. If the Senate Foreign Relations Committee is aware of it, then fine. If they are not aware of it, then it means the sale of the land is illegal because it has to be approved by them.
Okay. I just want to make sure that Stanton, we'll go over back to you, man. Let's carry this thing through. Text it one more time to see if you can come through.
We can't hear you.
Yeah, he's still struggling.
I'm not good now.
You're good. Okay? You're good. You're good.
Okay.
Yeah. We're not even hearing the ground right now. Yeah, you okay? You okay?
Yeah, something strange. Yeah, well, something strange happening though. I mean, they get some maybe. I don't know.
What if you get real or
happen because when Eduardo is on this show, he tempering with mine that, but let's manage it because
we just lost you.
Yeah.
And you skipping. You're not coming in fluent.
Am I back now? I'm lost and found.
You're fine right now.
Okay. All right.
So let's try it. I mean, you've been bien. You got something real. I know you've been eating. Oh, he's going again. Look, Prince, I still want to understand the foreign mission. Dr. Francine.
Let me just read you something I just received from somebody very important. Okay. He said here, I'm asking whether I should say his name, but he said here, it is sad. We fought to recover that building when it was fraudulently sold. This is somebody who is very versed in the negotiation that was ongoing and telling us on Spoon TV, asking me to communicate that it was very, very sad.
Wow.
I'm asking him as to whether I should be able to talk about, call his name right now so that I can say it directly. But yes, it is true. We had our building there, and whatever look, Stanton is becoming a reoccurring theme in our diplomatic cycle that we are neglecting our diplomatic properties. It is not just Brussels. It is not just the US. And it's not just in Europe. You go to Africa, you find the same thing happening. There is a consistency of this. And it pains me because I will fight anybody for my profession. I know what I went through. I know who I stood under. I know those astute diplomats that spoke to me about diplomacy. And I will be jealous of it because we need to protect Liberia. So I would apologize to no one for standing up for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. No one. Because I took an oath to serve my country.
Thank you, Steve. I mean,
we have to figure out how to stop this consistency of neglecting our foreign properties, as if to say we didn't spend money to do that. The land in Brussels were bought in almost the 1960s. I have information here that the last ambassador in our place was in 1984. He and his wife, the wife contacted me to let me know. And I provided the information to center on this.
Imagine such a cost now. Hey, my brother Stephen, welcome to the show. You can come in with your 1 or 2 minute intro. I don't know what world all you guys. Your internet's taking too. Stephen, you're here, right? You're not back home. You're in the DMV area, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. My man, come in with your 2 minute, whatever you gotta say, get the tongue wet.
Oh, I thought you guys were. Let me say good afternoon to everybody. I mean, a lot been happening beyond back home, especially in terms of the politics. I see that today there was a session on the Senate, presided over by the outgoing Vice President Drew Howard Taylor. We witnessed something that we've not seen within our politics very often. One government changing to the next government has not been something very consistent in our body politic over the last 80 years. Within that period, we've only witnessed this being the second transition over the last 80 years. That being said, it's something we've talked about here times without number about the fact that there's a need for us to have a transition plan, a transition law, an office primarily established for presidential transition. The reason I say this is the period between the elections and when inauguration is held is a very short window. And the enormity of the tax between elections and inauguration cannot be attained within that short window. For example, in the US, you have an office exclusively for transition, presidential transition. Now, for them, transition begins in the election year, in January of the election year. That's when the pre-transition activity begins. And so they start to work on all of what will happen during the transition. So as you progress towards the elections in November, then they have they got pre-transition, then the transition begins. So the goal here is by the time they hit the elections and they are over, they start now to work on the first 100 appointment that the US president will make. They start now to even do pre-lobbying at the Senate to ensure that they're confirmed, so that the government cannot be held in a stalemate because they're not confirmed. So there's a whole cascading effect of transition that must happen in Liberia, depending on when we host the second phase of the elections could also eat into the time. Like in our case, we had a runoff in November that by the 20th, the 17th, 20th, before final results were announced. So technically, you only left with a month and a few days to complete that transition process. So I think it's something we should now begin to look at. I hope some of our lawmakers can push for two things to happen. One, a transition law so that it safeguards the country resources. It also prevents bloating the payroll between that period and also obligating the new government. That way we have a smooth transition, or else in the long run, you could have a very, very, very dangerous leader who could, on the eve of transition, obligate the country on so many fronts, even though it's within their legal rights to do, but that could undermine the smooth transition. And this is why we said yesterday, and I'll close on this, that it is not against the law for the president to make any appointment within this window, but on the basis of respectability, on the basis of expediency and the value for continuance, and giving the new government that opportunity for them to be able to tweak their agenda in ways that will benefit the country. It is advisable that you allow them to make those nominations. So I just thought I needed to talk about these two key issues. Thank you.
Senator, can you hear
Thank
us?
you for opening it.
Yeah, but Dr. Francine, go ahead.
Yeah. I heard the pain in your voice, Maxwell, about the treatment of different foreign missions around the country and around the world. It's really sad that once upon a time, Liberia was like the beacon of democracy, of hope. People admire us. We had the strongest relationship with the United States, the biggest superpower in the world. And now today, as you're saying, we're selling our really, really well-established buildings that could accrue a lot of money for us if we needed to. We are now selling those buildings and operating, as Tintin would say, from a black pocketbook or brief bag or a brief bag or something like that. So, it's sad, but I'm not surprised in a way, because if you look at Liberia's foreign policy over the past 6 years, did we have any relationship with other countries that will tend to support anything in our country? We were moving towards an isolationist point of view. I don't know if it was because the insecurity of this government in interacting with the outside world, or the incompetency interacting with the outside world. But for a while, I think in terms of foreign relationship was stagnant. We didn't move. It was just the last years we've just been there. So I hope that this new government will be able to reach out to the world, will be able to take an inventory of what we have out there in Europe, in the United States, in Africa, and then we can begin to rebuild our foreign relationship, because it's very important. I mean, I can imagine, like, back in the 60s, how the value of just Liberia passport, if you had a Liberia passport, the value of that, now all of that is gone to perhaps 0%. So yes, that's kind of what I wanted to say. I'm sure we're going to have a spirited conversation today about what's going on in our country. So it's great being here with you guys.
Okay, Stanton, my brother Bowtie Weary Mommy, you want to come in with 1 or 2 minute or so intro?
Yeah, I think we should go to business.
Let me just see whether you guys can hear me. Can you hear me?
Good. Yeah, you're good now.
Am I good now?
You're flowing just right. Everything seems to be working. So we'll give it back to you, Stanton. Remember, it's all set.
Stanton,
you're coming. Take it over.
Yeah, sure. Let Mame go ahead.
Okay, Mame, coming.
Mame, go ahead. Go ahead. Your intro, the conversation you saw.
Yeah, we've made our position clear on these issues. We can go into the details. I said before, if a government establishes that maintaining a property is costing the government more than selling it, or if the value of selling the property is more, it's reasonable than to keep it, there's no problem selling it. I don't have problem with that. What I have problem with is selling the property and diverting the money into places that you can account for, or selling your property and you can't even pay your rent. So those are things we have problem with. But it is just a piece of the puzzle of the entire issue around foreign relations and the cost of maintaining foreign service and the benefit we're getting as a country. I think we need to look into that more critically. What are we spending on foreign relations? What are we getting in return as a country? How can we minimize and reduce costs on foreign service and maximize the benefit of building these relationships? Do we need the embassies all over the places? Is there a way we can? That's not my area, but I'm just thinking about the way we're struggling as a country to pay rent, the way we're struggling to pay foreign service employees. I have friends, I have schoolmates who work in the foreign service. I know some of them tell me sometimes 3-4 months they don't take pay. They live on credit.
Jesus.
Sometimes they even give them eviction notice from the places they live. Maxwell can speak to that. So if we're struggling this way to maintain, because presence is important, but presence with dignity is even more important. It's not just good to be somewhere and people looking at you as a laughing stock. Your diplomats cannot pay their rent. They are doing Uber. Your diplomats cannot, have their salaries on time. So if we as a country is struggling this much to pay employees in foreign service, to pay for rent in foreign service to the point where it's disgracing us as a country, can we come back and have a sober reflection and say, oh, this thing is costing us too much. We cannot afford it. So since we cannot afford this much, let's try to streamline. Let's try to make adjustment such that we maintain foreign relationship without embarrassment, so that we maintain foreign relationship that we can afford, and that diplomats that are deployed in those different places, when they appear places, they appear with pride and dignity. They appear with value. That respect is there. Rather than just having people floating all over the place, no value, no dignity, you can't pay rent, you can't pay them on time. Let's assess our ability, our capacity as a country to maintain all these embassies and all these employees across the country, and determine whether we are getting benefit from doing that, or whether we can maintain it, or whether we need to make adjustment downward. That would be my comment on the broad issue around foreign relations.
I agree. And Colonel Gray, I'm going to have you come in for your 2 minutes. I've always said this. Most countries that I've traveled to that are third world related, they do visa upon arrival. I don't know what Liberia is suffering yourself with this visa thing. Do it upon arrival, we will make more money that way. Colonel Gray, your 2 minutes.
Just 2 minutes on anything.
Oh yeah, on anything. Your intro. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I read from Mr. Senator Dillon today that at least there's no confirmation is scheduled for Musa. Attorney General Musa that is looking at becoming one of the associate justices of our country. And that's good news for me, because I think our intention is not to see this guy in further authority. We know he's the bad man of the current regime, so he's going to be an insider when we're ready to dig deep into the past 6 years. So he could use his presence on the bench, Supreme Court bench, as a weapon to prevent us from going further. So we need him to be out when his tenure is over with the Ministry of Justice. The new regime at least will be able to get into the past, and those kinds of people will not stand in the way of getting into the past. And another thing is, again, the tragic death of, I see the number rising out there. I think last I saw was 50 people. That's a whole lot. Even though Mema Briggs, I want to say, probably came on here yesterday and said she heard from, the president. I don't know whether that happened, but I'll take her for a word. But the Liberian folks, as usual, have not heard from the president. When these kinds of tragedy happen, we have to be able to get to the bottom of it. And the first voice of comfort would be that of the president. We don't have a president that is compassionate about people's lives, and so as a result, you know, people are left mourning on their own, because the president leads the way
in condolences, maybe ordering for the flag of the republic to, fly half staff or so on and so forth. But we'll have a president who those things mean nothing to him. And but again, I'm hoping that the family that were affected by this situation, the tragedy, continue to console them, and may the good Lord, step in to help them this time of mourning, to help them, get along. But Mr. Weir is no help, so I can't wait for him to leave office. Thank you so much.
About good?
Yeah, Senator, it's all yours, man. Over to you.
Man, I'm working on this thing. Somebody playing game with my internet. That will happen before. I suspecting who that person may be.
Fangon?
I believe it's Fagon. On a very serious note. Yeah, he almost said how some.
You always accuse Fangon.
No, that's not Josh. It's Fagon. It's Fagon. He doing this to me because he's not on seriously. But guys, I want to show you guys something because I'm trying to bring in the medical stuff also that we can discuss about the fire issue. But the internet is driving me crazy, and that of the station. So I don't know whether they are in studio. I would call Representative Bridge that we can discuss in the back. But let me bring to your attention to our photo. We say thank you for being patient. Now let's begin to show these documents, which is so important. This is the first document from the embassy. As you can see, it's in the chat room. I believe you have it too, Stevie. The first document, I would ask anybody to read this document. It's very important. These people have been asking for their money, their rent money. They've been begging. You owe us, you pay our money, you pay our money, you pay our money. Kemaya and the rest of the foreign service team refuse to pay the people money. I want you guys to share. Let's read it. They refuse. This thing didn't start 2 weeks ago like people want us to believe. Oh, it started 2 weeks ago. No, it didn't. I have the honor most respectfully to present my compliment and refer you to service communication rating in the ministry regarding the status of the mission. There's so many. There were so many communication. So many, not one, not two, not three. Billions communication they wrote. But every time you find out that they go ahead to ignore. The only thing Kemaya secretary would say, noted. Every time they send a communication, the individual will say noted. The people have been begging for the money. They've been asking, say, we want our money. They reached out to Stephen Johnson. Stephen Johnson said, I am not at the foreign service. I do not work for George Manor. We are neither in his government. But Dimas Kamaya, on a serious note, been playing deaf ear. This is November 25th, 2023, the last communication before they close the entire building. If anybody tells you they put renovating, a lie, because I got all the document. It's not about renovation. It's about the fact that since last year, the amount they're supposed to pay is 6,400 and change euro. You do the math. That would be 7,100 US. 6,400 and change. But let's read. Honorable Minister, you will recall that since November 9, 2022, I tell y'all, since last year, I just said it. Please read the letter, and Aaron, please share this thing. Share it to everybody in the whole world. Let us see it. We have communicated with your office on several occasions about the landlord decision not to renew our rental contract and to vacate the building at the end of November 2023. Guys, 1 year. Y'all have the document. I don't want you to get the document. I can share. In school, when I'm passing the test, I share with everybody. Okay, listen to this. And the security deposit charges, delinquent payment payment of rent and other bills owed landlord of our cancer. And listener, delinquent people that can speak. When you are delinquent in this country, what they do to you? when you cannot pay the first month, the second month, the third month. But this is 1 year. Since November, can somebody read it, daughter? I think stupid. Because I really want us to read this thing. Let the people in the radio land listen to it. I'm on the third paragraph.
Okay, let me come to you. See, you're on the third paragraph, right?
Yeah.
Mr. Minister, you will also note in few of our communications sent to you, we inform you that this matter was brought to your attention of the Belgian Foreign Public Service Office, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Belgium. Excellency, you will recall as well that you were reminded of this long overdue amount and subsequently requested payment approval, which have been to no avail. You want to explain, Stanton, or you want to keep reading?
No. Let me I beg you. You're too diplomatic when you're reading this thing. The people in radio land want to hear Zico. They don't want to hear Celine Dion.
Yeah, read it.
So let's go back to this thing because we missed a very important part.
Yeah.
In the amount of $56,891.49. Now do the math, folks. Do the math. From November 2022 to this November 2023, that 1 year, the bill owing the people €6,400 with interest, security deposit, and other charges. Bring that amount up to 56,000. That means, and I'm not the one. I didn't register. I didn't. So I want you to pay attention. You will ask where Steno get it from. We got sources in the foreign ministry that sent this to us. €56,891.49. That's why George Banawea and the people refused to pay to keep the Liberia embassy. That embassy is very close to the European mission, very close to the people of it. It's a walking distance, a strategic point. George Weah said they didn't get money to pay. Kemaya said they didn't get money to pay. Now listen. From November 2022 to December 2023, and the decision by the owner of the building to renovate their property and request all tenants to leave. You know, diplomatic, they won't say because we paid it. Just put in that one there and say renovation. I got another paper I will share with you. Honorable Minister, in view of the above, I am pleased to inform that as at December 1st, 2023, we will have no physical presence of our embassy in Brussels. No physical presence. They complaining to Kemaya. They said we will not have nowhere to be. We will be on the street. They are telling Kemaya that please help us. We know it's election time. You're giving millions of dollars away to win election. But please give us $56,000. Kemaya put on the document. I will show you that document. He had to his secretary, he says, noted. That was the only answer Kemaya gave. Your staff, oh. I gotta take this one, guys. We gotta revert. I got the associate justice on the phone. Guys, we'll come back to this. It's important. Let's bring in. Good evening. I'm here, Stanton speaking. Good evening.
Okay, yeah, hold on 1 minute. You will come up.
All right. Guys, I'm sorry for the switch. But we got to bring in the Associate Justice, Joseph Nangbe. Yes, sir.
So as we wait, just share the show. If you're just joining us, we are transitioning to talk to the Associate Justice Nanwe. We're just talking about the embassy issues, but because of where the justice is and his availability to speak to us, we're going to switch to hearing from him.
Because thank you, Dr. Richardson. The internet is switching on him. I really want to bring him on to give us a brief information. We have some of the document. Once we get to that story, but they're trying to reconnect with the Justice Nangbe. Let's finish this letter very quick. I beg you, it is important because I will pay attention to this. Please do me a favor, Brother Eduardo, and read this. Finish it for us, please.
Okay, let me read it from on the screen. Hopefully I can see it. Third paragraph. Well, Don, Excellency, you will recall as well that you were reminded of this long overdue amount and subsequently requested payment approval, which has been to no avail. Honorable Minister, in view of the above, I am pleased to inform that as of December 1st, 2023, we will have no physical presence of our chancery in Brussels, Belgium, meaning we will have no work from home. We will have to work from home until we can secure another building, and this will only be possible after we have paid the balance owed our current property owner, as Belgian law requires previous landlord consent before acquiring another lease. Wow. So Stanton, just to break this down, my people, you owe somebody that you ain't like bro, you owe somebody, you go to the different store. No, the person where you owe before the person gotta say you let that man rent somewhere else before they can give it to you. So if you don't pay that man before, they can't allow you to rent anything in Belgium. That is people law. So you can't go leave somebody you owe it, then you go different place. You can't borrow nothing anywhere. I let it kind of lawyer by way. Let me continue. Honorable Minister, I once again request your urgent attention to this matter as was stated in our many communications to avoid this situation that has already availed itself in this manner. As you are aware, the European Union is our major economic partner, and such situation does not in any way put us in a good position. Please, I can't even see that one, I stated.
All right, so you say, please accept, Mr. Minister, the renewed assurances of my highest consideration and esteem. Now, this was sent November 27, 2023. They received it. The reply was noted. Nothing was done, folks. Nothing. Nothing whatsoever. Nothing. All right, again, let's try this again, guys. One more time. Yeah, hello? Thank you very much, the Honorable Associate Justice Joseph Nagbe. Thank you for joining us today. Welcome, sir. How you doing?
Thank you. I'm trying.
Thank you very much. It's good to hear you for a very long time. We wish you well. The conversation, as you know, you are on Spoon Talk. Everyone with all the panelists. We appreciate you taking the time, at least giving us 5 minutes to talk to you, sir. We received information about a letter that you either resign or early retirement. The reason of our call to you is to please make it known exactly your position. Did you resign or did you retire? Can you help talk to us? Liberians listen to you, sir.
Thank you very much. I didn't resign. I wrote a letter asking for voluntary retirement, early retirement, which the government granted. So I didn't resign.
Thank you very much, Justice Nangwe. So, can you give us the exact date it was written? And when was it delivered to the President or the Supreme Court? The date? Thank you, sir. Guys, again on the phone is the Associate Justice Joseph Nagbe.
The letter was written to the 1st of June, of December. The letter was written December 21st.
Thank you.
The letter was written December 21st. It is clear, its content, that I did not resign, or to rather put in early retirement, which the government granted.
When you honor durers, were you honor any special obligation to retire early, sir? What led to your early retirement, please?
No, only due to my health situation. I'm not well. Really, I'm not well. I left the country. I left the bench for almost since 8 months ago. I cannot appear in court, and the job there on the Supreme Court bench is very huge. I cannot keep my friends so worried about the work of the Supreme Court while I'm away. So I decided on my own, without any duress, without any force, I decided to resign. I mean, not to resign, but to request early retirement. And if you are interested, during the day, I can see a copy of a letter of request for early retirement.
We'll do one more question because we understand you are not well, so we don't want to keep you too long. And I would like to ask just one question, please. You can comment, please.
Can comment?
I'm sorry, Honorable. Just one more question, and we will excuse you. Thank you for joining us. Duado, you want to come in?
Yeah, I just got a quick question for the justice. I hope he's doing very well. The justice mentioned that he's been away for about 8 months. Has he been taking pay for that duration from the government of Liberia? Senator, if you can relay that.
Yes, Justice Nangbe. The question is, while you were away for 8 months.
Of course, I've been in front of government, so there is an obligation to pay me. This cannot continue. In my mind, in my real self, it cannot continue. That you are now working and you are taking government salary. So based on that, I consulted our family and I requested voluntary.
How well was it taken by the president, Your Honor? What message you have for the Liberian people, sir? Your final message. Hello? Hello? All right, I think we are losing internet connection.
And Senator, when he comes back, ask him, if the government funding the medical bills.
Hello? Okay, guys. We have to let go of Justice Nangbe. We hope to have him back, but I think it's an honor to have him on our show, and we appreciate the 5 minutes or so that he spent with us. He is not too well. Again, we pray God's help and healing hands upon him. But here we are. We have copy of the 2 documents that were sent, one to the Chief Justice and one to the President. We're going to switch over and read these documents for Liberians to hear it. But in his own word, Justice Nangbe said that was early retirement. Now the word is listening. Everyone is they are following us. Let's go ahead into the first letter. As you can see, this is the letter. There we go. This is the letter to Honorable CNN Yo, the first letter. I think I shared this in the chat room. If not, please let me know if it is not there. Because when I came on the show, I shared this to with everyone. If it is not there, 1 minute, guys. 1 minute. Let me share with you guys quick.
It's not there.
Yep. So, Stanton, why are you doing that? Maybe Fagon will know about this. I won't. Do you think the government was also funding the Honorable Justice medical bills over there? I'm not suggesting whether it's wrong or not. I believe that's something that people need to know. Fagon, do you think the government was funding that bill, the medical bills?
Well, thank you, Darlu, and good evening to everyone. Good evening to our people in Radio Land, wherever you are. Special greetings from me to everybody. The government does have insurance policies for government employees. I do not know to the extent to which his medical bills were being funded, but I can tell you definitely the Chief Justice have a government insurance that all of us, when I was deputy minister, they will tell you got 2 companies to sign up with, and you can sign up with any one of them, and then you go to the hospital. Whether that extended internationally or he exceeded the capped amount, I wouldn't be able to say. But yes, government employees of the government are offered insurance, and I was one of those who had insurance. Of course, I never ever used it, but they had to take it from the paycheck.
All right, so let's do this real quick. Fagon, thank you for coming. Thank you for joining us, as always, late comers. Let's do this real quick. Let's read this letter, which is so important too. Her Honor, CNN Yo. This is very important. You guys have it. It's in the chat room. You have it, Stephen, since you are not in the chat room yet. Then we have another letter that will be going to President George Manuel Weah. But let's read this. The reason that you found that ingrained, hence my request for an early retirement. You have it, Stephen Johnson, is in your WhatsApp. So let's read this letter. I present my compliments, and by this communication, request for an early retirement from the Supreme Court bench of the Republic of Liberia. If you can recall, Your Honor, I have been out of the bailiwick of Liberia for the period of 8 months to seek medical attention for my ill health. But it has now become evidence that that the healing process to my recovery will take a longer period than expected, and therefore cannot allow my physical presence in the chambers of the Honorable Supreme Court of Liberia in the soonest. Hence, my request for an early retirement. My regards to the rest of our colleagues, and wish you well as you provide access to justice and strengthen the rule of law in our republic. Joseph N. Nangbe, Associate Justice, Supreme Court of Liberia. This was sent directly on the 21st, 2023, 21st of December. May it please, Your Honor. Now, there's a copy that went over to President Weah. The reason why we want you to understand, take picture, there you go. His Excellency George Manuel Weah Sr., President Republic of Liberia. Your Excellency, I present my compliments, and by this communication, request for an early retirement from the Supreme Court bench of the Republic of Liberia. If you can recall, Excellency, I have been out of the bailiwick of the Republic of Liberia for a period of 8 months to seek medical attention for my ill health. But it has now become evident that the healing process to my recovery will take a longer period than expected, and therefore cannot allow my physical presence. Chamber, stop calling us, please. When we're on the show, stop calling us. We will block you because that's not right. Us, please. Don't do that. All right, let me go back. Let me firstly express gratitude for your preferment of me in 2018 to join other Liberian citizens to serve on the Supreme Court bench of our country, to provide access to justice and strengthen the rule of law in our republic And secondly, your enormous support, especially your financial assistance to help me seek medical attention, bro, during this difficult period of my life. God bless your excellency. Joseph N. Nangbe, Associate Justice, Supreme Court, Republic of Liberia. There you have it, guys. Let's take a peek to these two great letters that were sent by Justice Nangbe. Let's take a snap at it real quick. Dr. Richardson, you go first.
Yes, I pray that the justice feel better wherever he is, and I wish him a speedy recovery. I was a little bit concerned and really touched and didn't even want to ask him any
Go ahead,
questions.
Prince. Please mute.
My concern is 8 months. That is a long time for a justice to be away from the bench and not resigning. I believe he plays a critical role in the legal process of Liberia, and to hear that he is saying that he didn't know that his recovery was going to take so long. That's why he asked for early retirement. There's something about just being away for 8 months that isn't settling right with me. Those are my thoughts on that.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Mr. Dwalu?
My thing is, look, anybody can get sick. We all can fall prey to this. But by the same token, we have to be fair to the people of Liberia. These are not something that are cheap. If the justice were in the country and using Liberian medical system, I can say, okay, the insurance will cover that for some time, maybe 4 months, 5 months. But if the government is paying you for, I don't know any company here that would just pay you for 8 months in the developed world where they got a lot of resources and pay for your medical bill for that duration of time. It disadvantages the country. You can get sick, you can use your insurance, but I think you should be held liable for your own medical needs at some point. The government of Liberia cannot be responsible to that extent. Let the insurance cover it in country. But if you're funding your own bill overseas, by all means, please do that. We got to be fair to Liberia. That's what I'm saying. Use JFK, use Johnson F. Hospital in the country.
Thank you, Stephen Johnson.
Thank you. I think, let me first say speedy recovery to the Associate Justice. Wish him well. I think two things that I will yield. The first thing is whether we have that, the position of Associate Justice is not one of the positions that you can telecommute. You cannot work as a telecommuter. It is a more practical and engaged position where you're actively involved with the law. You're making decisions on critical and controversial issues. We've seen the Supreme Court in the last year or so come down with several rulings. My understanding is that, and that was the question I wanted to ask, how involved was the justice, especially being away in those critical decision-making process that require his active involvement and participation. And so whether or not other Liberians who are within the employ of the government also do have that kind of flexibility. For instance, can an ordinary civil servant be away from duty for 8 months and still receive salary for being away and still receive full compensation? I don't know. I don't know whether our law allows that for ordinary civil servants. So if a janitor took sick and is away for 8 months, how regular will his pay be? And the second thing also I'd like to stress on is the timing of the resignation. You can clearly see that it has political undertone. Being away 8 months and you're only asking for resignation 2 weeks to the change of a new administration is clearly intended to give the current administration the opportunity to nominate your replacement. I will have thought that the justice will say, will resign maybe, let's say in January, or maybe, this is just 1 week to January, so that we can begin to see the political undertone. But as it stands, even though he's arguing about being it's an early retirement, I still believe that it has strong political undertone. that you can clearly see that his decision was influenced to a larger extent. The reason I say this is you see that the period between the nomination of his replacement and when his letter was issued cannot give any president enough time to make a nomination to the Supreme Court based on merit and clear evaluation of choices. December 21st, he resigned. He tenders in his early retirement request. I don't see any communication from the president approving that request, which should also be documented. Also, too, I don't see any communication from the Chief Justice acknowledging the receipt of that request. This is December 21st. So let's assume December 21st, the president received the letter. He acts on it. Now, 4 days later, the president already has a nomination in Musa Dean, who we all know has been very involved within the semester operation of this government over the last 6 years. So I can clearly see. So those are my initial thoughts, Stenta. Thank you.
All right. Mama, can you come in?
Yeah, I listened to the justice. I agree with Stephen. No civil servant can easily leave their position for 8 months. But it comes back to some of the reviews we need to make and ensure that the law is equitable. But Councillor Nangbe served his country well. And wherever he is today, I just want him to take solace in that, to reflect on his role as a teacher in Sasstown, to reflect on his contribution as his teacher in Boswen High School. I just read about him, and I know him personally. To reflect on his contribution from teaching CWA Community College, his role in the Senate, the legislations he contributed to, and take strength in that as he goes through his recovery. I have empathy, for his situation. I wouldn't want to bring him at this moment in the firing line of the politics, given the situation he's going through at the moment. I would only want him to just sit down wherever he is or lie down and reflect on the contribution he has made to his country. And take strength in that, go through his recovery, take his medication, and be strong. That's why I can say to Councillor Nangbe, a lot of people who you educated, you impacted, listening to you, praying along with you for recovery. I wouldn't bring you into the firing line. We will deal with President Weah and Musa Dean as we go through the second round of our conversation. But yes, to you, be calm, be strong. We wish you well.
Thank you very much, Mohammed. Conor Gray?
Well, like others, I wish Justice Nangwe speedy recovery. We hope that he's able to live a quality life in retirement, early retirement, as you refer to it. One can only hope to enjoy these moments of retirement in their entire life. It's one that everyone looks up to. It's not something that anyone will glorify against. We're happy that at least he's able to talk still and provide us some detailed information. I think he was candid. Most people would have denied otherwise, but he told us clearly that he's been away for 8 months. And for me, until I can see what level of involvement people in our capacity enjoy, that includes also the president and probably the vice president. Maybe they have special involvements that we're not aware of, including lifetime medical support or insurance. I want to believe that if anything were to happen with Madam Sirleaf, they will probably want to give her the best of medical attention, and so probably our justices. I don't have information on that. I'm just circumguessing the situation. But I think in terms of submitting something on a Thursday, on a major weekend leading to Christmas, and by Tuesday, the president had made the determination because Thursday, Friday was just one day between, and then we'll fall into the weekend. Monday was a was a inactive day. Then probably the 25th was
Monday they were drinking beer at Jamaica.
and then Christmas fall on that same early week. Then the following day, the president already had a nominee for that position. It just smelled with all kinds of rancor, and some of us, I don't know, as much as this is important, but it's just too hard to grapple with, and that's why I'm glad to hear that there is no confirmation hearing set for for that position, because firstly we have to make sure that the justice that is retiring is in good shape, and then we're not praying that anything bad happened to him, but one question is why Musa Dean? And so that's the one we'll be dealing in the next level, as Mami said. We have
Yeah.
to look at this, make
Thank
sure
you
that
so
it's done in good
Musa
faith.
Dean, you're right. Musa Dean conversation will come next. We got some new information about the Musa Dean nomination and to that of the confirmation that will be scheduled. Guys, let's respect at least the 1 or 2 minutes because we are 8 on the set to give each of us time to reflect on the subject. Prince Maxwell, on this issue with Justice Joseph Nagwe.
Well, for me, it's just simple. I would like to thank Honorable Joseph Namwe for his service to country. He's done an honorable thing by accepting the nomination of the president, going through the confirmation process, and then ascending to the Supreme Court, where he did his job honorably. And now that he has voluntarily asked for retirement, I think that needs to be accorded to him. I wish he and his family well. I hope that in this time of rest and recovery, he can take on, because I know his mind is still fresh. His body may be weak, but his mind is still very, very fresh. I hope he can take the pen to paper and put his thoughts down so that future individuals that have been able to look at him as an adult can have an opportunity to read his perspective and his ideas that he would like to put forward. I do side with many of my colleagues here that are clear on the idea that President Weah has exploited this early retirement of the Associate Justice Nangwe in the wrong way. And as we go forward, I would like us to, for which we'll be doing, tear into that, dig into that deeper so that the Liberian people can understand. And I do appreciate Senator Dillon's position on the silencing or the delay of the confirmation hearing. So to Honorable Joseph, take heart, be strong, and thank you for your service to country.
Thank you very much, Prince Maxwell. Can we bring in Honorable Fagon?
Thank you, Stanton. I wish the justice well, and I wish that he will recover in the shortest possible time. Let me note a couple of things, and I speak because there is a generation watching, not Justice Nangwe generation, not my generation. There is a 19-year-old boy or a 17-year-old girl that is watching this platform, listening to radio. In one of his interviews, Justice Nangwe said, and I quote, "I told my colleagues that I have lived my life sufficiently and that there is nothing out there that I have not tasted. It cannot be money, because I started working for government since 1979 at age 19. When my name entered government's payroll, how much more do I want? So I am grateful to God for my ascendancy in life, unquote. This was when the justice came from becoming a senator, Joseph Nangwe, to be confirmed as Associate Justice. We'll do the math. If 1979, you were 19 years old, the two mathematicians, Dwalu and Mambe, how old would you be today? Now, having said that, the justice said, I wrote a letter and requested early retirement. Written on December 21st, as displayed by Mr. Stanton A. Witherspoon. He cited health reasons and that it took about 8 months and he could not bear it anymore to keep his country down. That was very patriotic of the justice. However, I think the 17-year-old girl that I have spoken about and the 20-year-old gentleman watching is asking, so when you write a letter to the Chief Justice asking for early retirement, and to the President of the Republic of Liberia asking for early retirement, what does the law say? Question number one. Question number two. When you ask for early retirement, who can grant you the early retirement? Is it the Chief Justice or the President, since you wrote both of them requesting the same? The third question my two young kids are asking is that what is the process? Do you ask for early retirement on the 21st and be granted early retirement by a letter for your replacement? Or is it a process whereby you go through the process, you are granted the early retirement, and then the president can proceed? Last, again, they are asking me, so Daddy, was he granted early retirement? If so, by whom? Was it the Chief Justice that granted him, as the letter shows? Or was it the president that granted him early retirement? I don't know. I don't know the process. I know the age. And if you come up with the age of your math, please interrupt me because I want to know. Now, say that again, Dr. Francine, you are muted.
Kima was 62.
Okay. Now, at what age can we retire as civil servants? But as justices and Supreme Court, Chief Justice and justices, I believe, if my memory is right, and I stand to be corrected by my learned colleagues, it should be 70. So if you are getting early retirement, who granted it? What does the law say? At what age can you be retired? Or for how many years do you have to serve before you can retire? All of these things, we will have a generation, Stanton, to contend with. But for me, as a politician, I want to know who granted, he requested. There's got to be somebody to say, okay, you asked, take it. And there's got to be a process that you have to follow. And I am concerned, did they write him back? Who wrote him? Where is the letter granting? We see the letter of request, but we don't see the grant, the letter granting him the retirement. We do not do this to target the learned Associate Justice who has given his time and effort to our country. We do this to correct something for the future of our country so that we don't fall prey to presidents who would use a situation like his to press for something and impose it upon the people of Liberia. That will be my concern. And I don't think this matter is laid to rest. I repeat, I don't think it is laid to rest. There is a generation such as myself that is feisty, and we would like to know, when he requested, where is the letter granting him the early retirement? And what was the process followed? So that tomorrow we can help our country. I respectfully submit.
Thank you very much, Fagon. Listen, folks, again, like always, we bring you the information and you decide. Okay? Everybody have said a piece. The Associate Justice, Joseph Nagbe, receive our call, confirm that which was written on these different two letters, one to the Chief Justice and one to the President. As you can see, communication request for an early retirement from the Supreme Court bench of the Republic of Liberia. I should also add, this is the letter for the President, which he said in this letter, especially your financial assistance to help me seek medical attention, especially your financial assistance to help me seek medical attention. Every question we are asking on the show fair, and we'll continue to ask the hard question. But you just received a phone conversation from Justice Nagbe. We are showing you both letters that was written. Liberian people, please decide where you at. The concern from Stephen Johnson, Dr. Richardson, Minister Fagon, Ambula Mambe, Prince Maxwell, Mr. Dwalu, and Conor Gray. These concerns are valid, and we will keep you posted. If there is no other comment, we'll move to our next story for today. Anybody need 10 seconds before we move on?
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Fagon.
Can we, for the benefit of the Liberian people, as a reputable network, we have seen the letter asking, the letter of request asking for early retirement. Can we do the honorable thing to find the letter that granted him the early retirement? Because he had to be retired before you could nominate another person. You cannot have more than 4 associate justices. So he asked for it as one thing. But did he get it? If he did, where is the letter granting him early retirement? And if he did not get it, then the president have violated the law, and there is grounds for the Senate to throw it out. And the Senate would have to do due diligence because they have seen the letter of request, but they have not seen the letter granting the request. Therefore, they cannot go ahead and confirm a 5th associate justice. It will be in contravention of our Constitution, a violation, clear violation. So I hope the network can do the honorable thing. I wish you had asked him. You asked for early retirement. Have you received a letter of your of your request? Have you received a letter granting you the request? Because he was honest, he was sharp as a razor blade. He said, I did it. In fact, he corrected you. I did not resign. I requested early retirement. And up to now, but he did not tell us whether it was granted to him or not. And we don't expect a Senate to appoint a 5th, to confirm a 5th associate justice. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Minister Fagon. Again, like we always do here in America, we wish we were in America, but we'll have to wait tomorrow or next week to get more information whether he was granted early retirement and the process on which, Stephen, or Supreme Court, one of the justices can be given those retirement.
And then they forfeiture to some of those benefits.
Exactly.
Because when you're retiring early, you essentially have to forfeit setting percentage of your benefits.
That is important. So, folks, thank you for joining us. But now let's flip the coin a little bit, which is so unique here. Let's talk about the man that just said that President George Manawea nominated and said, this should be my man to take on and be the next associate justice. Yeah, it's very important. This guy, Musa Dean, I hope we have the pictures. If our guys are ready, they will put the picture up. But here's the letter from the executive mansion. A post, not a letter directly from the executive mansion. President Weah nominates Associate Justice of the Supreme Court, Mauricio Liberia. The President of the Republic of Liberia, His Excellency George Manawea, has nominated Frank Musa Dean as Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of Liberia. Dr. George Manawea made the nomination on Tuesday, December 26th. The letter was written on the 21st. President Weah making this nomination on the 26th. The nomination is subject to confirmation by the Honorable Liberia Senate. Once confirmed, Councillor Dean will replace his Honor Councillor Joseph N. Nangwe, who resigned due to medical reason. So let's pause as to why they say who resigned, but they say he retired. So let's go back to the letter that was written. What actually the president sent to them, because that was a post. It can be an error, right, Mambi? Somebody working for the office can make a mistake. Let's talk about the real letter. He said, Mr. President Pro Tempore, I have the honor to submit for confirmation consideration to the Liberian Senate the following person nominated to the following position in government: Judicial Branch, Councillor Frank Musa Dean Jr., Associate Justice. Please accept, honorable ladies and gentlemen, the settlement of my highest consideration at the same. He never said anything about retirement or resignation. Am I correct? So I will pause to hear you guys 30 seconds each, folks. Please, we're backing you because we got to run. Let's do this cycle again. Fago, you want to go first? Go ahead.
I really want to go first. If I was in the Senate, I would ask the pro tem for that letter. I will wrap it in my hand like this, and I'll throw it in the garbage. And I will say, pro tem, we're not jokers here. The president nominated an associate justice. We confirmed him. The president must inform us whether or not that man is still there for us to be able to make the determination. We cannot have 5 associate justices. So to write us a letter, Stanton, you saw the letter, nominating a 5th person without telling us whether he resigned, asked for early retirement, was granted such, or anything, and you sitting out here and bringing a letter for us to deliberate on it? No. We have 4 associate justices right now. Until we are legally informed that one of the justices have either been granted early retirement, removed for something, we cannot proceed because we don't know. All we know is that we have 4. That's my 30 seconds.
Let me hold you real quick because we got to go. What's your argument here? Let's read the last 2 lines of this. Actually, we can read the first paragraph. It's right in there. I have the honor to submit for confirmation, consideration to the Liberia Senate, the foreign person nominated to the foreign position in government. Councillor Frank Musa Dean, Associate Justice. Please accept, honorable ladies and gentlemen, the settlements of my highest consideration and esteem. He kept it broad.
There's nothing there. My argument is, as you saw it yourself, ready. There is nothing there to suggest that one of the justices had either resigned, had requested early retirement, had been removed. There is not a grain of salt. So that Senate is aware that they confirmed 4 associate justices. So to ask them in a letter, nominating a 5th one is a violation of the Constitution.
So let me move to Dr. Richardson. Thank you for that very important point. But Dr. Richardson, we're in case that this government, under the president or the Chief Justice, have sent a copy of the letter that we received from Associate Justice Joseph Nangwe to the honorable members of the Senate.
Yeah, I don't believe that is the letter that wrote should be the official letter that should be sent to the Senate. I don't believe that. Just saying that I'm going to nominate someone without telling us why, to me, is an indication of what the WIA government has done the entire time. They don't communicate well with the Liberian people. They don't keep them in a loop. I think it's important. This is part of public awareness, that we should know why you nominating somebody else. Did this person sick? Did it die? Are they incompetent? Whatever. But because the legislature represents the Liberian people need to know. So I don't think even attaching that letter from Justice Name is valuable. I think the president needs to communicate with the Liberian people. He needs to tell them why, if he's going to go this route. I granted it is his right legally to do this, but is it prudent for him to do number one? Number two, is he supporting the agenda of just President Buckeye? Where are we on this? I think somebody from the Buckeye camp need to speak about this. So that's my thought about that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dwalu.
Stanton, Honorable Fagon was asking a lot of questions, and they were very poignant, and I want to go back to them. First of all, does the Liberian government has a procedure when somebody submits retirement document? How long does it normally take for a person to go through the retirement process before that retirement is granted? Those questions have to be answered. If every single person that works for government, if it takes 1 day for everything to go through this expeditiously, this is a great government that we're running. Is this the norm? Because we cannot circumvent the system just to appease one person or one group of people. But I want to say this to the Senate. Procedures are important. Processes are important. To strengthen the institution of the Senate, you have to make sure anybody who comes before the Senate or who wants some information from the Senate has to go through the proper channels that the Senate has established. If you are not doing that, you're weakening the Senate. I always advise it to my senators. If somebody's coming to you and trying to circumvent the system, you should immediately reject that process until it is done right. That's what I'm going to say to that. And let my brother Stephen Johnson come in.
Thank you, brother Steve.
I just Dwalu when he going, he just did not nominate who coming after he.
Let us say, man, no place to call the empty.
Yeah, he said, okay, just Dwalu. But on a more serious note, I think Fagon struck a very important point in terms of the layout procedure as to how retirement as opposed to resignation are treated. And for somebody of the stature of the social justice, it's something critical because here's a man who sits on the highest decision-making body of the country for his resignation or early retirement requests to have been treated in such a non-transparent manner also raises concern. To the point where he had to recently, even I think a few minutes ago, gave the letter to Stanton, raises concern about how this government has been non-transparent over the last 6 years. But yes, one thing I would like to say, I know the Liberian Senate has been at the center of, especially the 54th, have been the center of many bogus arrangement. Whether it was the Eton loan deed that was passed without any due diligence, the Ebola map, whether it was the 25 million for the Ebola for the COVID-19 package for our people, or just whether doing their own due diligence in terms of oversight on government ministries and agencies within their supervision. This is the last test of their credibility of the 54th legislature. This is the last test of their credibility. Yeah, the argument that 11 of you are leaving, and so you're prepared to obligate the country in ways that you wouldn't care, has a long way to go. And this will be something we'll pay attention to. I watched them today briefly. I watched Abachi, as usual, trying to play with the intelligence of people. At one point, they were talking about, there was an issue raised about why they're calling them back. And in the letter from the president talked about some other national emergency issue. And he was trying to draw the analogy that the nomination of Musa Dean amounts to something of national emergency concern. Look, let me say this, and I'll close on this, Stanton. Nobody is going to play on the intelligence of the Liberian people. All of what we see happening between the point where Senator Nambwe tenders in his retirement request to the point where Musa Dean is nominated, to the point where the president extends the jurisdiction of the current legislature by 10 more days, is all played out. It's all been scripted. There's no coincidence yet. Nobody should think that all of these things are happening because of some coincidence due to some divine intervention. This is all scripted. Senator Justice Nambwe was recently in Monrovia. He attended the Christmas lighting program. He was at the Christmas lighting program. Yes, I remember seeing pictures. One day after, a day or two after, he's saying he tendered in his retirement request. We don't see any approval. Musa Dean is nominated. The legislature, the Senate is giving a 10-day extension. If any of us on this platform think that all of these things are happening because of some coincidence, then we're wrong. It's all been scripted. And the reason why Musa is going on the bench is not necessarily because Musa is some reputable legal expert or brings to the bench an expertise so valuable. It is because Musa knows where all of the skeletons are buried, and that it will be a good reason why Musa will stall future investigation, especially so being somebody who is seated on the highest decision-making body of the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephen Johnson. Yeah,
nothing significantly different. I mean, the letter says he's requesting retirement. He's not announcing his retirement. A request for retirement is different from a pronouncement or a decision that you retired. So that request that was submitted for retirement needs a response. Either the request can be accepted, the request can be denied, the request can be postponed. He asked for early retirement. The response to that request could be, yes, I accept your request for early retirement, but it will take effect January 2024. I accept your letter for your request for early retirement, but it will take effect March or December. So to every request, there must be a response. That is the critical issue. To every request, there must be a response. The man who wrote that letter, like I said here, is a lawyer. At the highest peak of our law, he says there, he chose his words wisely. He said, I request early retirement. And you saw how he emphasized that I did not resign. He said that 2 times on the call. There's a reason why he said so. I did not resign. I request retirement. To every request, there must be a response. What is the response? Did we accept the request and say, okay, it will go for January? Did we decline? Did we say, yes, we accept the request, it takes immediate effect? Where is the response? In the absence of the response, the Senate will be proceeding wrongly to initiate any proceeding to confirm or even discuss the confirmation of Musa Dean. That's the first error. Every request, there must be a response.
Can I ask Mame if you want
I beg you, that give the guys chance. What come with the position?
it's related.
Because this is getting very, very deep. El Remy Grade and Prince
So you're
Maxwell.
against ladies now. Why should you give the guys chance?
El Remy Grade, please, with all those that watch it, ignore Fagon. Just totally ignore him.
Yeah,
El Remy
man.
Grade and Prince Maxwell.
Something must be going on between your Pago. I can just see the movement of your lip. That vicissitude there, man. You angry with that guy.
The esteemed lady wanted to speak. The man said, no, let's give the guys chance. And I'm expecting Dr. Francine to say that is sexist. They know her BB terminology she can use.
He's setting you up, Dr. Francine. We had a conversation before. He's setting you up. Let's go ahead, Conor Gray.
You know, the Supreme Court, I think if you go back and look at their calendar, they meet like 2 times. You know, in the course of calendar year, in the sense that unless they have emergency situation to decide, already people are beginning to state that Justice Nangwe, while he was justice in chamber, rendered some decisions that were deemed error. For instance, the recent, the the press union. There was a struggle in the press union, and he ruled that whoever was supposed to be the press union chief or so should not be, and he put a stay of order on their role to take the leadership of that organization, and that issue made it to the Supreme Court. Now they're saying that he ruled in error. Now, at age 62, that's something like you're in your prime to be part of the Supreme Court. I mean, this is a corridor like when you go there, it's like a lifetime position, and then somebody's resigning at age 62. That creates some urgency in my head to dig further. That there's something beyond this. And Stephen probably hit some corners there when he said this was all political. Why would somebody want to resign at age 62 or early retirement at age 62? Is there anything that the hospital telling him for which he has to excuse that position? Shouldn't we have the right to know exactly? This is not something you can keep by yourself unless you have been, declared that you can make it at a certain level. I think he could get well and come back to his job, but we have to go back and look at the term upon which some of these positions, take effect. If you decide to go in the Supreme Court, this is not one thing that you just go a few years and leave, and already you're making decisions that are affecting the Liberian people, and you are not there to defend those decisions. And so there are other more important things that we have to look into before we can I struggle with accepting the fact that he resigned. I mean, he's seeking early retirement because of his health. Maybe he's sick, but 62, man, come on, man. Something beyond this. Stanton?
We can hear you.
Maxwell, go ahead, please.
Yeah, for me, Stanton, like I said yesterday, and I'll say it again. I think I'm just going to coin another lie on this. These instruments that, in my opinion, should provide constitutional order are now providing constitutional disorder. We now see it has pushed the Senate into a position that it should not be in the first place. It has pushed our judicial system, the Supreme Court, into a position that they should not be in the first place. As Eugene said, it has pushed our political system in a position that it should not be in the first place. We know fully well by the communication, the instrument of the president's office was poorly written. We know that. It did not seek to go to the request of what. They didn't even care to talk about that. As if the bench was completely empty, which is not true. Now, we know full well that the issue of the Supreme Court is in the Constitution. We know that. So this does not even go to the issue of legality. I will hope that someone from the how you call them, the Liberal Bar Association will call on Spoon TV to make some clarification, because we need legal minds here at this point. We got an outgoing Associate Justice writing the President of the Republic of Liberia requesting. We have the President writing the Senate nominating with no other communication involved. With no other communication involved. So the legal minds that are in Liberia should be calling Spoon TV right now to bring their brilliance to bear and speak on this matter. Because what will happen tomorrow if the Senate refuses the President's nomination request? Is the President in error? Will the President's power be called into question? Like Stanton said yesterday, the President has all right to nominate anyone. Does that prove in this case the President has a right to nominate someone when the instrument of nomination is absolutely wrong and sets the precedent of creating a constitutional problem? So these are fundamental questions that has to be asked. Was the legal advisor to the President's office properly consulted on this matter? There are fundamental pillars to be asked here that we should all be wondering about what happened. Now, the second part of it is the fact that this is highly politically motivated. That's why the rush. That's why the brazen mistakes being made. So I think President Weah should record that letter. That's the next position. He needs to record that letter and properly arranged that so as to not create any kind of distortion in our mentality of how constitutional processes should be carried out.
So again, there you have it, folks.
I wanted to ask a question.
Let me give my own piece, and I know they're going to beat me because
I'm going to cut you off again, but that's okay.
No, I'm not. Can I say my own on this one before you ask your question, man?
No, because I don't have time.
I have not spoken on this issue, and we got to move on.
Be the last. Lead us eat last.
I am the last. Everyone I have spoken, but you're not paying attention.
That leader eat last. Our men coming in tow.
That's exactly why Cummings is last.
You know if I can be intentional when you thought I was
That's exactly why Cummings is last.
What a laugh.
I see you start talking e-billy, the post say that man all of different things.
I saw you the what eating like bro.
You get still
But here's my take, though. You know, ladies and gentlemen, everyone watching Spoon, Home and the Borough, even the Associate Justice Joseph Nagbe watching, and we're just laughing because, you know, it's process. Okay? It's time. We all just speculating. Well, did the President receive it? Well, did the President send a communication in? Well, were he granted a retirement? Not because we don't have the document. We should put on the strong insinuation. And our opinion on the issue should be no, the President didn't reply to Justice Nagbe. I agree with you guys. Rightfully so. When Thomas Yensua resigned, this same President announced it. He published it. He said, I have accepted the resignation of Enfield Health Thomas Yensua. He said it. They should do the same. But here's the issue. Mr. Stephen Johnson, Dr. Richardson, Mr. Dualu, Mr. Mami, I forget about the rest of them.
Retire. There are two situations.
Here's the issue. I've been interrupted, folks. Can somebody help me here?
You protect us, Stan. You protect you. I have to protect you. Go ahead.
Thank you, my man. I know my
friendship. I hope their friendship with Lazo.
What are you worried for?
It's a matter of time.
But here's the issue. I think again I will go back to what I said yesterday, Steven. This is in the ballpark of the senators. They can help save Liberia out of this mess. As much as you have folks that want to agree or disagree that Joshua Manowiah did the right thing or the wrong thing, He never ever. That's why the people remove him. The president was always in error. This is not new to our community. That's why the Liberians came to the senses and they removed President Weah. The senators, in whose power constitutionally can either accept this or reject it, they are sitting there. They are sitting there, folks. Can we say, let me ask an open question here. Can they go back to the Supreme Court and make an argument to place on hold on this nomination? Can we have some legal minds here to answer us? Can they go back to the Supreme Court with the time given and say no? Can one senator or one Liberian go and say, I disagree with the president nomination and the process, and I've come that this will have an injury to my community, to my person, that they can put a hold? Can Senate Young put a hold? Can the other justices come up and put a hold? The justice in chamber, can at least they can try to say yes, at least they try. Now, Stephen Johnson said no, they cannot.
They can.
Now,
The law says only the Senate can do that.
But Senator, they can delay the process to get it right.
Let me finish now. You see, we got three people that interrupt me. Remy Gray, Stephen Johnson, and Mr. Duadu. Three of them. The military man, I've been there for 3 days. He went there for 4 years.
Your leader, man, let him work for his money, his cattle.
Brother, I will never take cattle. God bless me enough to take cattle. Let's pull that one to the ground, please. Cattle, not for me. But now we're still.
Never take cattle.
Yeah. So yeah, we know Eugene record. So I agree to this one. It is important. It is within the right of the senators for them to fight a good fight. They can come together, folks, and say no. Everything Fagon said, we want to see the letter that the president accepted this retirement. Everything Fagon said, we want to see. We want to follow the step. It is with the president right to do it. But this is what we received yesterday, folks. Look at these names of senators. I begged them to call and say no. Senator voted in favor of Minister Frank Musa Dean. This came to me. I called some of them, not all of them, some of them. Look at these names. Our chair is a yes. I begged them, please, y'all come up and say we don't know what Spoon talking about. But these are the lists that I received. This network received. Emmanuel Nukwe, Sir Joseph Jala, Henrik Topa. Can anybody tell me that Maurice Sotoma will say no? Edwin Snow, a question, but maybe he may say yes to this. James Todola, Zoe Peno, Marsha Dennis, Numinan Batekwa, Vanish Shemon, G. Brown, Bo Brown, Francis Pay, Augustine Chair. Can we count them? For the sake of our audience, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 of them. Senators on the fence. Look at the people that say on the fence. Let's put it up. They have 3 senators on the fence. And somebody, please correct me if I'm wrong. I will say this again over and over. Because we need to understand where they are. I know they have 3 senators on the fence. Those that were on the fence, if we call the name tonight, I don't know why they're wasting time to put it up from the studio. But if we call the names, those are on the fence. Everybody received this information last night when I got it. Jonathan Cape, Steve Zago, and Wellington Javon Smith. 3 plus 15, that's 18. If we agree that this man have 18 senators locked in, why are we here wasting time when one senator can push DeLong, Yombly, Borchardt, Jeremiah Kuhn, who is leaving, Prince Johnson, and the rest of them, Boto Kane? Can they push? Can they push? Can they convince the colleagues not to make this to happen? It is within that group. Folks, it's not about us no more. We can come here and talk. I don't like it, to tell you the truth. But we have to bring those senators to book and let them tell the Liberian people who they are, on which side they're going to vote. Will they confirm him? or will they reject him? And that's my argument. So I need no other argument in this one to be wasting my time, folks. The Liberian people deserve better. Let those senators come in, call them, tell them, my man, my friend, we are on the same side, but what will you do? Look at these guys. Look at them. The men get 18. Can any one of them call on Spoon Talk tonight and say, no, I am not voting for Frank Musa Dean? Senator on the fence, Jonathan Kape, Steve Johnson, Zago, sorry, Stephen Johnson, Stephen Zago, and Wellington Javon Smith, my own man, Javon Smith. Where are we, folks? Where are we? I will give it back to y'all. That y'all know the thing too much. My own, the Liberian people listen to me. I want to be very, very calm to discuss the issue because we will talk, we will fight, but if people have set the block, the man get 18 in his corner. You have only 30 senators. The man get 18. How many senators left? You're going to do the math. 18 from 30, that what? And that 12 remain. It means that the man will go through. Let me go back to your 30-second quick.
Regis, you had a question.
Yeah. Mommy, when you were speaking, you just jogged my memory to say that instead of President, we are responding to the request to resign or to take an early retirement. He went straight to the Senate and asked for confirmation. So in my head, I was thinking, who does that? What was going on with him when he, went straight to the Senate instead of responding? So, like Stanton said, we don't have all the information. I'm speaking based on the information I have. The only information I have is the letter that he submitted to the Senate and the letter that we saw requesting early retirement, and that's what we're speaking upon. The second thing that I wanted to, and anybody can respond to that, the second thing I wanted to mention was that this Senate list that is shown, yes, the senators have the ultimate responsibility to the Liberian people to stop this confirmation process or to convince their colleagues to engage in delaying the process or maybe asking for another person, okay, or saying this guy is no good. But my question is, where does the Unity Party stand on this? Where does the transitional team stand on this? This is about Liberia. This transitional team and the Unity Party team, they've been speaking for Liberia. They've been coming here and telling us that we got a new Liberia. We are resetting the country. So I believe that even though the JMP cannot speak now because he's only president-elect, the team can say, this is where we stand in the interest of Liberia, in my opinion. So that's what I wanted to say.
I will come in. Stanton, I see your position. Let's push it to the Senate and hold them accountable. I agree. But let me tell you this. Before to that one, let me say this. All the small children working to different places, even Walmart, in Liberia, even working to shop. They tell you, say, when you want to resign, you want to put in someone and one more excuse. Just that one more. They always require you that when you resign, you just put in, say, okay, I'm resigning, my resignation will take effect after 30 days. That is the practice for professional institutions. That's the practice all around the world. Some people can say 90 days. Some people say 60 days. But at least, say 1 month. So that at least you're able to clear your desk. So at least able to interact and do other things and put in place something over so the new person can come and take over. How come the justice of the Supreme Court just resign Friday, Monday, another person appointed, or request for early retirement, Monday, another person appointed right away? No time interval. It signals something. It signals something fishy that we need to investigate. Now, you're pushing it to the legislature. This legislature has a record, has a character that we know. And you want us to just sit and push it to them? Take for just an analogy. Somebody in the bush say they can face food when somebody full break. Everybody that went there before came back report. Everybody that ever went there to that man to face their food came back report. Your child phone got broken. They carry it there. You say that, okay, I will leave it with him. I will leave it with him. You will go and stop your child from going to that man because every other person that went there came back crippled. This legislature has a record of not upholding values and principles that they should be upholding. Why should we sit and allow Musa Dean to just go there and say we'll give it to them? No. There are options available to us. One of the options is what I announced yesterday, is citizens' action. No demonstration, no violence. Go there, assemble in your thousands and tell those 18 senators that you're against this decision. That's one of the options. Instead of just leaving it to them, we have that option available to us.
Thank you, Mame.
Whether United Party speaks or not, well-meaning Liberians should assemble and reject this particular thing.
Thank you, Mame. Thank you, folks. We'll take only one more. We got to move on because we already out of time with this conversation.
I'll tell you again.
Just anybody.
Give everybody 30 seconds.
Exactly.
Let's just do 30 seconds quick.
Go ahead, Steven.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Stanton. And I agree with Mame to a greater extent. Look, this current Senate has a reputation for doing terrible things. It was this legislature that unconstitutionally removed a sitting justice, associate justice from the Supreme Court. It was the same legislature that approved 2 bogus loans without doing any form of due diligence. Any form of due diligence. It took us, SIPA, an organization that I'm part of, and the Fadiga brother, less than a month to make a determination that the Ito Iboma loan were all bogus ninja loans. They were simple ninja loans. This is the same legislature, Senate, that has confirmed a long list of misfits through subtle maneuverings. This is the same Senate that have allowed for public officials without any due diligence, complete oversight, to just use state resources at their own behest against the greater good of the Liberian people. So I don't trust them. I don't trust them. And the reason I don't trust them is simple. The reason I don't trust them is the same reason Liberians don't trust them. Because 11 of them were booted out in October. 11 of them on that list were booted out through a mass citizen action by their vote. The people stampeded their way into history and voted them out. So to see those who've been voted out by their people after being in the Senate for 9 years, for that decision to determine who will be on the bench for the rest of their life to be left within their purview is dangerous for our democracy. It's completely dangerous.
Thank you. 30 seconds. 30 seconds.
Yeah. Let me just say this clear to the president. Mr. President, because Musa Dean was a justice minister does not make him qualified to be a Supreme Court Associate Justice. You have denied the Liberian people an appropriate process called a vetting process. There are people in Liberia
to be watched.
No, does it mean because he's a justice? Does it mean because he's a justice minister doesn't mean he's qualified to be an associate justice?
Yeah, why being?
It doesn't mean he's qualified. It doesn't make him qualified.
Help me understand now. How so?
Because there are issues that a Supreme Court associate justice during the process of vetting. There are information on such an individual that would deny that individual from getting onto the bench. And in this case, that process has not been allowed to happen. We know that for a fact. In the case of the outgoing justice, associate justice, the vetting process was allowed. People around the how you call it, the Liberian Bar Association sat around the table and other legal institution spoke to the issue and informed the Senate that yes, this guy is qualified based on these criteria. The question is, does Musa Dean right now meet those criteria? Right now, the president is jumping over those criteria to just push a name forward immediately. The vetting process is being completely ignored. So because you are a justice minister, it doesn't mean you qualify to be an associate justice until you go through that actual vetting process. And that has not happened.
I don't think that's true, though. But thank you. Your 30 seconds is up. Thank you. Thank you. Let me bring in Color Gray. I'm confused, Prince.
Musa
Why are you confused?
This president is noted to be the beneficiary of administrative malfeasance, whether appertaining Mr. Musa or Councillor Musa Dean. His own legal advice to him. Sometimes we had an astute lawyer who came here the other day and condemned some of his legal decisions. So this issue could be based on administrative error. We know as late as May, early June, Associate Justice Nangwe was in the presence of the Supreme Court, rendering decision or rescinding or abstaining from decision made there. And then we come here today, we're hearing that he left the premise 8 months ago. I know my math because I taught math in middle school. I thought those youngsters, one of my many licenses that
Stephen Johnson said they went to the lighting Christmas tree.
And so they were coming to hear that this man left, announced his illness 8 months ago. Maybe yes, it's true, but to say he was not in the corridor of his position as associate justice, I struggle to accept that fact. And then we come before even reaching to the issue of the Senate. I think we're not there yet. This is the argument some are making. Me, I joined that argument that we're not even there yet for us to give the gavel to those people, who, as Mama say, you go visit and you come back crippled. And now you're sending us there, so all of us will come back crippled. So we don't want that situation to happen. The only thing I can say is let us exhaust this idea that, somebody was right when they say, at least if you want to resign or retire or whatever, they put in your 2 weeks notice at the minimum. Well, look at my man.
Everybody just look at the time. It's 7:07. 30 seconds.
5G speed, man, from Friday to
30 seconds to Fagon. Everybody, please watch your time, man. So Fagon.
I mean, I saw go before Fagon. You're not respecting.
I know. You will be very quick. Let Honorable Fagon go. You get 30 seconds, Fagon.
You let all the other people talk, then I mean to get 30 seconds. First of all, when it comes to qualification, Prince Maxwell, you're in error. My cousin is overqualified for the job. And here is why I say so.
I never said qualification. I didn't say qualification. No, you can't qualify me. I never said qualification. Don't do that.
You said just because he is a justice minister does not mean
he's qualified to be associate justice.
But I use the word qualification, then you can't hear me?
I never said he doesn't have the qualification.
No. I'm going to quote you now. Just because Musa Dean served as justice minister does not mean he's qualified to be associate justice. Unquote. I'm the city. And I'm here to not listen to your opinion, but to provide you with a fact. The last time I checked and up to now, here's the Constitution in my hand.
30 seconds.
I'm going to reference you to Article 68. It says, the Chief Justice and Associate Justices of the Supreme Court shall, with the consent of the Senate, be appointed and commissioned by the President, provided that any person so appointed shall be a citizen of Liberia and good moral character, and B, a counselor of the Supreme Court bar who has practiced for at least 5 years. So you see the qualification too. He passed a long time.
Thank you, Fagon.
No, just say thank you, man.
But Fagon, another point.
I said
Fagon, that's not my point I'm making. You're completely wrong. That's not my point I'm making.
You still not qualified to be Chief Justice.
Yeah.
I'm making a point on the vetting process.
Wait now.
Exactly.
Wait.
On the basis of
Wait.
their character.
Exactly.
The Constitution says who can be Chief Justice. I don't
No.
know about Justice
The
Minister.
Constitution says requirements.
Now, the Constitution qualifies that. But what I wanted to say is this. Stanton, don't cut me off. Why are you acting like that? You always answer my way, man. Now, guys, here is where this whole thing lies. The Constitution, Article 67 says, the Supreme Court shall constitute a Chief Justice and 4 Associate Justices. Finish. These people went for confirmation and they were confirmed. The president should have informed the legislature that one person had either retired or requested early retirement and was granted. As far as the Liberian people are concerned, the president is in violation of Article 67, appointing an associate justice that have not retired, resigned, or anything of that nature. The second thing, the president is also in violation of Article 15C of the Liberian Constitution, which grants the Liberian people the right, and I say it in no light terms, the right. It says, in pursuant of this right, there shall be no limitation on the public right to be informed about the government and its functionary. Article 15C.
Thank you.
And at that stage, it would be foolhardy for a Senate to go sit down and confirm a 5th associate justice. It does not work that way. So the president must inform them that this guy had requested, early retirement, and he was granted, therefore, the vacancy exists. As such, they should kindly consider XYZ.
Thank you very much. On behalf of One Nation, the Republic of Liberia, we want to say thank you for joining Spoon Talk. As always, we appreciate you. We have our sister, the representative district number 6, Bong County, Honorable Mama Breach Mensah in the back. Once she's ready, we'll bring her on. We want to just say to every one of you, it is important for us to have this conversation. Let's move over to Europe. Till Mama Mensah is ready. We'll move over to Europe to the embassy issue we discussed about. Now, when I said these people are operating from the briefcases, you guys say, oh yeah, Stanton, you're making you that joke. Now, listen, these are some of the documents. These are some of the documents from the embassy that you found on the street of Brussels. As you can see, we went there. These are some of the documents, very important document that you found on the street of Brussels. We have to shadow them because names and people in the foreign service world know what I'm talking about. These are some of the documents you found on the street of Brussels. As you can see, it's all there. These are 5. If you want your passport, people are just traveling with them. It's so bad for our country. They like this big building up. And as you can see, it is what it is. Look at all the 5. If you look over there, you're going to see passport numbers and information, everything. I have to, cover them up because it is important. The people like the building. They like the building. I'm frank with you guys. They cannot enter the building. Some of Liberia documents and information stay in the building. Whatever the owner going to do, they're going to go through it. They're going to make themselves free passport. They will make themselves free diplomatic passport and all. They like that whole building. It's bad for our country. Now, I want to show you something. It is written in French. We crossed over because of what happened. If you can read French, please help us read this. This is a letter from the company. Man, if I get in document, I get everything. When my sources say in French, I say, we'll find somebody that can read in French. So I beg you, Mama, can you read this for us? Can you interpret? It's in the chat room. You got it, Stevie. You don't strain your eyes. It's there. You're fine. I beg you. Can somebody read this? It's in French. I know Fagon cannot read French. It's a waste of our time here if we even make mention of that. But can somebody read this? Can somebody read this? Eduardo, you can read French? Where is my mate? Stephen Johnson.
Well, I will contact 1 or 2 French.
But what happened to Maxwell? We'll put it into the translator. We translate it for us.
But you got it now. You got it. Can you please do it for me?
1 second.
And because we got to read this. This was sent.
I can read French.
I beg you, don't.
These people are from Liberia. Je ne parle
This
le
was
français,
said.
le pachon. These people
Guys, here's the thing here. La Miss and the Mayo Queen. Okay, so we cannot do this.
They
But I
come and
want you
speak
to
through
take
here,
this.
my people.
I know. Oui, je vous ai adressé d'aide du 18 septembre d'hiver et donc vous travaux or no. So we try.
Let me put a call through to Fadiga. This is his area.
Oh man, I get it, Frank. Why yo?
In the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is a king.
Paris,
no, but we begging. If anybody can speak French, we'll call you on. Come on the show and help us. It is important for us to read this letter. It was sent this year on October 18. The people were asking for the money. The people are so mad. If you read this, you will understand how angry the company. You see the name of the company. You see the address. The name Flynn, Flinn, the address, the website, you can find it. They own that building. They nearly cussed and they went after our president in a very bad way for $6,400. For 1 year, they've been owing the government. You see, that's a messy.
Hey, Fadiga is coming. Is looking at the copy from the chat.
Okay. All right, let Fadiga go ahead. We got to read this, folks. We want a French interpreter. We got to read this. We have posted the letter. These French people, they are bad people. If somebody can speak French,
I can read it, understand it, but I can't read.
We're learning French in school. We tell you what joke.
Bong County French classes.
Oh yeah, many days.
Fadiga, you seen the letter?
The message is small.
Ah,
it's in the chat room. But do I don't help us now? Hello?
Are you there?
Hello?
Al, are you there?
Good, who's this?
This somebody want to read for us.
All right, you can read French, but your eyesight not good. It can't help us now, my friend. Thank you for offering. Yeah, we pray that your eyesight get better. The man coming to say you can read French, but sadly, your eyesight not good. Hey, my people. So, since we don't have anybody to help us today, we just ask you, please, that you guys can help us read this thing. Okay, somebody calling me. Hello? Prophet Key can read French? My man, bad.
All right, Fadiga is trying to make it bigger so you can read it.
All right. So, folks, if you can read, take a picture, zoom in it. This is what we have found ourselves. We really want you to help us read this because it is, you look at our message, Belgian French is different from Ivorian French. Is that true? Steven, is that true?
Of course. They people speak different.
Okay, Al is on the line.
The thing about reading it in French, the people still won't understand it, but I can just look at it, keep it on the screen, and I can translate it. What he's simply trying to say.
All right, go ahead.
What he's trying to say, October 18, 2023, he said, there's a formal notice that I sent to you on September 18, of which you will find a copy attached for your convenience, has not been followed up. We ask you to ensure that this situation is regularized without delay by paying all the amount of €56,891.49, subject to interest and guarantee to the account APB Associate Pharma something of Belgium, by contacting Mr. Adrensen of the APB by email, and you got an email there. Hold on, somebody calling me, man. I don't know who calling me. Remy, are you still there?
I'm here.
Yeah, you're right, Fadiga. They say, and after
an appointment on 7/8, on no later than November 9, for the establishment of the exit intervention in the completely. So I think just something about in a complete empty premise for the delivery of the key. So that means I think they say the premise is empty, they want the key deliver. I remind you that the premise must be fully vacated by November 9, 2023, or at the latest.
That's it.
Wow. Thank you, Fadiga.
Fadiga is right.
Fadiga, thanks a lot.
I inform you that the other tenants. Somebody listening.
That the other tenants have left the building.
Yeah, that the other tenant have left the building. Hope you are quick. Hoping for your quick reaction from you. Please believe, Mr. Ambassador, that the assurance of my distinguished sentiment.
Thank you very much. Our brother Dom Fadiga stay on his sick bed. Want to say thank you. Thank you very much for helping us. Good work. Folks, let me say something. The other two letters, they are in French. I'm not going to give Fadiga a hard time because these people are very serious.
You see the one-eyed man? The one-eyed man is the king.
One of the last letter, it was bad. It was so bad. It's attack on the president himself directly for 6,400.
Just for the record, I can read French, but I was never going to read that letter.
Thank you very much. For 6,400, you got to understand that if people refuse to pay the embassy now. I want to share one last video because we'll be leaving you soon. The property in Brussels, the property that was sold for 300,000. That's the property. I had to send folks over there to take the picture. Master, can you confirm? Is that the property? Am I correct, right?
Yes, I can confirm that's the property.
All right. So we had to send folks. We'll make a whole video of it. That's the Liberian property that we own. They sold this property for 300,000 euro. 300,000 euro. They sold this property. So as you can see, Liberia had a place in Europe, but they sold the property. There you go. I want to give you. I want to allow you to see for yourself. They sold the property. They sold the property to Joe. We have friend. That's the property, right? You see the address, Deland Avenue or Du Volant, something of that nature, if I'm right. And this is the old building that they lack. This is the embassy that they kick the Liberian people out of. They kick them out of this embassy. So we had to send folks over there. So when I say this thing, it's not joke. It's very serious. Embassy of Liberia, Amaranth. That's the institution international. Okay, don't call me. That's something we're trying to read. But right there, they lack it. They lack it. So here's the issue. Most of the documents that were taking all of that place, you can find it in the people briefcases. Most of the document. All right. They just going around. You can find them. They just going around. They just going around. And like I share with you, these are the actual document. The actual document. They're trying to find where to put it. You find most of this thing in the truck. We can call them U-Haul. You guys know what you appeal of truck that can move the stuff. They never have money to pay the truck. So they put them in the back of the cars and they get them in the restaurant area. It's bad for our country. It's very bad. Okay, it's very bad. I had to cover them because these are sensitive information. The network we cannot show you some names. Seriously speaking, these are very sensitive information and we had to cover them for our own protection. We have all these documents. You see the red banner, the green, the blue. These are sensitive information. We had to cover them because, again, let me say this to you. If you see the name on one of those banners, they call it confidential one. Imagine, this is not the embassy, folks. We go above and beyond to bring you the news. These are the things that we are talking about. They have destroyed. Right now, I place a call to the ambassador. I asked him, can you come on the show and explain? I believe by God's grace, given the permission, he will appear on Spoon Talk to discuss this issue. Our country is in the gutter. Samuel 12, George Manawia received over 300 million from the European Union, but they couldn't give 6,400 back for rent. Hey, Steven, they couldn't give $6,400 back for rent. For 1 year, they owe him $56,000, but they were to give individuals $100,000 to run campaign, millions of dollars to run campaign. They have brought disgrace to our nation. They have brought disgrace to our people. They have brought disgrace to our person. This is bad. Everything I tell you, if you want the information, whenever I ask my team, say, put it on Facebook, the CEO, Manatini, kind of say no. They like for me, I put it there, let everybody see it. Because this is a disgrace. And we have this information, hard information. The other one came back. The only thing I would put down on that paper, but D. Maxwell, his secretary said noted. That's it. That was the only reply. They stamp it, noted. Is that how you can reply to document Prince Maxwell? To put
No.
noted?
No. There should be an appropriate reply to the letter, especially if the letter has a major concern. In the letter that was sent from the embassy to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, it should have had an immediate, clear response on a solution-oriented approach of next steps. But to say just reply with no adequate response of anything else, that noted is been used many ways in Liberia, which is a lean and tired reply. But such a letter should never be noted. Should never be noted.
So, guys, that's where you have it. This is the Spoon Talk. We're going to be wrapping up shortly. I'm waiting for my dear sister, Mama Bridgman, Representative District Number 6, Bong County, but she's still trying to come on. I hope we can have her before we leave. But let's hear you, man. We had another information, Joe. We have said that now is sweet in her mouth, so he's going to bring in Samira Wolokoli to go to LRA. Because now Minister Dean looks like he will be confirmed. Now he bring in Samira Wolokoli. What say you, Mr. Dwalu? Let's start from you. Your boss, Samura.
Look, Liberian people, y'all won't be sitting down. Y'all put your hands between your legs. And your team president, we are just going to leave just like that. President Weah, in his warped thinking, believes he's going to position people in government that will protect him for some odd reason, or maybe the Americans will not be able to get to him if you take a criminal like Samara Wolokoli. Okay, they say, oh, Samara hasn't been convicted. Can Samara income that he's making actually build what he built in Liberia? Can he substantiate those? You say, oh, I got business. When did he start doing that business? Wasn't it the same Samara was saying he had a PhD and went and got all this stuff online and came back from it? Look, we continue to sit around. Samara Wolokoli, he's been at the finance ministry all this time. Now, all of a sudden, he wants to go to LRA to do what in there? To do what in there? You have to the whole country, you have to into Plato. Look, Samara, my man, all those buildings that you built, using the people's money, nobody's supposed to talk about it. You will account for those. You like I say, you go to LRA, you sit on there. Why should you guys allow President Weah to be using your up and down like this? Musa Dean continue to shame me for this. The Senate has to do something. Some of you guys believe you're giving a middle finger to the Americans by supporting this nonsense. Either way, Musa Dean will get sanctioned for all his behavior to the Liberian people. He refused to do his job as a justice minister. Now he wants to go on the Supreme Court bench, and we'll have my brother Falcon talking about he's qualified. He read the qualification requirement in the Constitution, and portion of that is morality and character.
Exactly.
Okay, education is not just a precursor to qualification. It's not the only requirement. There's a whole lot more required. We want men that are prudent. We want men with superior morality to sit on the Supreme Court. When you have foul men going over there, and then you expect excellence and duties and diligence, and it doesn't work that way. They wouldn't care. Tomorrow, what they call it, shouldn't belong over there, but he will go there. Oh, do I call me a criminal? Yeah, man, I call you criminal. Because I believe what you guys are doing in the country is ridiculous. You admitted on the very Spoon Network that you were double dipping. That is criminal. You were double dipping. You cannot be serving a finance ministry and giving your own self contract. You are disadvantaging everybody else in the country. You can't do that. Stanton, back to you.
Stanton, with all the big mouth Prince Maxwell have and claim he been in Brussels for so long, all these years, and he's a master of negotiating with Mr. Modumba.
Uh-huh.
Why Prince Maxwell can't speak French I can read the letter.
Je parle très bien français, monsieur. Tu connais? Je parle très bien français. Tais-toi, okay?
There you go. So the man tell you now, man. The man tell you now.
You hear man, or?
I mean, he talking to. Friends, I trying to
So
make.
let me let you know something. As a diplomat, you don't go. Yeah, give me check. Let me answer the person. Let me answer.
No, Prince.
Monsieur, attendez. Monsieur, attends. Stand up, attends. Laisse-moi. Non, ce n'est pas ça. Attendez-moi maintenant, monsieur. Attendez-moi.
That's your question. I will speak my own French to you. Okay. I prefer you. You know French too? Oh man, somebody. Now I'm batting home. I will speak my own French to you too.
So you're okay now? You're okay now? I can speak French now?
You're pulling out
Come on, let me go. Look, listen, as a diplomat, you can't go around saying you can speak French because you have to know how to use your language skills in order to benefit. So I'm trained to say I don't speak French. I said clearly, I'm not going to.
I will speak my own French to you in my own language. Then we'll see what. I understand my French more than you anyway. Because my French are cool. They're cool French. but guys, though, let me be serious, man. I don't think Joe will go that low to bring in Samara Water Cardi again, man. I don't think so, though. Fago, what you think?
Here is what I think. You know, I enjoy your job, Dwalu. But the only yardstick we can use to measure morality is not your lips. Morality has to be mentioned constitutionally, where a person is arrested, detained, prosecuted, convicted. Then we say you lack the moral compass. But if all of us were to just sit there and somebody said, you are a rogue, then there was no need for somebody to put in the Constitution that a person is presumed innocent. Go ahead.
Is Samara morally upright when he came on this network and admitted to double digging, giving himself contract? He was not convicted. He was not arrested. He was not tried. Is he a moral man?
Exactly according to our Constitution. A man is presumed innocent until proven guilty. Admission is not guilt in the court of law. Because you know what? I can be admitting to you in this corner on a duress, and you can carry me in the court and say the man put me on a duress. But the argument I'm making to you, when the Constitution qualifies it this way, I'm simply trying to tell you that given what we have in front of us, this man have never gone to jail, been convicted, nothing. So we assume that he's innocent. But that day will come. Let's wait for it. Samuel Wolokoli, for example, came here and said he was double dipping. Not one person held him accountable for that. And we didn't expect Josh Weir.
Because of our system.
No, not on the platform. Not on the platform. Nobody carried him to civil service or to the court or anything. I'm happy for a platform like this because now we are pointing out these things. There will be civil service group. That's why when this civil service group then come out, they won't be talking, I can get verse on time. Because man will come and tell
civil
you,
society group.
Eh?
You mean civil society?
Yeah, civil society, sorry. Civil society group will just come out and say, that man just said he stole $20. He must be condemned. Then they go sit down. Because they're waiting for the next game to condemn. And I agree with you, Dwalu, he came here and met her. Where was civil society to take him to the court? In this new administration, I hope those things will change. But again, I'm not looking at his qualification. I'm looking at the fact that Article 67 is clear. We can only have 4 associate justices. Why should we sit down in a place where 11 members were fired? I see Stanton doing a Babiata math, talking about 18 from 30. He didn't even know that offensive senator passed away from Bapolu. It's 18 from 29. Your math is not correct. 18 from 29.
18 from 30, 18 from 29. What happened? The man get 18 votes. What are you crying for?
And that's why I wanted to speak to. They may not get no 18 votes. You not come here again. You say, I don't know who had the speakership. We start, and wait. As soon as you start counting your number, the other guy can say, stand on. I don't know put my name on that. They take my name from there.
Let them where that. Let me clear. But Fago, why you calling these people? You can go in the bar and talk to them. This is the spoon talk is open. When they say, and no, you gotta wait now.
Me and you. Who can talk to the people in the bar? No, today we're
say, I got people with 37 on the list. Grant called here and said, no. Man, they're not supposed to be that. They didn't sign the paper. We always on the show. Whoever that spoke to you,
call your list.
Whoever that spoke to you, let it call right now. Let hear them out that they are not supporting.
No. That your 18 supposed to call. Let your 18 call.
No, my 18 will not call. You said somebody was there. The person said on that call. And this is the worst. This is the bad thing they can do, Fagon. I will put up the list again. Steven Johnson. You see this list? It was sent to me. If anybody said this list is wrong, let the people on the phone and call now. We're waiting. Let's hear them out. But they will not.
You see this guy? He put a full list.
When we put the list up about Fonatic Kofa name, they put their phone number, everything. You know what Grant did, Representative Grant? Steven, I think you were here. The man called. The man said I didn't sign the paper. Today. Fonatic is not happy with his friend.
We had the scene.
The man said I didn't sign the paper. The man said, Stanton, I don't know how my name got on that list. I didn't sign the paper. So now we put the list up. Let's put it up again. Can Abochet call on the show tonight and say, I will not support Musa Dean? No, you are not finished. You come in the back of my eating. You can talk about here. Can Emmanuel Nupe call? Can Joseph Jara call? Henry Tokba, can he call? Maurice Setuma call? Edu Melvin Snow, in whom I'm even doubting, can he call? James Tonola, can Tonola call? Zopeno, I spoke to Zopeno yesterday. Can Zopeno call? Marshall Dennis, Numini Batekwa, Vanny Shema, can he call? Jay Black, Bob Brown, Francis Pay, Augustine Chair. Look at these guys that are on the fence, Steven. Jonathan, Steven Zago, and
you finish.
My argument here, if they say 118, they are not going to support Frank Musa Dean. Let them call and say it today. We hold our feet.
Two persons finish calling me.
Don't call you. Bring it on. Bring it on.
Listen.
No, not listen.
Man, argue on the substance issue now. Run around.
This is very important.
You come from eating potato green, you start yelling.
I eat potato green today. If they say they must call him, right? Let it call the show. Let hear them. Not secret talk.
I agree with you. I agree with you, Stanton. I agree with you 100%. I agree with you. Call your people. Call your people and let's start the back and forth. Call your people.
Allah, Vanny Sherman, I call you.
Call your people.
Allah, Vanny Sherman, I call you.
Vanny Sherman said the person who gave you the list, you must call him.
Allah, let Vanny Sherman come. He's a seasoned lawyer. I was saying this.
Your list are fake.
Vanny, my member, man. You can get told.
Anyway, let me address them.
No, I know you're going to address this in praise my
well. Man, the paper says you should call the person who gave you the list. Who gave you the list?
Move for that. Move for that.
Hey, man, Eugene.
Man,
Eugene. Let's move on.
Mame can't agree because Mame told him say he must produce that paper from
this place here, right? I challenge these people. Why Data Nina on the list? Why Yombly name is not on this list? Why Prince Joseph name is not on the list? Because those people there, they get the black. Even Boto Kane, her name is not on this list.
They list not even correct.
So the other thing want to say, the other thing want to say to everybody, Mr. Senator Outgoing, we want to say to you, if you know very well you will not support the nomination of Frank Musa Dean, you are free to call on the show 609-649-4206. It's an open number. You can say 609. And how you can say it, Steven? 0, right? 609-649-4206. 4206. I will even put it up. Your plea call. Let the Liberian people hear you today. Don't call
So
for going
Stephen
to
Johnson, you supporting the man.
Oh, you looking for
Look how they
support?
spell Agosti Cheney. Look how they spell
Forget
Vanishani.
that spelling. It's easy for the challenge. The challenge
No, we stuck, my man. We
if your
stuck.
name is on the list and
Yes.
you don't agree, call and say it.
Call.
Don't
Don't
call
call
the
for
people
going
say
to
that
back.
they're not on the list.
That then call and say it.
Yeah.
Why they gonna call? Now how you don't spell
We
Agosti?
call that your cartel operation.
Shit.
Go, we are here for
Man,
it.
Eugene, my man, wasting precious time. Let the man call. If you don't call, fine. Yeah, let
Prince,
them
you
call.
finish
You call,
saying
fine.
that you are a Frenchman, that Liberian people talking here.
But still, I wanted to comment on that whole Samura.
Go
You
ahead.
let Prince talk now. No. You let Prince talk. Prince been sitting a long time. Prince talk, yeah. Prince talk.
Pretty just speaking French
All right. I get my time to Stevie. Stevie gets on the say.
But you know,
I
wanted to say this.
Please, I give it to you, Prince. I give it to you, Prince.
I wanted to say this, guys. You know, when we were growing up, there was this advertisement on the TV, and many of us here can remember. It was a SETI brother advertisement. It used to say, once it's from SETI, it got to be good. It always ended with that phrase. If it's on SETI, it got to be good. The legislature, the Senate has been a SETI brother, if you want to look at it in literal sense. This particular legislature has been a SETI brother. Once it came from where it had to be good, even if it was bogus. I'm not surprised that even if Weah decides to nominate Cham Weah on the Supreme Court bench, that particular nomination will be given some level of credibility. Even though maybe they may not confirm it, but the fact that they will even allow that conversation to happen on the floor tells you the extent to which our lawmaker, especially this 54th legislature, have no moral conscience. They have no moral credibility in terms of making decisions. So when you hear news that the president would nominate Samura to the LRA, I would not be surprised if that conversation should even happen. In the space of 10 days, if the president is using 10 days to confirm to nominate a judge, all of that 10 days, they would be meeting 4 times, which will be Tuesday, Thursday. So 4 days to confirm a judge who sits on a bench for life. When that confirmation should cover all of the controversial issues in the country, whether it's the issue of rape being a billable offense, his position on it, the issue of gay rights, the issue of land reform, all of the cross-cutting issues in the country that have been controversial to that particular person to have a world view on those issues. That is why when you witness confirmation hearing in the U.S., it is a long and meandering process. It's not just you come there, 2 days you go. No, especially for a judge on the bench, because your opinion matters. Your opinion on that bench is so weighty that it forms part of our law. It's not just ordinary. Your vote there is not just one ordinary vote. It is a vote that can decide. The only other person who can determine whether you live or not is a judge, besides God. That's how significant a judge is. And so this is why we're concerned that the window of scrutiny is also shut for us to really dig deep into Musa. And let me close on this note. It was Musa who read the report when the auditors were found dead. He read that report, and I still recall. In the report, they talked about how a parking attendant had gone to the car, opened the door, saw the people in the car, their eyes were red, and he closed the door. The person said, no, go. When somebody has an interaction with carbon monoxide, the first thing it does, it puts you to sleep. It puts you to bed even before you even dream about sleeping. It puts you to bed before you die. For somebody to be exposed that long to carbon monoxide is still conscious. A parking attendant opens the door and the person is still able to talk and later on dies from carbon monoxide. Musa read that, but Musa has to answer those questions.
There will be a day of reckoning where all of those reports will be reviewed, and Musa will be at the core of those reports. For this man who will be at the core of this report to be at the same time sitting on the bench, the highest decision-making body of the country in terms of law, will compromise not just the credibility and integrity of the court, but will also undermine the next government fight against corruption, waste, and abuse. We have to resist it. And this is why we're clear that Musa should not be confirmed by this legislature, the Senate, that an attempt to confirm Musa.
Can we ask you a question? We get your position because we get our representative. But I want to ask you a question. I want to stick with you because you're going so hard. And it's very good. Thank you for doing that. What's the position of the transition team? What's the argument? Knowing that Joe Manuel is hijacking this process now. You are on the cluster. What's your argument?
I think this is a matter, and I agree with Dr. Richardson on this. This is a matter for the transitional team to make a position statement on. And I think we'll be pushing for the transition team to talk about it. The reason it is important is because this is not just an ordinary nomination. This is a nomination that could decide how the bench feels in terms of the national politics, how the bench feels. It's important. In America, yeah, they're concerned about whether the judge is a progressive, is a liberal or a conservative. Not because they just want to know, it's because they want to know how the bench is most likely to tilt in terms of the decision making.
We know what they want to know, Steven. You are in a cluster. Stop lecturing us here, Steven. You are in a cluster. Event day number 3. What are people saying?
If this nomination holds, we will now have 4 nominees out of 5 on the bench.
We know all of that. Why are people saying that? Why are people saying?
That's what I think they will speak to it. This thing just happened on Tuesday. I think they're looking at I believe they will. They're looking at the legal implication, and I'm sure that they're going to speak to it.
Look, I would say this. I would say this as simple as it is. George Weah, the outgoing president, is employing a very draconian strategy, a lame duck nomination strategy, and where he's placing nominees or appointees is going to give the Barker administration a tough time to recall these people or to remove these people. And George seemed to understand that. This issue of the Associate Justice nomination, like I said, is a crucial element of George Weah decision making. And it tells us exactly why he's making the decision. There's an intent to this.
Because the internet, let's bring in Representative Mensah, because her internet is on and off. It's very important that we have this conversation with her. But sorry for interrupting you, but we need to because it's 7:47 here. You see, she's gone again. It's been rough, but we hope we can get her though.
When she comes back,
they don't get provision for
when she comes back on.
Dr. Kete, Dr. Kamano, Dr. Jada actually wanted to join the minister herself for Ministry of Health. All these folks want to come and explain and discuss the issue. So we hope we can create a space for them tomorrow because we want to raise huge amount of money. We want to say to all those in the diaspora, we set the date tomorrow, which is Friday, to raise huge amount of money. We're begging you, your 5 cents, your 10 cents, your 25 cents would be seriously needed because people die. People got burned. Their brain got burned. Scouting something that you cannot identify. So we are here to tell you today, for the sake of good heaven, do it for the people of Bong County, do it for the people of Liberia. So many people, so many barriers, mass grave. We want to say to you, we'll be here begging you for money. We beg you, go into the new year, give it your last. Okay, some group called me from Minnesota. We'll recognize them tomorrow. We're asking you again, they have put themselves together to contribute greatly to this fundraising that will be done tomorrow. We ask for Dr. Sia Kamano to appear. Dr. Wilhelmina Jala is not politics. It's about the work they've been doing. We're asking for Merman Bridge Mensah, the representative, the Senator Prince Moyo of Bong County, the Senator Elite, the gentleman named, how you call him, Johnny Kwehe, that they all will appear tomorrow to beg. This is still begging to bury those people, to meet the family. So we're saying to all of you, we hope we can have our own sister, Mama, my sister, Mama, on the show tonight. But we're begging you, If you want me to speak the crew French, like some of you asking, I will speak the crew French. Nambatibon, please. We're backing you. But just to close on this, I think it is important also to what Stephen is saying. I will go back to it. Whether you like it or you dislike it, this is politics. In America, the Republicans celebrated Donald Trump when he made that smart move. And the leader in the Senate at the time, Mitch McConnell, that was him, right, Stevie? They celebrated him to give that seat to a conservative. George Manawia, like it or not, sedition will celebrate him somewhat. That's a smart move. I'm not saying he did the right thing, but politically, that's one of his best chess game. I think, Steven, you play chess, you agree with me. That's one of the, you and I agree that his decision is in the right place. But who want to leave that seat empty? Knowing that the president left is on the line. Summer-12 is on the line. This thing will probably go to the Supreme Court. I must say that George Manawia one of his best political move. And I've spoken to folks in the back. I'm not saying I like it, but politically, that's a smart move. That's a damn good move. He should have been doing this from the beginning of his.
But it's a move that can be countered by the opposite.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. That's what makes this thing unique. All right. But now, after he did it, guess what happened? We begin to understand, oh, what the senators are. I would say to you, even with 2 weeks left, with the opportunity given to the president, if you want to take this decision, that's a good political move. Whether you're going to help, who cares? George Manawia care less whether you have Joseph Yima Boaka or Stephen Johnson. He care less. Once he start breaking the Constitution, every other thing you see people doing, they are spinning it. He knows he's within the confine of the Constitution to a point. He's not doing it to please Joseph Yima Boaka. He's not doing it to please Unity Party. He's not doing it to please Stanton Witherspoon. He's doing it for the benefit of George Manawia and those sedition that's standing with him. That's a damn good move. If I were in George Manawia's shoe, I would have done the same thing. That's politics. It's not brother and sister. It's not lover. It's of common interest. And I think he did the right thing politically. Now we can fight the good fight and blame our senators, but I think this is George Manawia's career achievement. If he gained this seat, if this thing go through, George Manawia will have Senator Yo as Chief Justice. George Manawia will have Frank Musa Dean as Associate Justice. And who else? Can somebody help me? I think one more person. He was able to squeeze through. What that person name? Steven?
Yusuf Kaba.
Yusuf Kaba. Thank you.
Kaba.
So that George
No,
Manawia
and then
will
the
have...
other guy. There's another guy from Nima.
No, the other guy left.
Yomi,
The Chief Justice, he left.
No, there's another guy from Nima.
Gbese. No, Gbese. No. Gbese. I'm naming solid three. Gbese.
We are appointed Gbese.
No, but understand, you got Prince Johnson and the son of Nima as a vice president.
Who appointed Joseph Nangbe? You don't forget.
No, that is it. But what we're saying, because Joseph Nangbe is leaving.
Right there, the 4 finish.
Okay, you can give him 4, but this man has solid 3. Get it up.
Well, stand up.
So let me say this to people. Let me rest on this. It is important. It may not be to your liking, but as an outsider in opposition to George Manawia, I give it to him today. That was a damn good, smart chess game. And I hope
that wasn't a smart move.
To say how it's a mess of move.
That wasn't a smart move. So you keep talking. Yes, I agree. You bring a woman on to silence us now.
Now I finished talking. Sister Mama came back in, so you will not talk. My own will stay with the people. Sister Mama, Representative, man.
She's gone good. Stanton, that's not a smart move. Let me tell you what the move has done. Number one, that particular move on the part of Judge Weir has put the entire Supreme Court nomination into the limelight, and it's going to remain in the limelight for the foreseeable future. Everybody now in the Senate will be arguing, and in the Liberal Bar Association and whatever legal system we have will be arguing about this going forward.
Who's the dean for the bar?
I don't know yet. I don't know. You can figure that out by tomorrow.
That friend Musa Dean.
That's number one. Number two, like I said, and I will remain on that fact. Because you are the justice minister, doesn't mean that you are qualified to become an associate justice. There are processes that have to qualify you. There are processes that a justice minister have to go through in order to be qualified as an associate justice. And right now, Musa Dean has not even gone through those processes. One of the process is to go for confirmation. We already know fully well that the instrument that is pushing him towards confirmation has been completely and utterly written wrong. So that it has to be recalled. That's the first thing. And that recall will buy us time. The second thing is the Senate has the right to delay as much as possible. So yes, as much as Conor Remy Gray said, as much as you may think that George Weah has a smart move, there's a counter move to that. And because this is political and it's not legal, I would expect that United Party will bring the best strategists on board to create a counter move to this move of George Weah before taking over the Supreme Court.
We got 5 more minutes. Let's give the other people a chance.
Anybody go to that witch doctor to fix your food, you come back report. That Senate, don't believe in them, don't trust them that they can do anything to delay any confirmation. The solution to preventing the Musa Dean's confirmation is for well-meaning Liberians to assemble at that place and put pressure on the legislature to stop it. Don't depend on them. Don't try it. He will be confirmed with 5G. Don't try it. You need to know that. Liberians, those of you, nobody say Musa Dean is responsible. Those of you who looking for closure on the death of Albert Peters and Gifty Lama, and you want Musa Dean to sit down in front of a committee to explain his side, assemble to that place and prevent him from going to the Supreme Court. Because if he goes to the Supreme Court, you wouldn't have the opportunity for him to explain his story he was explaining about carbon dioxide. Those Liberians who are interested in knowing how come a mineral development agreement for Western Cluster was changed to a MOU that Musa Dean signed, and once Musa Dean to sit down in front of a panel of inquiry when President Bouaga takes over, if you want to hear Musa Dean's story, go to that Capitol building and prevent him from going to the Supreme Court. HPS, those of you who are interested in knowing how can the HPS money came, it created embarrassment. Musa Dean has signed that agreement. An inquiry is being set up for Musa Dean to go and explain his side. If he goes to the Supreme Court, he will not explain his story. If you're interested in the Musa Dean story, go to the Capitol building and prevent his confirmation. Do not depend on those people. They will take money and confirm Musa Dean and walk away. Liberians will assemble and prevent it. That's the only solution we got.
All right. Thank you very much. Let's see if we have Representative Mensah. Good evening, ma'am. How are you? We are not hearing you. Can you unmute? All right, so just stay like that. I'm going to call you on the phone. Can you hear me? Just stay like that. Don't turn it off. Just talk into the phone, please, if you can. Can you hear me? All right, thank you very much. You're on the show. All right. Again, have our sympathy. Oh my. Hello? Can you? I'm hearing you, Sandro. Yeah, can you mute yourself on the computer so we can get you? Hello? We are not hearing you.
Can we do the studio tomorrow?
Yes. Okay. Hello?
Yeah, but your computer, you got to mute your computer volume.
Okay, sure. It's okay now?
Hello? Yes, it's okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Just keep it like that. Welcome to, yeah, you good. Talk to us. So again, have our sympathy from Spoon. Let's make this official. Your people from Bong County, our own people. We want to say sorry to all of the families that lost loved ones and all of those families that have folks in the hospital. We want to say our sympathy to them, and we pray to God for those in the hospital to recover, and the peace of God should be upon them. I know you've been going through a lot. I know you've been moving barriers, moving up and down from Bong County to JFK to Phoebe and all over. But give us an update if you can, as we set this thing for tomorrow. Talk to us and welcome to Spoon.
So firstly, thanks for the team. You have been doing very well. We had this tanker that left the road and fell in the water, and then it has gasoline in it, and people were around it, and even people that were passing by, and people were trying to get some fuel, to gasoline and everything, and it exploded. Everybody saw the video, and then at the end of the day, yesterday at PB we had 80%. Before the end of the day, we had 83%, and we were able to get into the Vera hospital, and the mass burial was done yesterday with the disaster team telling us it's 32% they were able to discover. So even today again, we found another score. So after doing that, then we saw that we went around the hospital today. We got we lost 5% today. Yesterday we lost 4%. So we personally have close to 41% now we're talking about that are died, and we have about 79 in the hospital. PB have 17, JFK got 26, and ERWA got 20, and then Cali Hospital has 5%, and 14 Military Hospital has 11%. And all of the hospital beside Cali Hospital, we have the 3 or 4% in the ICU right now as we speak. And everybody, we have more people critical, and we just trusting God to see. So when I brought the party today, I was not able to go, but I'm still in the district, and we have set up a camp. We have a team of people. We're going to be having a meeting tomorrow. We're calling on all Bong County citizens to be around. We're working with Madam Lema Bowie. We're working with Tonala Papla, Senator Quay, Senator Moy, the Bong County Legislative Caucus, and the Bong County Association in the diaspora in the United States. And a lot of people, the citizens and everybody. But I can tell you this is very serious. It is serious. If you enter JFK, you're gonna shed tears because we got young people, and the age range is 27, 15, 17, and then 30. Young people. We have 2 females, and one is very critical. The other one is burned from down. And this is where we are right now, but it's not easy. We're just praying and asking everybody that God will touch their hearts, that they will come in. I know the health minister been around. The hospitals are near. We've been doing very well. The disaster team, the chair came today, and he also coming in with his own plane. We just need everybody to come. That gets what we can get.
Wow. I mean, the video is so disturbing. The video I thought I was seeing World War One or World War Two. When they talk about Hiroshima and those places that got the bomb, it was so bad. But to the family, we pray for God's strength. To you and the entire team, we hope that you guys can go through this and bring the community back. I mean, we got her on the phone, so don't worry. But my question to you, you guys will be on phone tomorrow.
Are you working with any group here in the United States? Folks are listening to you, your message to them. At what time? 8:30, we're going to dedicate the entire program to you. There will be no politics. We'll talk about this issue. Who all coming on tomorrow? We appreciate it. Come on. So let's talk.
So, Lema is from Bong County, Madam Bowie. So she been very helpful in the process. She been linking me with a lot of people from the States. We have the team from Minnesota, the Bong County Association, the president live there. They're all trying their best. By tomorrow, we need an article incorporation and everything to have the account set up. So by tomorrow, it's going to be done. But we have the mobile money, the same way account that is already set up in the name of the Bong County, the Salala District Disaster Fund. So we need all the help we can get. And
So you got people over here that would deal with the different accounts like the Cash App, the Zelle, the direct deposit. You got folks over here as well. We can discuss it in the back because they will not be able to use your.
We only have a number. We were able to get a number for Lone Star today, which we set up already. And that we can use the Zelle and everything. Maybe when we add more people to the committee for Oversight, right now we only have Lema on the committee, and then Camel, the Bong County Association, and then Mr. Toto.
Can you? I know we're discussing in the back, Sister Mohammed. Just go ahead, send us the information, especially Senator Dr. Richardson, that we can have a setup program tomorrow, and we can bring everybody involved. But let me give the guys a chance to ask you a question. My one question here before we go to Stephen Johnson is number one: the president elect or the outgoing president, have they reached out? What have they done, or what have they done today?
Santon, let me tell you, this is my disappointment, and I don't even want to talk about it. I don't want to say this, but I have to say it. I think our president and the president-elect are only interested in people that they get harm doing political rally. Because we saw people who was in a hospital, they were visiting there. This thing is more than 72 hours. None of them have visited any of the victims. I know the president sent me a line, just one line, to say sorry. And I told him this is not enough. We need everybody. I know the president-elect is saying, you mentioned it when you're receiving a certificate. But I can tell you nobody have called or even go to JFK. Go to JFK, you have 26 young men fighting for their lives. If you see these photos, sometimes you're going to give up, you're going to cry. Everybody that entered that building today, it wasn't easy. And up to present, I can tell you, nothing has been said about it, not even seen a state of mourning or anything. We're talking about 41 person, and even the health ministry, if what they're counting is 49 persons that have lost their life. We got 79 or 78 persons lying down in the hospital. Every day somebody dying. Today we bury 5 persons. Yesterday we buried 4 persons. I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. I don't know. And up to now, none of them have taken upon themselves. It's Bong County. These people also took part in the process. They were also part of it, and they also gave their all. But again, I say, this is it. Maybe because it's not campaign time for them to be wearing a Vero t-shirt. So it's not important. But I would say thank you to people like you people that have been concerned calling, and the rest of the team that have been all around, and the nurses from the Vero hospital, the doctors. We stood up, I'm telling you, since this thing happened, I have not slept. We stood up in Phoebe and from in the evening until the next morning, we didn't go to bed. And they are still working. Last night I was in JFK up to 1 o'clock. Even I was there when one of the guys passed, and we were standing there. And up to present, I can tell you, nothing has happened. So the disaster management, the head, even declared as a disaster, and we need everybody help. And up to present, we still watching and waiting. Dr. Jala said She was trying to request some funding because out of the hospital, what they're doing is when people do donation, they send it up. Carry some items today to Phoebe and JFK, Devi FPK, and Dennis Kazini. Send some items to also Phoebe, and then Nathaniel Mankiel, the senator, gave $1,000 to 14 military hospital. And I was so surprised today. Speaker Chimos drove in my district while I was giving the body to the family, and he came with 50 bags of rice. I must say thanks to him, and I turn it over to the citizen in the district because we have a committee set up. And by tomorrow, they will decide how they can reach out to other people. And we say thank you to Lema. She's been contacting a lot of people overseas to see how best they can reach out. And we're just calling on everybody. This thing is something that pregnant women, other people, everybody lost. Just imagine. And it hurt me when people are passing judgment that these people went to steal fuel, they just went to take fuel. The pregnant lady was passing water, and the thing exploded. And that's how they died. Another man was passing to go pick up something. I'm telling you, we just getting the information. 2 guys were coming from Tapeta. It was on a motorbike. And they saw the incident, they parked the motorbike to go see what happened. Oh, we're going more. Let us stand while the people will get some more gas to go. It exploded all 2 of them died. My driver's son left in it, my nephew and all the rest of the people. So people are affected, people are crying by day. Let people start passing judgment on these people and find out actually what happened. Up to now, I've not heard from the truck owner. He has not called, at least to just say hi, to say something. I learned that he was on 96.1, and one of my citizens said his response was not good. But that's another thing. I'm running after the citizen life. We're going to look into all those things.
Have you heard from Joel, the vice president?
Yeah, I heard from her. She reached out to me even today. She said she's coming back tomorrow.
Okay, guys, you got a question? We got Honorable.
Yes. Yeah, can you hear me, Stater?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, good. How are you, Representative Mensah?
Yeah, how are you doing, my brother?
Good. I'll make a brief comment before I ask my question. I think like you, I sympathize with the victims, the bereaved family, and of course our prayers and thoughts are with those that are bedridden after such a disaster. And let me also say here that this is one of the biggest disasters we've witnessed since the Ebola incident that took away that amount of people for almost 50 persons to lose their life in a single day. It is something that we cannot wrap our heads around. But let me say this, and here's my concern. I think one of the things I'd like to see come out of this is the issue of which, of course, many times in Liberia we don't take seriously, is the issue of investigations. When incidents like this happen, there are often investigations that should be carried out. Those who were involved, whether they put in place the right maintenance infrastructure or the right protocol in moving petroleum products that are explosive, all of these things has to be addressed so that we know how to handle this kind of situation in the future. And the second point is, before I ask my question, is we need to graduate as a country from this issue where when a disaster takes place, we're waiting for the same very politician to come to us and give handouts and give bag of rice and something. I would want to see come out of their legislature, this new legislature, an exclusive budget set aside for disaster management. There has to be a disaster management protocol and budget put in place to address these issues so that, if God forbid, if incident like this happen in the future, we will not have to be waiting for politicians to drive and bring rice for our people to do this thing. It can be addressed. Now, you recently re-elected and going back to the legislature as a representative of your people. What message are you carrying there? What, in terms of incident management, in terms of ensuring that your community benefit from some of these fire protocols, like an ambulance or a fire truck. What message are you carrying on the floor of the legislature in the coming year?
So, Stephen, firstly, there's a disaster management team, and there's a budget allocated to them. The only thing I would say is the timing we have in this crisis is everyone, the budget is working in 112. So I can't blame them so much. Maybe they are exhausted, everything they have. But what you're seeing, we have a budgetary allocations for the disaster management team. So the only thing we can say, if they come with more complaint and say maybe it's not enough, or there's need for us to have it per county and know what we have stipulated on the budget line per county under the disaster management team, then we can do that. It's ideal. Nothing is bad, nothing lost. So whatever you're saying is good, and we all can also make it more clearer, and it can help everybody.
Thank you very much, man. Thank you. Conor Gray.
Representative Memo, hi. This is Conor Gray, of course. Madam, I'm pretty sure that the inadequacy of facilities that will handle the immediate trauma of these people probably is one of the reasons why many people die, because I would say we just don't have those facilities. And I'm sure the bulk of the people, based on what you said, were taken to JFK. Did you have any regret for using JFK as the first resort, unlike going to, for instance, the Jackson Hebdo? If not, tell me why you could not take those people to Jackson Hebdo as opposed to JFK, or vice versa. Did you see any reason for the improvement for trauma in those facilities?
So the first thing I would say, bulk of the people were taken to Phoebe Hospital at first.
Thank
And
God.
then we were now taking them from there, taking them to various areas. And Phoebe could not even host every one of them. We have people all throughout the hallway, even coming outside, because they needed to apply fluid on them. Each of these people are carrying 4 bags of fluid. They got the RL and they have the NS running down on them for every 2-3 hours. They have to change it and run it. So when we got there, then we started to divide the cases. So we started running with, because JFK has a better trauma unit, we needed to run with these people there because most of them needed to be on oxygen. So what we did was we look at the stations. Some of them were even sent to Ganta. Some was sent to, you couldn't send to Tapeta at that time. These people are almost like going, the distance to Tapeta. So we were trying to save life here, and we were thinking about the nearby area. So we started with JFK. When JFK got full, because they had 32 person at that time, we started running to the other areas in the 14 military. From there, we started coming to the private hospitals. And it did well, and that has always been my call. The manner in which the private hospitals are helping to bring your patient, and we're not giving them no money, and they are doing it until disaster and government can come in, the management team and the health ministry can come in. They are doing so well. So I have no regret, but I think we need more trauma unit everywhere. And this is why I'm one person being saying that each district needs to have a fire service, a truck, at least. And I think if a truck were available in Salala district or close by, I think we were going to help to curtail the problem a little bit.
Thank you very much, Representative. So tomorrow we're going to be hosting the entire team, including you, here on Spoon Talk, to talk about the way forward and what is happening in our country. We want to appreciate your time on the show. Please, if you can make full arrangement. Fagon, you have a question, because we're about to excuse Representative Mensah. You are muted, Fagon.
I just wanted to share with her my thoughts and prayers with the families and the victims, and to just encourage her to remain strong. I'm deeply saddened and troubled by her revelations tonight. I cannot speak to that of the president-elect. Tomorrow we'll find out what's going on. But I can clearly say this of the president, the current president, for such scale and magnitude of a disaster, it has nothing now to do with Bong County, but a nation. A nation in mourning for over 40 of its citizens in a single blast of such. I think we should have heard the president on the 7 o'clock news announcing a day of mourning for our country, ordering the National Disaster Commission under Henry Willings to move in immediately with all available resources, putting at the disposal resources to that of the Legislative Caucus of Bong and the leadership within the county, and addressing the nation on such tragedy. Again, if that was Joseph Numa Bwaka, I would have said the same. But again, like I said to her, be strong. I'm sure Mr. Witherspoon has assured you that we will stand with you, and we're open to receiving you here at any point in time. But minus what I've just said, this, even 15 persons in the United States dead, Biden speaks. 20 persons, Biden speaks. Anywhere else, like in Prague recently, just 14 students, the president spoke. And here we are losing our citizens, over 40 of them in a single blast, some of them still dying, some of them requiring advanced medical treatment. And we're just like, there's nothing happened. It's like normal. It is not normal. And I just want to say to the people of Bong County that, sorry, we're sorry. But again, at the appropriate time, we'll make our widow's might felt. And thank you, Maima, for your hard work. Extend our thanks and appreciation to the superintendent, members of the Legislative Caucus, and all the team members that are helping to ensure that these people get the assistance and the well-being that they deserve as citizens of our country. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you very much. I want to say thank you, Representative Mensah. It's good, as always, to have you on Spoon, but these are very, very tough, difficult times. But you are in our prayer, and the people of Bong County in our prayer. We look forward to seeing you guys, folks. We want to announce, please, we'll start the show 4 p.m. with the entire team that will be brought in by Representative Mensah tomorrow. The doctors, the first aid folks, all of senators and representatives will be calling in. We want to raise some money to help them. The way forward is about money. You heard about 14 Military Hospital, ELWA, Catholic Hospital, JFK, Phoebe Hospital, and all the surrounding clinics. Everybody chipping in. The best you can do once we get the information, like you have trusted us. We want to raise a lot of money. We're begging you, and we will hold them accountable as they bring together the family during these difficult days. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot, Representative.
Thank you. Thanks so much. And I appreciate everything you people have been doing. All of the media agencies that have been following the issues, and even the Vera Hospital have been working, the nurses, they've really been passionate about the whole thing. I just said thank you to everybody, and we will be here tomorrow. We inform the team, the senators, and even any of our colleagues that want to join. And we all will be around to see what we can do. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Have a good evening.
And I think you have the number, the one we're working with right now. If anybody wants to help, we can go here, or I can just look up to you to see how you're.
Let's do it tomorrow, because most people want to do things by Cash App, and I want us to be open and transparent. So once we have the Cash App information, we'll talk to your team. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. Have a good night. I know the night will not be good because it's a very, very tough time. Again, folks from Minnesota working, Stephen, they reach out to me. We'll put the information together that we can raise money to help them. Man, it's rough. But let's do our closing, guys. I'm done. For my own, may the Lord watch between me and thee while we asking one for another. Amen. That's my closing. Reverend Girl, what's your closing?
You know, the folks in Minnesota, most of whom are my closest friends. Kaimon J. Colley, I think, is the chairman of the. I'm not sure if it's the Bong County Association of the Americas, but I know he plays a pivotal role. Dennis Gassene also is a close ally, and Dr. Kuyan, longtime good friend of mine. My heartfelt, sympathy, go to those guys. Definitely, this is a big loss, and I'm not sure it's the time. Humanity should kick in for people to politicize these kinds of issues to say people want to steal gasoline and so on. That's so inhumane. Sometimes I wonder why we have lost our humanity so much to the extent where we have become so insensitive to the point where even on the death of people that should diminish anyone, people are still heartless somehow. The issue is when these things happen everywhere. I think it was in Sierra Leone when similar thing happened. In Nigeria, those things will happen. Our curiosity as a people will always go there to go see. Some people went there literally to render help. I mean, if there's an overturned vehicle, you're going to go help, someone who is in danger. Well, in the process, you lost your life. So anybody, humanity should kick in, but people are soon to say, if people send them, if President Weir send them to go steal gasoline, then myself to say, well, if President Weir had managed the resources of Liberia adequately, people should not have to steal to put food on their table. But people enrich themselves in the process at the expense of and detriment of the local citizen or ordinary people. It's just time to mourn and start shifting the blame. And I understand our medical facilities, especially public institutions, they're inadequate. And that's one of the questions I asked Mema. Yes, we can have private institutions, but let's see if we can choose where to spoil our resources as opposed to giving people free money to go see their constituency while in the Senate or representative, a House of Representative. Let's shift those money to the hospital. Let's stop giving people money to go do private venture that they will go fix their schools and so on and so forth, their own private schools. Let's push those things to our medical facility. At least the poor people will benefit if our medical institutions are up and running adequately. That's all I have to say, my brothers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prince Maxwell.
Well, George Weah is trying to push in his best friend Musa Dean for associate justice while the Liberian people are bleeding. Think about that. He's able to write the letter. He's able to post on his Facebook page. He's able to call. He's on the phone right now calling senators to make sure that Musa Dean is confirmed as associate justice. That is the reason why George Weah is absent-minded on a national crisis in the country where Liberian blood are being spilled. Liberian blood. George Weah on the phone trying to make way for his man Musa Dean. This is the country that we have allowed ourselves to live in. This is the president that we've allowed ourselves to elect. God good that we have kicked him out of office. And yet then still, even though he's out of office, he still want to put the chain around President-elect Bouakar's government to constrain President-elect Bouakar's government. Stephen, you were absolutely right when you spoke about disaster management. Where is the money coming from for us to help our Liberians right now who are in distress? When we cannot pay embassy money, when the George Weah government cannot pay the embassy of the Republic of Liberia in Brussels money, where would that money come from? But he's able to pay money right now for Musa Dean to be confirmed. These are the kind of things we were talking about. The misalignment of priorities of the George Weah administration. We don't have to sit here to bring the full weight of the Liberian people, philanthropic weight of Liberian people on this matter, because we got a government. But that government has proven time and time again that they've been completely delinquent on their national responsibility to Liberian people. So we have to go back to Liberian people and beg them to come in to help their brothers and their sisters. It's a tragic event. Stanton described it as our Uno Hiroshima. That was a major blast. Ordinary people died. How else, when can we rise up to the occasion to see that this is not something we can condone in our society, where Liberians are falling down and dying like flies, and we just sit back and our president sit on a high horse, high hill, and try to push his man to become Supreme Court, Associate Justice of the Supreme Court. Anyway, Liberians, this is what you see George Weah is. He's giving you who he is in real time. Don't be blinded by that. Don't say, oh, I miss it. No, it is happening in time. It is happening in your history. Remember this. And he's going to make it difficult for Joseph Boakar's administration, because that is the strategy they have right now. He will do all they can, because this is it, Stanton. When George Weah said, I concede, we know the blowback he got from his own people. So he's trying to prove to his people now that I can make this presidency difficult for President-elect Joseph Boakar. And I must admit, the Boakar administration has to have a good counter reaction to this. If not, they will be cleaning for at least 2.5 years. They'll be cleaning George Weah's outgoing government mess. And they don't want to lose time, because time is of the essence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Fagon, can you take us home?
My man, I told you.
Oh, Steven, I'm sorry. Go ahead, bro.
you want free me off? But I mean, Stanton, I've been thinking about a couple of things. The way we treat our people. Somebody say in if you want to know the seriousness of a country, you measure it. One of the litmus tests is to look at how they treat the dead. It tells you the extent to which that country is serious. And so just a drive to the cemetery is enough for any economist or any development expert to make a determination as to the seriousness of the nation. The reason I say this is our people have always been screwed in the entire process of governance. A few handful of people will benefit from the largesse of the country, while the majority of our people continue to live in stupor. This is wrong. And this is wrong, and it has to stop. Our people who are our direct representatives, our senators, our leaders, have to reimagine the country. We have to reimagine Liberia. And in this new reimagination, we have to put the people at the nucleus of our governance structure. We have to begin to think, how can we form millennium villages, millennium district? Let's start with millennium district. And what are millennium districts? Millennium districts are districts where all of the social issues that should make life livable are available. For example, we can say this year in our budget, we will build 73 fire stations. In all of the 73 districts, we'll build a fire station. That means in year 1, we have 73 fire stations. In year 2, we will say, let buy for each district a fire truck. Meaning now we have a fire station, a fire truck. In year 3, we say, you know what? Let's build a recreation facility in each of the 73 districts. So you have a recreation. In year 4, let's build a hospital or a clinic, fortified with not just the equipment, but the personnel. In year 4, in year 5, we say let's build our academic institution Let's make sure each county has a STEM school where we can teach our children, teach them into the sciences, technology, engineering, and mathematics, so that they can be able to compete globally. In year 5, let's build our farm to market road in each of the county. Let's make it pliable. In 6 years, what you have in each of these districts will be, at least to the larger extent, a district that is livable. Because now they will have a decent school, they will have a decent hospital, they will have decent fire service infrastructure, they will have ambulance in each of those districts to address some of the issues. People die overnight simply because there's no ambulance to take them to hospital. These are things we need to reimagine as leaders, our leaders, representatives. When they gave them county development fund, they use it to play county meet and tournaments. These are not tangible. These are not things that can change lives. County meet, sport tournament. These are not things that will change lives. You have to invest in your people. You have to invest in the district you serve. You have to invest in the community you live as public servant. It has to change. Currently, look at our national budget. 95% of our national budget, this current budget, going to recurring expenditure. The American will call it is a complete do-nothing budget. You just eat, you go to the bathroom. That's the thing the budget doing. You eat, you poo-poo it, finish. Only 5%, meager 5% will go towards a capital investment. What can 5% of a budget do to transform life, to create employability, employment, to change the living condition of our people? It can't. We need to take some radical step. And the radical step we have to take is that leaders should begin to see themselves as servants of the people. And that the reason for which they are elected must be because they want to transform the life of the people. They must be prepared to take hits, economic hits, so that the people can benefit. Cut your salary. Reduce your public spending on nonsense. Let it be directed to the living condition of our people. The police, for example. How can we empower the police? In many districts across Liberia, police don't even have motorbike to address the issue of crime. How could our police have even prevented what happened yesterday? They don't even have fire truck. Police don't even have the equipment or the personnel to address the issue of disaster. How are our people even trained in mitigating disaster? Or how do they confront issues? What are the mechanism in place to move petroleum product across the country? What are the protocol, the safety protocol, if you want to move gasoline from point A to point B? How are those things regulated? And this is a perfect opportunity for us to rethink our country, rebrand this country, focus more on the people, change their condition, give them a decent life. Nobody should be born poor in Liberia and die poor. Some people never have their chance their entire life to benefit $1 from their government. But when these things happen, all you hear the boy, oh, they go there, they get 50 back of rent. Oh, yeah, we can't, the person get 1,000, the person get. How does that change the condition of the people? Tomorrow morning, God forbid, something happen again, we'll go back again, we'll get back of rent, we'll get money. There has to be a long lasting. That's why I asked the representative, is there an active investigation? There has to be one. Because that investigation will reveal a number of things that can be addressed to public policy, to your national budget, to investing in the people. I'll stop here, guys. Thank you, Stedo. It's been a great show, and I'm looking forward to tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. As always, we try to do our best, but I hope folks can join us tomorrow, because it will be just focusing on what took place. All right. People are texting me when one might appear. They are saying otherwise, but I know. Tomorrow, just to see some permanent Liberians coming up, and standing in sympathy to those families. Honorable Fagon.
We've said a lot tonight, and I don't think I need to say more. What I can say is one or two things, and that is, one, Article 67 is very clear. You want to be a Liberian, sometimes your people just embarrass you. But I want to say to the people in the Senate, the United States is watching. There are 11 of you that are about to take a decision, and you were dismissed. I want you to be very careful. And I do not say this lightly. It is not a threat. I am just a simple guy. That you cannot be held responsible for anything you say or any vote you cast on that floor. And it's very specific to that room. But some of you know your standing in society and what you have done, not only in the legislature, just outside. Bribery is not one of those, and other things, abuse of power and other things. I just want you all to be very careful how you proceed. Secondly, I want to say to President Weah, your advancement is legal but not expedient. Just like you have done with the legislature, a person requests from you early retirement. You are supposed to respond to the person. And when you respond to the person, whether in the affirmative or negative, it's up to you. But if you had agreed, he did not ask you in crew to get him early retirement. He wrote a letter, meaning he put you on the record. You should have responded to him in a letter. He wrote the Chief Justice. We've not seen a communication from the Chief Justice. Mr. President, the legislature is not a place of idiots, but this is going to be a test for us to look at them publicly in the street and call some of them idiots. Because they confirmed 4 associate justices and 1 Supreme Court justice. And for you not to tell them that one has resigned or requested early retirement, which was granted by you, therefore, the opening requires that you fill the vacancy, and write them to do such, only goes to show that the people around you, as I've always said, are dull. And I've never missed my words on those statements, that they are dull. Because see what they have done to you. And now the legislature will have to prove to you that they are smart and they are not dull. And so I want to say to you again, Mr. President, it may be legal, but not expedient to do. On the issue of the LRA, again, Mr. President, it is still rumor until we see that you have done the appointment. Mr. President, let me assure you that we are poised. I do not bring out my arsenal until you bring out the attack. But there is something wrong there. We will wait for you to make that move before we correct the move. Last but not the least, Mr. President, there is no way in the world over 40 of your citizens will blow up in a single blast. In a single blast. And more are dying daily. And you just remain and say nothing. You have said nothing. There is no record to show you have done anything. 14 persons die in Prague. The president is there with flowers. In fact, he's visiting with the families. Biden, few students die. He flies to the area right away. And Kotero leading from the mansion, Mr. President, to where the disaster took place, Mr. President. It will not take you more than 2 hours. In fact, it's the presidential motorcade. So it's 1 hour, 15 to 20 minutes, you will be in Totota. Amen. Why should you leave this office with people toying with you? To the point we know now that you don't want to be president again. But hey, man, it doesn't mean you don't want to have sense again. Your citizens are dying daily. You have not been to the site. You have not even identified with the victims and their families. You have not gone to the hospital. You have not done anything, Mr. President. Come on now. Come on, man. So I close by saying that, Mr. President, Article 15C says we have the right to be informed. And to accept a letter and go to the Senate without informing us was a violation of our constitutional right, Article 15C. I'm not giving you my opinion. I'm quoting my right to you as a citizen to be informed. And once you violated that right for me to be informed, I'll tell you one thing. I will not violate the Constitution. I will uphold the Constitution. And therefore, I advance to the EFFL that the president violated Article 15C, which is our right to be informed. He violated Article 67, that we should have only 4 associate justices and 1 Supreme Court justice. He is now nominating the 5th one. Therefore, I invoke Article 17 that says that we have the right to a peaceful assembly and we're going to be storming the Capitol, Mr. President. And that is our right to assemble. This Constitution gives us that right. And I just want to close to be precise, because sometimes I can miss 15 and see Stevie Johnson shaking his head. Yeah. And I want to be close. Yes. 17, is it? Yes. Article 17, like I said. All persons at all times in an orderly and peaceable manner shall have the right to assemble and consult upon the common good, to instruct their representatives. And so you will send no police, no soldier, no nothing. It is our right to instruct our representatives, those who represent us. Will be headed to the Capitol any day it opens for such a session, to instruct our representatives not to take action. It will be our right, and any attempt by you to trample on that right in Article 17 that says we have the right to assemble peacefully, to instruct our representatives who will be in that Capitol building, then of course you will know where Jefferson Koji has landed, and you will be following him. And I respectfully submit. Thank you very much. That man gonna eat and feed a dog.
Let me just close today. I just saw this, and let me just close with this. To Liberians who are listening and who are interested in relationships, Liberia and the EU, the European Union relationship is now 50 years old in this period as I speak to you. And I cannot be more glad to have a democratic partner to work with. So I'm just going to say this. To Her Excellency Nona Depre, Ambassador to the European Union delegation to Liberia, and to all of our diplomats that have been working closely with the European Union over the years, congratulations on the success to reach this milestone. We hope that our partners can continue to work with us. I know fully well that she was at the certification ceremony of President-elect Joseph Boakai. I've been following their work in Liberia, and I know fully well that the European Union delegation in Liberia has been engaging with the President-elect delegation and team. And I hope that that cordial relationship continues to build as soon as the President-elect takes office, because the European Union is one of our major partners in the reconstruction of Liberia, the elevation of our democracy, women's rights, agriculture, and many other areas in education, healthcare, and many other areas. So we just continue to encourage them to work with us more so that we can move our country in the right direction. So congratulations to both Liberia and the European Union for this milestone in this relationship that we've established. Thank you.
So the folks out there want to say thank you. I was hungry. I want to get myself a piece of Ghana bread. You know the sugar bread, Steven?
You call it Egyptian pillow.
Yeah,
Egyptian pillow, exactly. Let's see you in a rock down, man. They're gonna look it up, man.
Yeah, if I go left us, he want to eat. If I go left us, he want to eat.
That me, I know if I look it down.
You look at that person.
Exactly.
It's very cool with banana, though. You can have it with banana. It's very nice.
I'm bread. You didn't tell that. I want bread. I ain't looking at that.
Yeah. I mean, stand up and losing and looking at zest. He ain't got no more looking at mojo anymore.
No, I know you should go looking down.
You see?
Stephen, as long as we're not over Apple brush up, I don't have it.
Oh yeah, well you know Dapo right? Dapo are not far for us.
Exactly.
But Dapo are your food. Why you gonna call looking down?
No, I mean I mean Dapo already.
Nobody having a conversation, guys.
They don't remember Dapo Bakery.
No, you remember Dapo Bakery. You know Dapo Bakery. Where Dapo Bakery was?
There's a bakery used to be by Cotton Tree, coming from Beaumont Bridge. All right. If you take the back way side from Beaumont Bridge.
You mean in Langwafi? Around Langwafi?
Yeah, in the back there's a big bakery used to be there. There's a back road that will take you straight into Logan Town.
That called Ome Okan. That Ome Okan bakery talking about over there.
And that's where
they used to bake the bread there as well and mix the bread there.
Okay, Johnson Road and Clay Street, Johnson Road.
Yeah, Clay Street, Johnson Road, and then behind, right behind, looking at cinema there.
What's the guy that used to make the beef patty during the wartime?
Matthew
Joe.
Oh, Matthew
Where is he?
I think he passed. He died.
He died.
Come and see. That meat pie. Come and see.
Come and see. Oh, man, come and see. What? Messi, what are you?
That shit used to be big, my man.
Come and see.
We want to play in the YMCA. They bought them meat pie. They finished selling the game. Why we play hard? The manager letting the poor man basket.
But I think the guy used to put door in that beef.
That man meat pie was amazing.
But not too far from you. There was a guy who's
Jonah Beans, I know Jonah Beans.
The high res
when you go back to the beat, the better ask you. He said, "My picking, how many are y'all here?"
Yeah.
He said, "I'm on one message. You brought we brought you."
Matthew got presidential medal for that thing.
404. Anybody want to tell you 404?
But you know what? But let me say this.
Don't eat after 12. Don't eat 4.
No, don't eat it after 12. No, don't eat after 4.
Because I thought they do that. I thought they can do bafana.
Exactly. somebody ask him how old I am. Exactly.
You know what? So
that place Rema's coming while I'm freshman.
Bafana.
Hey, beef patty was good, right? The meat pie was really good. Yeah, I'm sorry. The meat pie was good, right? But here's the issue. When he decided to take himself from that small shop to open a restaurant, people started leaving because he make it more fancy. Now he had table. Remember, Liberian people like the traditional stuff. You know how you used to get in, you get your stuff, you out, you standing around, but then he make himself like a restaurant style and try to be. So the people, a lot of people start saying, "This is not what."
They open a big store opposite the post office.
Exactly.
He used to do shoes.
Yeah.
Yes. He used to do shoes.
He was a shoemaker.
Yeah. Remember that man should be in line eating that place.
Oh yeah.
In line.
I got visa to come here and came here and went back.
Let me tell you this. That's the reason why the people let Spoon talk. We don't care about our Kosu and Tai. People that force us to get in Kosu and Tai, we say no. To be frank. People tradition, then the people go into that look at
how many courses you need to carry here.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, baby, too many courses.
I told Sonny the white course I get what they go Sonny.
Stand on Stephen after my reminiscing time, people asking me how old I am immediately. Look, I saw April 6, World War 1, World War 2, World War 3. I saw plenty. Let me let you know now.
The deal with young. Oh, come on.
The deal with young people.
Yeah, so I said beef patty. But I mean meat pie, not beef patty.
Yeah, meat pie, but I remember they said beef patty.
Oh man, beef patty.
Did you see the Nima rate?
Nima rate, I heard about Nima rate.
Did you see the Nima rate?
I heard about Nima rate. I didn't see the Nima rate.
I was not in Nimba. But I heard everything about Nimba Ray. I was at live when Nimba Ray happened.
Did you see where they collected Kwangba body from?
No. I didn't see West Riot. Is that what you're going to talk about? I didn't see West Riot. I didn't see Kwangba body. I know where Kwangba was killed, but I don't remember. I don't know where he was. His body was placed.
You anybody tell you the story about the paymaster?
Spencer,
put
something about the road fund in the chat room. I want you to take a look at it.
Okay.
Why you bring road fund to
I mean, don't mention this. I mean, they put disbursing up to $1 million right now. That I put in the chat room.
What? But I want $1 million. They get how the audacity to fire every living human being. Only to hire Kanyo Bagbara. She fired every living human being, hire Kanyo Bagbara to hire seditions. As if to say she don't want to get a road fund. You don't see trouble here. That get by my trouble.
Like I said, they are putting a chain around President-elect Barker's government to find it difficult to govern going forward.
The papa said they get something. The papa taught me, you're who the business student. The old man said they got something in business. They said last in, first out, or last in.
FAFO and FAFO. First in, first out, last in, first out.
Yes, the papa quote.
If for you, Steve.
Yeah.
Somebody got info on you.
Eh? For MIPA business.
Yeah, so our basketball kid, that man go say I'll give a MIPA. That Jonathan have it, and I have it.
Jonathan said you so.
That Jonathan have it.
I'm way above 35 years old, my man. I'm way above 35 years old. Don't give me to that guy to me. If I say, "Oh, coach, you saw the game for me, my people, come and see."
No, but I'm gonna say I'll give a MIPA,
I mean, come and see what's the thing back in the days.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, man, but you know, the Liberian people, and this is why we remain traditional. The Liberian people just went ahead to just say, you know what, we like our things simple. Give us our culture-oriented stuff. Let's move ahead. Don't bring us into restaurant. Once the guy took that thing from that setting into the restaurant setting, the people start going. Yeah. Because
P4 gravy. P4 gravy with cassava. P4 gravy. You buy the cassava, then you buy a one P4.
No, you're messing it. You're messing it with P4 gravy and sausage and cassava. How they used to always make it.
That was the time we talking about. Those sausage and
Johnny.
Yeah.
And then Johnny, exactly. But Conor Graded know all these things because it developed in a time, and they pass it on to us.
But
Conor Graded to be right? The buyers there.
Yeah.
Your turn, I turn it high helicopter.
I mean, I get PTSD when you're talking about those kind of I won't wake up.
I mean, a helicopter eating one time on the side of the road, it was sweet.
Yeah.
But how about casking gravy?
My man, that one by.
I see how Fako went back in the government, or just eating all the on the side.
I went inside Orange Hair Office on the bypass. The woman has some kind of fufu there, my man. I look at the tea, the scent. The woman got on a small something, but the scent of the Benessy and the tea. I sat and read that piggy. I called for my bowl. Then she said she won't give me a spoon. I said, no, relax. I went to the trunk of my car. I used to travel with everything. I brought my own spoon outside. She said, oh, Minister, you can travel with a spoon. I said, Lord one, be prepared.
Eugene looked like the kind of person that eat hot cassava, roasted cassava and butter. Eugene.
No, but I mean, Eugene will enjoy yourself on the you know, you like bro, people
someone asking you a question. At some point, you while working in this government, when Joey fired you, you had a regret?
Who? Me?
Oh.
I had a what?
You regretted that you were fired by Josh Ware?
How does someone regret being fired? By a power horse?
So do you regret it?
Government job, Government just get a pajama.
The reason why they asked him because you went on, you went on. The reason why they asked him because you went on complaining and you had so many rhymes. You know, you were having a lot of podcasts frequently, and
but you supposed to tell the person you supposed to tell the person you lied, because our own Spoon Talk, when Fagon used to come and defend the government, so how did I go on complaining when you and I used to sit down and I defend the same government for which I took care of your foster son?
I don't remember him coming on Spoon Talk because we gave him chance to come.
That's right. You don't remember because
I don't remember him coming on Spoon Talk.
Osamos.
I don't remember.
All right,
Osamo.
Prince, why you running away from Fagon for? You running away from
Fagon? No, man. The Fagon can make a long story. We start going to my history long. That man will be eating cow skin and gravy.
Of course. I told him I was going to criticize me and try to be anti-Liberian. He brought his Ghanaian sweet bread. I brought my country bread. Yeah, right?
I'm not doing that.
Now, I'm going to criticize me.
You know, for me, I don't know about country bread. I'm not eating that before. I really don't know.
Country bread is very good. It's very nice.
And you put sugar on it?
Steve Johnson, the main number.
Yeah.
You can put sugar on it. Hard for cool people to play rest.
To make country bread not easy. It's not easy to make country bread.
It's a long process.
So you mix it with sugar?
Yeah, you can mix it with sugar.
Yeah, you can mix it with sugar.
And it's very nourishing. Stanton, it's very nourishing.
They got it one that is just like dust.
Yeah.
The one I'm eating is the rice grain.
And I want like
the like dust.
Yeah.
Let me ask you.
The guinea fella girls in my brother sell it a lot.
Pastor Raymond's mom would send me country bread. She sent me I cried Grampy that I eating. She would send me country bread. The woman know what to send me.
I cried Grampy, my man.
So you remember the cereal milk that we used to eat?
Condensed milk.
No, not condensed milk. That's cereal.
The clip.
No, not the clip.
Oh, yeah, sorry, like they still sell it. In the African
one
store.
In
African store.
Yeah, but no, it's not a real thing.
Yeah,
wait, the one who's a blow, the one who's a kind of blowing your hand in there?
No,
I'm talking about. You're picking. Hold on, yeah, you're picking. Hold on.
If
man.
You say milk,
but still understand in the African store.
Yeah.
It's not I still buy that.
It's not clear. And one thing also you gotta understand, the cornmeal that we used to eat, the
cocodolos.
The right thing,
yeah, the one I let that cocodolos.
I want people to find it for me. It's not even the clam milk. People talk about clam milk. It's not the clam milk. If you eat it in my blood, it's still between your teeth and your tongue.
But which one are you talking about now?
In your palate. When you stick in the palate of you don't be checking it.
Yeah. But the one again, it can't stick in that palate. It can't stick between your teeth.
No, but people don't use some powder milk.
They don't. Yeah.
The thing they put they call Nino. They're not Nino.
Let's go to careful now. Careful.
Yeah.
The people used to fry.
With the all dripping for the car.
Well, you know, I used to cook to the school. They'll carry careful, right? In the whole people used to carry 2-3 shirts to school. Got a color clothes. So when you go on the line,
Steven, stop talking our secret here, Steven.
When you go on the line first to receive your fire, right? You can't look at a woman who's serving your face.
Steven, stop talking our secret here because I don't can prosecute me.
So the woman can read your face. Then the second time when you get out, when you carry put in your face, then you come out and you choose your shirt.
But you know that.
See her on the line.
But you know some guys used to be ashamed to go eat that care food, right? Because all they get in looking. No, my man, no. All they get in looking, my man. So get in, but you go stay online, my man. What about the one the beans? You know the water, the food they used to get.
The brown beans?
That split peas, they just wasted on your food.
Yeah, wasted on the man. I never like that.
When Burger Wheat came in, that's why a lot of people started having problem because Burger Wheat, the way maple stomach felt, it was very, very terrible. But when it brought the split peas and the rice, people loved it. Then what happened was they started making the split peas light, so it was getting water throwing on the food. Exactly.
No, the split peas, the Burger Wheat they get in like bro, it's not the one like they get here. of this team, man, y'all look at it.
Comparing the team, man.
Yeah, compare
But
it.
still thought that
You know the burger we get in Liberia,
it was for
you
the
used to
juicing
eat
of
it.
peppers.
That's what I'm
Exactly.
saying. The burger we in Liberia, you used to visit the quicker O.
Yeah.
You used to cook in the breast.
Yes.
The quicker hotel.
Yeah. You used to cook, but the one that you ever man, you go eat it is different. What about the
No,
corn?
no.
I remember we eat the corn and rest. They cook the corn, we put potato green on it, we eat it.
The corn here
in
soft.
you can't
So you
eat
put it
it.
in your mind, melting.
They put sending us the best food because we're malnourished.
Anybody for you to eat a burger we have, when you see your stomach, you will run. So gas, your stomach.
Yeah, you like the burger we can make you go freely to the bathroom.
Did you guys eat egg dust in the can?
Tonight.
Oh yeah,
Why
they
I
had
feel like
they
eating
even the
tonight.
cheese.
Egg does is a bit nice.
But the cheese.
I feel like eating gogodolos tonight. I just want to put my
But man,
small
one day
alcohol
we
with
cooking
sugar
our
with
cocoa
grumpy.
center. We cooking the cocoa without putting butter in the egg. Everything on the thing. My man, the thing was on the pan. Already I reached the place where the oil, the butter floating. My man, the breeze came our back door. The breeze hit the back door, wipe the whole cup out, my man.
I will still also some from the ground.
Everything scattered off, my man.
In my phone, say I know nothing but burger we and sleepies. In my phone, I lived through the entire war. There is no self food I came to the country I did not eat. Nothing. There is no food I get to school I did not eat.
When did I said Yamblo send for you, Prince Maxwell?
I was in the mood, didn't send for me, my man. Didn't send for me. You didn't send for me, I beg you. I beg you.
When you saw the letter, see, I
didn't send for me, I beg you.
The letter for the man.
But still, I think you know more. Well, I think you were pro tem, man.
You were pro tem.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were pro tem before.
Yeah. You're pro tem.
We gotta go, man. It's 3 o'clock.
Before. Yeah, we gotta go. Steve, thank you, man. Let's see you tomorrow.
All right, guys. We'll see you tomorrow.
Come on.
Yeah, Nelson.
All right.
Come on, Nelson. What's up, Nelson?
Yeah, I'm doing good, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you still gotta go have your show. So let me get off because you gotta have your show, right? Yeah.
Yeah, we're coming on.
Yeah, let me get up quickly. Did you send me the picture of that thing that I asked you to do today and you remove the stuff and
I didn't send the picture back to you.
yeah, but you gotta send a picture, yep. So how you call it? They call who? Pastor Rima, right?
Yeah, Pastor Raymond.
Because you're gonna have your show. Is he ready? I'm calling him, but I pray that he shouldn't answer. Yeah. You know how you calling somebody, you pray they don't answer. Pray with me, folks. I don't want Pastor Rima answering. Hello? 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 Oh, Pastor Raymond of the Redeemer Lutheran Church, Trenton, New Jersey. I'm good, sir. How you doing?
Not bad. Thank God. How's everybody?
All is well. We give God the glory.
Yes, sir.
Here we are. A beautiful evening. A wet evening. But we are here to give God the praise. What do you have for the benediction, sir?
Wet evening, Liberians, confusion, Yama talk. Everybody know what's going on. But I say this.
But Pastor Rima, I know we got to go. I'm begging you. This pastor have to do a song. Then you can do the benediction. I'm going to call him. Please bear with me. Yeah.
What it is?
Please. I'm trying to call him. I hope he can call him.
Oh, the pastor from last night, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, so you're getting pastor now, eh?
Oh no, Pastor Raymond, you are our pastor.
That's me again. You pastor now. I can do your politics here, eh?
Pastor Raymond, the pastor just sing better.
All right, he missed the call. He said, Pastor Raymond.
Yes.
Go ahead, my brother. He wanted to sing, but that's okay. He's not. Hold on 1 minute, Pastor Raymond, please. Hold on. Hello. Hello, Pastor Pune. How you doing?
Hello.
Yeah. Can you do us a song while Pastor Raymond pray for us tonight? Because we're about to. Yes, thank you very much, sir. We ready, sir.
Hey, so sweet to trust in Jesus, just to take him at his word, just to know that I have with me, just to know that yes, the Lord. Jesus, Jesus, how I trust thee, how I prove thee more and more. Jesus, Jesus, precious Jesus, oh, for the grace to trust him more. Así que muerte oh, así que muerte Iswaju, moromuna gebo tuyo, que muerte Jebon tuyo na potio, Jagi babwe na potio. The first cool song says, he have never left me in any crisis or any mess up situation. He always comes and delivers me out. God bless you, President.
God bless you very much, Pastor Ponen. Pastor Raymond, thank you for being so patient. We have our brother, beautiful son. We said thank you, and the audience appreciate. Pastor Raymond, can you take us home, sir?
Now to him that is able to keep you from falling and to present you faultless before the presence of his glory with exceeding joy, to the only wise God, only one God and Savior, be glory and majesty, dominion and power, both now and forever. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Amen. Pastor Roma, thank you. Pastor Pona, we appreciate you guys. As always, thank you, folks, for joining us on Spoon Talk. We'll see you again next week by God's grace, same time, same station. Pastor Roma, if you can, the group will be here joining us from the fire disaster, the Tango disaster. We ask you to come and open that program tomorrow for prayer, because we'll be remembering the family, those that died, those that are in the hospital. We'll remember them and their family. And we inviting you, Pastor. We inviting you, Pastor Pony, to come and do some song. We have a whole program here to raise some money for them, and there will be no politics, just focusing on our fellow Liberians that lost their lives and those that are in the hospital undergoing so much pain. And I ask both of you to please join us if you can.
Amen, brother. We'll talk.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Pastor Pauline. Bye. All right. So, Nelson, do your stuff. Tomorrow we'll be busy. We have a 2-hour program, opening the phone line, raising money for those that went through hell, man.
Yeah.
And we want to say, well, and I know you guys will be all set in studio. Nelson, thank you very much. And I know you get my thing. I'm watching you.
I get it. It's safe.
It's all right. Have a good night.
Okay, sir. Okay. Well, folks, that's how I would like to draw down the curtains on this edition of the program, Spoon Talk. Thanks a lot to all of you out there for following. The invitation is yours to join us tomorrow for another edition of Spoon Talk. As you know, this is Liberia's premier talk show on radio and online. We've been live on Spoon 107.5 FM, Fabric 101.1 FM, Super 95.5 FM, and other frequencies across the country. Punch 106.7, Premier FM in Bong County, Trust FM in Bong County, and of course, Gibi FM in Kakata, Margibi County. Thanks to all of you for always making up time to be here with us on Spoon Talk. My name is Nelson Colette. Thanks to Aaron Kuban, who was here earlier on. And coming up shortly will be the late night show, the late night politics on Spoon. That's coming up very shortly. Until then, have a good night. Bye bye for now.
Time.